Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became Ex Machina? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Jump. Extras mingled about the school entrance like drooling, knuckle-dragging chimpanzees, gawking up at the green-haired silhouette standing at the roof's edge. Katsuki watched from further away and glowered at the backs of everyone's heads. "Don't do it," one kid called up jokingly. "You have so much to live for." "Do a flip," another urged. Katsuki sneered at them. They pointed and shouted without a care in the world, blind to the danger that thing posed to them all. Machines ran their cars, their microwaves, their hospitals, tricking humans into relying on them. It was only a matter of time before they pulled the plug and watched as everyone drowned in their own stupidity. Katsuki growled, popped some nitroglycerin in his hands, and vowed he would never let it happen. He would become the #1 hero and expose Deku for what he really was. A teacher, noticing that the students hadn't scurried off like startled rats, stepped outside and saw the cause of the commotion. "Midoriya, please come down. It's not safe up there." "Understood," Deku called back. Deku jumped. Katsuki snickered as the teacher scrambled out of the way. Phones waved about as each student jockeyed for the best view of their falling classmate. With a thunderous crack and the screech of warped metal, Deku hit the ground in a kneeling pose. Concrete cracked and buckled in a circle around him. The useless extras oohed and awed as Deku stood and dusted himself off. The knee he had landed on refused to straighten all the way. Noticing this, the teacher rushed over and said, "Oh God, Midoriya, would you like me to drive you to the hospital?" "No need," Deku said. "This will be simple to repair." As Deku sat down and pulled back his jeans, Katsuki shouldered his way past the extras. A blade protruded from Deku's finger. He slid it through his skin and peeled it back. Underneath, coils of wires wound around gleaming steel beams. His kneecap, warped into a knot, glistened with a layer of oil. A clear membrane held back bright red fluid, a pale imitation of blood. "See!" Katsuki shouted. "Nothing but metal and wires inside." "Duh, it's his quirk." "It's not a quirk. That's the lie made up to trick you all into thinking it's human." "Shut up already, I want to see this." A beam of plasma from another finger seared through the twisted metal like butter. Deku pulled out the lump, popped it in his mouth, swallowed, and welded his leg shut. Moments later, Deku tested his new knee. As everyone crowded around, asking Deku a million questions about his quirk, the teacher reminded them all that class was over and made them disperse. Bakugo sullenly looked back at Deku as the teacher fussed over his formerly broken leg and vowed that, one day, he would make them all see the truth. One day, they would all realize that Deku was a robot. Zero comment. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Sludge. Toshinori grumbled to himself as his buff form vanished in a cloud of steam. The slime villain had slipped through his fingers. Scrawny as he was, Toshinori could still use a phone, and he had a rough idea where to look. The deafening booms led him to his target. The viscous ball of slime with eyes had a teenager in its clutches. The kid flung explosions everywhere as the villain forced itself into his mouth. The heroes on the scene stayed back and managed the crowd. Kamui Woods would light up like kindling, Mount Lady wouldn't fit in the cramped alleyway, and Backdraft had raging fires to keep under control. Toshinori turned away, with a prayer that a more suitable hero would arrive soon. Shouts from the crowd made him look back. Another kid marched past Death Arm's barricade, ignoring the hero's shouts to stay out. The slime villain laughed as the kid walked up to him and punched his gelatinous body. When the kid realized that his punches did nothing to the villain and scraping slime off the victim's mouth only gave a second's reprieve, he stepped back. Toshinori thought he was giving up, but instead, the kid scooped a handful of slime into his mouth. The crowd went deathly silent. The villain gawked at him. Even the victim stopped struggling to give the crazy kid a wide-eyed stare. "You know what?" the villain said. "Fine. If you want to taste that badly, have some more." The villain threw his first victim aside and plunged into the other kid's mouth. Within seconds, the villain had fit himself inside. Toshinori pushed his way to the front of the crowd, stomach clenching with fear, but the kid seemed undisturbed by the villain currently residing in his stomach. Death Arms approached the kid cautiously. You alright, kid? The kid blinked at him. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. Death Arms held out a thermos. Any chance you could spit out that villain? Tilting his head, the kid said, I'm not physically capable of spitting out anything I swallow. I am only able to digest it. Ha! The villain's muffled voice echoed out of the kid's mouth. I'm immune to stomach acid. I don't have stomach acid. It would melt through my body. Moments later, the villain screamed and bubbled out, shrieking, Fire! Why are you filled with fire, you crazy kid? Death Arms scooped the steaming villain into the thermos and screwed the lid shut. As the hero congratulated the kid, Toshinori smiled to himself. The kid had charged into danger and put himself at risk to save another. He had his successor, one already strong enough to handle his quirk. As Toshinori followed the kid away from the crowd, he grinned at the thought of rubbing his new successor in Nightie's face. That would show him he wasn't an idiot. One conversation later, Izuku ate a golden hair, and the quirk it carried vanished in a puff of smoke. Zero comment. Chapter 3 Beach. Toshinori felt his head spinning as he drove up to Dagoba Beach. Izuku had grown 2 inches and some serious biceps overnight. His mother knew about One for All and his wound, and worst of all, he had no idea how to teach his new protege. The thought of teaching at UA in the spring sent a shiver down his spine. Heaps of trash dotted the sand, and nobody walked within reach of the beach's stench. It made the perfect spot to let Izuku unleash One for All. All right, Toshinori said as he held his nose. Try punching that refrigerator over there as hard as you can. Izuku punched. Metal squealed, and the refrigerator soared halfway across the beach. So much for teaching him how to activate his new quirk. Toshinori smiled, thinking that teaching might be easier than he had thought. Nice punch. Doesn't look like we'll have to work on your strength, so let's work on building your character. We're going to clear all the trash on this beach. Understood. Izuku looked around. He walked up to a rusted car missing its front hood and 3 tires. His fingers sprouted serrated claws that gouged a chunk out of the side. Unhinging his jaw, Izuku shoved the entire piece down his throat. Toshinori watched in silent fascination as Izuku ate the entire car. The skin on Izuku's back split apart. A giant, sporting long, spindly arms and thick, stumpy legs, grew behind him. As Izuku walked forward, the new appendages snapped more trash around him and shoved it into his back. Black smoke billowed out Izuku's mouth as plastic and would burn inside him. The metallic growth behind him grew longer, branched off, and sprouted more arms to gobble up trash. Bits and pieces fell off it as he moved, which the arms scooped up and consumed again. The smoke drew a crowd. People watched and took pictures as Izuku dug through mountains of trash. Within minutes, the police arrived, and Toshinori flashed his agency's card to keep them from hauling Izuku away. News reporters arrived shortly after, and Toshinori put on his best TV face as he spouted off about training the future's heroes. By the time he finished with the interview, Izuku had cleared the beach. All might gawked at the shambling monstrosity, the size of a city block, that trailed after him. All done. Where should I put this? Izuku asked. Toshinori pointed at the pickup truck they had driven in. I only brought that to take away the trash. Understood. The appendages curled up on themselves like a giant roly-poly. When Izuku rolled it into the truck's bed, both bumpers hit pavement and the tires flew off the axles. Izuku shifted the weight around until the entire mass rested on the flattened truck, and asked, What next? Toshinori told himself Izuku just misunderstood him as he changed into his hero costume. Zero comment. Chapter 4 Crossing. Having banked on the beach cleanup lasting a few months, Toshinori scrambled for other training methods. He settled for the tried-and-true method of wandering aimlessly and hoping to come up with a good idea somewhere. At a busy intersection, he found inspiration in the old woman waiting patiently for a crossing signal. "All right, Midoriya, this will be a nice, simple warm-up. See that old lady there? Help her cross the street." Instructions confirmed. Izuku hoisted the elderly woman onto his shoulders. Toshinori cringed at the rough handling, but the woman only seemed intrigued by her new vantage point. While traffic still passed through the intersection, Izuku ran towards the crosswalk and cleared the street in one leap. Concrete buckled beneath the force of his landing, and other pedestrians scrambled out of the way. The woman whooped with delight. Pointing across another street, she shouted, "That way!" Before Toshinori could stop him, Izuku leapt across the other street. Toshinori ran after him, but with only half a lung to work with, he could only watch as Izuku shrank into a green speck down the street. One police car raced by him, sirens blaring, then another. A whole squad of cars barreled down the road after Izuku, and a horde of news vans trailed after them. When Toshinori finally caught up, he found a blockade set up around Izuku. Half a dozen news teams had cameras trained on Izuku. "Put down the old lady and keep your hands in the air," one officer shouted through a megaphone. Izuku tried getting the woman off his shoulders, but between the fact she clung to him and he couldn't lower his hands, he soon abandoned the effort. Unable to comply, Izuku told the officer, "You'll never take me alive," the elderly woman shouted. As she happened to be a voice actor for multiple shonen protagonists, the officers mistook her voice for Izuku's and trained pistols on him. "He's resisting arrest. Take him down." Panicking, Toshinori buffed up mid-stride and raced in front of the officers. After a long conversation with Tsukachi over the phone, he managed to talk the officers out of arresting Izuku. The old woman grinned ear to ear as she stepped off Izuku's shoulders. I haven't felt that alive since my husband ran off with some skank. If only I was 50 years younger." Izuku looked her up and down. "Indeed you are alive. Have a nice day." As they looked for the next place Izuku could practice being a hero, Toshinori pointedly ignored the cracked sidewalks in their wake and told himself that Izuku just needed some time to adjust to his new quirk. Zero comment. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Cat. A little girl sobbed quietly and clutched a teddy bear while her cat stared down at her from a tree branch. All Might, recognizing another basic hero scenario, comforted the little girl and mentally prepared himself for another test of Izuku's heroism. "We need to get that cat down from the tree," All Might told Izuku. "Do not damage the tree or the cat, or any bystanders or the street, adjacent buildings or anything else in the near vicinity. Do not make any noises exceeding 80 decibels or lights bright enough to blind someone. Do not commandeer a military drone, hack into the nearby traffic lights, or eat any power cables. Understand?" Izuku nodded. He stared up at the cat for a solid 5 minutes. All Might felt sweat pouring down his face as he waited for disaster to strike. A Dealvoi man, grunting and sweaty under an overstuffed backpack, ran up to Izuku and asked, "Are you the one that ordered 50 tuna salad sandwiches?" Izuku took the sandwiches, scooped the tuna out of one of them, and shoveled the rest, still wrapped in paper, into his mouth. Tuna in hand, Izuku extended his arm until he could reach the cat. Smelling the tuna, the cat latched onto his arm and scarfed down the treat while Izuku retracted his arm. "Cat acquired," Izuku told All Might. "How did I do?" All Might glanced around the street, expecting to find crumbling infrastructure and squads of police cars. Everyone had vanished, but everything else looked normal. A relieved sigh left him. "Perfect, Midoriya. You did a fine job. At this rate, you'll be ready for the entrance exam in no time." The little girl squealed with joy and gave the cat a crushing hug, much to the cat's displeasure. All Might congratulated himself on a job well done and led Izuku to the next random lesson that caught his eye. In a nearby alleyway, a police officer spoke into his radio. "All units, abort. Midoriya has left the scene without any collateral damage. False alarm." Further down the alley, 12 squad cars, a SWAT team, 2 tanks, 4 police helicopters, 3 K9 squads, a sniper team, 3 ambulances, 2 fire trucks, multiple constructions crews, 5 insurance agents, and every local news van within 10 miles all filed out of the alleyway with disappointed grumbling. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Start. Katsuki glowered at the extras around him as he filed into his seat. While he ruminated about how he would crush them all under his feet, show the masses the might of his quirk, and unite them all against the robot menace, Deku plopped into the seat next to him. The seat groaned under its weight. Robots can't be heroes, Deku, Katsuki snarled. I'm not a robot. Oh yeah. Katsuki took in its taller and sturdier frame. Let me guess, you got another one of those overnight growth spurts? It's a part of my quirk. More like an upgrade, Katsuki sneered. Hey! A bespectacled student called down. Please keep it down, you are disturbing everyone else's concentration. Can it, Four Eyes? Deku peered up at him and asked, aren't you also disturbing everyone's concentration? The extra's eyes widened, and he kowtowed to everyone around him. He is absolutely right. You all have my deepest apologies. Katsuki hissed at Deku, I know what you're planning, robot. I'm watching you. Deku blinked at him and asked, how do you know I'm going to replace All Might? As that bombshell went off in Katsuki's head, Present Mike came up to the podium and shouted, hey there, listeners. Can I get a big hey? Silence filled the auditorium. A buzzing noise came from Deku's chest, and a 3D printed metallic yeah popped out its mouth. The robot held it up and asked, is this what you asked for? Present Mike chuckled weakly and said, not quite the volume I wanted, but very nice. I see. I could make more, but it would weaken the integrity of my chassis. No, I don't need any of them. Oh, okay. Izuku chewed up the word with deafening crunches and swallowed. All right, Present Mike said awkwardly, for those of you that didn't take a pamphlet, here's how this will work. We'll start with the entrance exam, which I hope you all studied for. After that is the practical exam, where you'll fight robots until time runs out. A manic grin spread across Katsuki's face. He leapt out of his seat and shouted, those robots won't know what FANG hit them. Language. Four Eyes roared. And how dare you interrupt a teacher? So manly, an extra with spiky red hair said, staring at him in awe. He stood and said, what he said. Those robots are going down. As the auditorium devolved into chaos, Present Mike sighed and shouted loud enough to shatter windows 5 blocks away. Once the examinees fell into a stunned silence, tiny drones handed out the exams. Katsuki glared at the robot that plopped an exam next to him, certain that it had sabotaged his test. The thought of taking Deku's crossed his mind, but then he realized that the robots wanted him to steal a test and sabotaged Deku's instead. Smugly certain he would outsmart them, Katsuki put pen to paper. To his irritation and everyone else's amazement, Deku finished in 30 seconds. Zero comment. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 Slow. Start. Present Mike shouted. Everyone stared at him in confusion until the sound of footsteps caught their attention. Like a flock of birds, the sound of one taking off had them all running. Ida fired up his engines and sprinted deep into the city, thinking to find more robots the deeper he went. Every robot he passed had its head caved in. Further along, the robots showed no signs of damage, but they remained unmoving all the same. I think there has to be some kind of mistake. Ida shouted, hoping someone would hear. These robots hadn't been turned on. That's where you're wrong, little listener. Hizashi called from half a mile away. Another examinee turned those off. Better hurry if you want some points. Inwardly panicking, Ida sprinted to the far edge of the city, where he saw Izuku backflip over a robot and hit the SW's on its head. Izuku looked around and said, all targets neutralized. Awaiting further orders. Ida felt his heart drop. All his practice and training, spurning his brother's offer of a recommendation, all made meaningless by a single student in a couple of minutes. There has to be something I can do, Ida muttered weakly. As if in answer to his prayers, the ground shuddered. Concrete split open, and buildings fell aside as a mechanical behemoth lumbered towards the milling students. Ida backpedaled and said, that's the 0-pointer. We should get out of here. Izuku didn't move. He stared inquisitively at the giant robot and said, "There's someone trapped in front of it." Ida froze mid-step. Peering at the rubble, he could just make out a cream-colored blob amidst gray chunks. "She'll be fine. This is just a test, after all." The robot raised its foot. Izuku pointed his right hand at the behemoth. His wrist ballooned outward, while the fingers shrank into the opening. A green sphere pulsated inside the hollow barrel. With a high-pitched whine, emerald light burst from the cannon and slammed into the robot. White-hot metal gushed down its back. The zero-pointer shuddered, its lights flickering, and toppled backwards with a deafening crash. Ida gawked at the fallen robot. "That was incredible. Truly, I am not deserving of being here if these are the standard students that you are held to." As the dust settled, Nizu spoke through an intercom. He sounded manic, and the occasional giggle punctuated his voice. "I have bad news and good news." "Bad news? 3 students destroyed all the robots." "Well, except in Area C, but no one cares." "Good news, we have plenty of experimental models to test." Test to your heart's content, test after test after test. "We'll have so much fun." The rodent's maniacal laughter echoed across the empty buildings. The ground shuddered, the Imperial March played, and battle droids straight out of a Star Wars movie marched out of underground bunkers. As Ida ran for cover from blaster fire, he shouted, "This wasn't on the pamphlet." Zero comment. Chapter 8 Test. Power Loader gawked as his prized zero-pointer got a new thermal exhaust port seared through its chest. "That color," he said, "boric acid. Inko always added it to whatever plasma missions she made for that striking green color. She called it her signature." Machina snorted. "A waste of boron if you ask me." "A student brought in an outside weapon?" Aizawa asked. "That student is the outside weapon. Some technoquirk merging mechanical components. Figures she had a kid like that." Machina scowled down at the student standing amidst his fallen robots. "Inko thinks she can still mock me, does she? Well, I'll show her." As he went to turn on more robots, Aizawa stopped him with a band of capture scarf. "You're not activating more robots." "But why not? They already destroyed them all. Clearly we need to amp up the exam." "As much as I am inclined to agree," Nizu said, "that wouldn't be fair to the other examinees." Machina had a crazed grin on his face. "Come on, Nizu. Don't you want to test them out?" Every teacher in the room flinched at the mention of the forbidden word. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Majima's mouth a second too late. Nizu's head swiveled in Majima's direction, and his eyes grew wide and vacant. He twitched and muttered excitedly to himself as he hit the intercom button and sent out a fateful announcement. Another few keystrokes brought out the private projects Machina had laying around in storage. "Those better not kill our students, Machina," Aizawa hissed as he stared down at the battle droids marching against the fleeing teenagers. "Relax," he said once Aizawa removed the GG. "They're all programmed with the same combat protocols as the standard bots. I think." Aizawa left Machina tied up while he ran over to an emergency box and broke the glass with his elbow. He took out the electric tea kettle and a bag of Gold Tips Imperial. "Remind me again why this stuff takes 25 minutes to brew?" Aizawa asked as he read the instructions. "If you have any better ideas, I'm all ears," Midnight said as she tried to pull Nizu away from the panel. The principal flung her over his head and hogtied her with her own WHP. As she writhed on the floor, a ball jeet inexplicably appeared in her mouth, and half her clothes fell off. The remaining teachers more sensibly cowered in the corner of the room and prayed to whatever deity they thought might hear them. Aizawa gave a long-suffering sigh and turned on the kettle. Zero comment. Chapter 9 Boom. Katsuki studied the crumpled wreckage of the zero-pointer. A deep, jagged hole pierced its chest, and its lights flickered feebly. "Shitty hair," Katsuki said solemnly. "I may have only known you for 5 minutes, but you proved yourself on the battlefield today. I swear your sacrifice won't be in vain." Metal squealed, and a plate shot into the air. Battered, sporting a bloody nose, and still smoking from his nitroglycerin-propelled launch, Kirishima crawled out of the wreckage with a huge grin on his face. He raised both arms high and shouted, "That was manly. Quit standing around and find more robots to punch." "Yes, sir." Kirishima looked around at the smoldering wreckage lining every street. "But think they ran out. That's what they want you to think. There's always more robots. Sneaky bastards." On cue, a section of road slid aside, and battle droids marched out. Katsuki smirked. "They're bringing out the big guns for me. About time." As Katsuki hurtled towards their formation, the battle droids turned about and opened fire. Katsuki darted through the blaster bolts and tore into their front ranks. Metallic limbs flew, and heads shrieked as Katsuki yanked them off their bodies. "Retreat!" the droid commander called. "Run away!" The droids panicked and dropped their weapons. As they ran, Katsuki blasted them apart and Kirishima smashed heads and torsos with his hardened fists. In an alleyway, one droid dragged another to relative safety. The fallen droid's chest smoked from a gaping hole, and its right leg had snapped in two. With a weak cough, the fallen droid said, "Leave me and save yourself, my capacitor's blown out." "No, you can still make it. Just hold on. Tell my kid, cough, that I have positive associations with his existence." The droid's lights winked out. So 182 held its fallen companion and shrieked, "No! Come back. You still have your primary directives to carry out." Katsuki hacked his way through a wooden door with the severed head of a droid. Through the broken wood, Katsuki said maniacally, "Here's Johnny." Xu-182 screamed as Katsuki blew it to smithereens. In the smoking aftermath of the battle, a tiny droid, shorter than the rest, stumbled through the wreckage until it found the remains of its designated parental unit. It picked up the droid's lifeless head and pressed it against its own, vowing revenge on the human that had massacred them all. A shadow loomed over the diminutive droid. It froze in terror and slowly looked back. Katsuki let loose a few pops of nitroglycerin and said, "Whoops, looks like I missed one." The teachers stared in open confusion at the robot's disturbingly human-like antics. As one, they all looked at Power Loader. The support teacher shrugged and said, "I was super drunk when I programmed those." Zero comment. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Grievous. Facing down an army of battle droids, Izuku consulted the internet for the best possible method of dealing with clankers. The internet said lightsabers and acrobatics. Seconds later, Izuku grabbed a lightsaber out of his chest and did a double front flip into the middle of the droid army's ranks. Up in the viewing deck, Cementos asked, "Is that a lightsaber?" "What? Inko made one too? I have to see this." Power Loader struggled against the capture scarf, pinning his arms to his sides. Aizawa scowled over the electric kettle and said, "You're on timeout for saying the T-word. Come on, please? I'll make sure the robots don't do anything too dangerous." "They'll be fine now, sit down." At that moment, Mineta flew into the window. As Mineta slid down, ogling midnight before he fell off, Aizawa released Power Loader. "Fine, but you better dash." Mineta leapt to the window and said, "Yes. This is everything I ever wanted." Aizawa sighed and went back to the tea. As Izuku hacked his way through the droids, Ida crashed through their ranks and kicked their heads off. Izuku observed the carnage he made and said, "That appears far more efficient than lightsabers." The droid army, in full disarray, said, "What do we do?" The tactician droid smugly laughed and said, "Fret not, puny droid. I have the perfect plan. It's dash." A lightsaber speared the tactician droid from behind. As 15-287 held the dying tactician droid, it whispered, "Hit it until it dies." As the tactician gasped and shut off, the droid shouted, "You heard him. Group up and hit it until it dies." The clumps of droids fell like wheat with each swing of the lightsaber, and blasters made for poor melee weapons. As the survivors ran away, a shuddering cough stopped them. 4 lightsabers sprang to life as General Grievous stalked forward. Ida backed away, and Izuku blinked at the new arrival. His mother taught him exactly how to respond. In the voice of an actor 2 centuries dead, Izuku said, "Hello there." From the viewing deck, Magma shouted, "Yes. It's everything I imagined. Come on, Grievous, I programmed your lines. General Grievous coughed again and said, your lightsabers will make a fine addition to my collection. No! Power Loader shouted. Wrong line. Izuku pet his head and said, General Grievous, you're shorter than I expected. It's all wrong. As General Grievous spun its blades, Izuku charged up his arm cannon. The shot passed perfectly through the swirling blades and burned a hole through its chest. As Grievous fell, Izuku said, so uncivilized. Well, that was anticlimactic, Machina said. Good thing I made more. At that moment, dozens of Grievous swarmed around Izuku. As Izuku charged another shot, some Grievous stabbed each other, some coughed and fell over, and one lopped off its own head as its lightsaber spun. Machina shook his head at the fallen Grievous robots and said, still have a lot of bugs to work out. Zero comment. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Rainbow. I think that's the last of them, Ida said. Shouldn't we check on that girl you rescued earlier? Walking over mounds of decapitated robots, Izuku and Ida passed the zero-pointer and searched the rubble. The rocks floating in the air pointed them in the right direction. Almost, got it? Ochako's stomach heaved as she pressed her hand against another rock. It wobbled in the air. She ummed in frustration as she eyed the final piece, a brick facade 4 stories tall that pinned her legs to the ground. Do you require assistance? Izuku asked. Oh, thank God. Yes, please, let me just dash. Before Ochako could lighten the wall, Izuku flung it off her. Ida helped her up a little too fast for her stomach's comfort. Oh no, Ochako said as she turned a violent shade of green. A glittering, rainbow-colored torrent gushed out of her as she vomited on the ground. Do you require medical assistance? Izuku asked. No, I'm fine. More vomit cut her off. Most undignified. Ida shouted. Why are you vomiting in the middle of the exam, on UA grounds no less? It's disrespectful to all the other students here, and all those who came before us, not to mention the teachers and whoever has to clean up after you. Ochako glared at him. I can't help it, my quirk dash. Your quirk is vomiting? Ida asked, examining her closely as she heaved up yet more shimmering vomit. That would explain the unique color. It's just a side effect dash. Analysis complete, Izuku said. Analysis suggests that you either have quirk-induced nausea or cancer. Saw blades and scalpels sprang up at the end of Izuku's hands. Commencing recommended cancer treatment. Ochako swallowed her next batch of vomit as the blades approached her. I'm fine, see? Please get those away from me. The blades retracted into Izuku's hands. Symptoms have stopped. Treatment successful. Please see a medical professional if remission occurs. Sure? So, what was this about more robots I heard about? I haven't seen any. Ida proudly stuck out his chest. My diligent friend and I have already cleared them out. Really? Ochako asked, pointing behind them. What about those? Schwarzenegger lookalikes sporting leather jackets and sunglasses stomped their way through the rubble, shouting one-liners like, come with me if you want to live, and, I'll be back, in thick Austrian accents. Several had their faces torn away to reveal chrome skulls. And glowing red eyes. Izuku aimed his arm cannon and stopped. Power running low. Switching to battery-saving mode. Izuku walked up to a Terminator, grabbed its head, and bit clean through its face. Oil gushed down Izuku's chin as he chewed and swallowed the scrap metal. As the robot staggered back, it shouted, It's not a tumor. Ochako took one look at the mauled face of the bitten Terminator and threw up again. Zero comment. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Tank. Blue blaster fire rained down on Katsuki as he raced into the ranks of super battle droids, holding Kirishima in front of him like a shield. The hardened student soaked up blaster shots with a grin. Once Katsuki broke through their ranks, he blasted Kirishima away, knocking over several dozen droids with the hardened missile. Further back, battle droids riding hover tanks watched the slaughter. Any word from General Grievous? One asked. Grievous number 47 asked us to kill the Jedi, and number 86 said to raise the ray shields, whatever that means. The first droid looked through binoculars at the carnage. That looks like a Jedi to me. Prepare to engage. The tanks rumbled forward, and the guns thrummed as their shots charged up. Katsuki glanced at them and grinned. Open fire. An earth-shaking explosion erupted at Katsuki's feet. Once the dust settled, nothing but scorched earth stood before the hover tanks. We did it, the droid shouted. We actually killed a Jedi. My manufacturer is going to be so proud of me. A shadow passed over the droid. It looked up just in time to see Katsuki's grinning, ash-smeared face bearing down on it. It screamed as Katsuki blew its head off. The droid driving the tank shouted up, "What's going on?" Katsuki grabbed the droid and tossed it over the side. The other tanks, seeing one of their own get hijacked, turned about and aimed. Scratching his head over the controls, Katsuki slammed down on the joystick. The tank lurched forward just as the two on each side opened fire. Both tanks erupted in ball of fire, and screaming droids crawled from the wreckage. Crashing through ranks of droids, Katsuki grabbed Kirishima by the shirt and hauled him inside. Drive. I've got more robots to kill. Kirishima grinned and drove the tank through every obstacle he could find, firing shots with the cannon willy-nilly and shouting, "This is the manliest day of my life." In the ruins of a building, Jiro huddled down with several other unfortunate test-takers as a horde of T-800 Terminators stalked through the streets. "Mon ami, this is it," Aoyama said, clutching his stomach. "I'm too gorgeous to die this way." "Relax," Jiro scoffed. "The school's not going to let us die." She pressed a jack to the ground and heard explosions and distant screaming. "I think." An explosion right next to their hideout nearly deafened Jiro. Two Terminators blew apart in a plasma explosion, and more got gunned down by smaller explosions. A hover tank rumbled by, crashing through another building, and stopped in front of them. Katsuki glared at them from atop his tank. "Get in, losers, we're going robot hunting." Zero comment. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Doppelgangers. "I can't help but notice that there's only a few kinds of robots out there," Vlad King said. "I thought I'd be more impressed." Power Loader scoffed. "Those are just the beta prototypes. The alpha stuff is way too dangerous. I have it locked behind a password that Nizu would never guess." From Nizu's terminal, Alexa said, "Password accepted." "What? How did he know the password was password 1? Aizawa glared at him. "Really? What? It made me add a number." "Unleashing my shitty coworkers," Alexa chirped. Majima blanched. "No, wait, those aren't ready, put those back." He reached for the console, only for Nizu to suplex him into the floor without leaving his chair. A hole opened in the ground. A robotic duplicate of Aizawa leaned out, squinted up at the cloudy sky, and muttered, "Too bright outside. Where did I put my sleeping bag? I haven't had enough coffee for this. Everyone's expelled." Aizawa's eye twitched as he examined his robotic self. He turned his icy glare on Majima, who instinctively dug deeper into the floor. "Majima-san, care to explain?" From half a mile away, Present Mike cackled at the robot. "That's amazing. He nailed you perfectly." A robotic copy of Hizashi waltzed out and shouted, "Hey, look at me. I'm a hotshot radio host, and I'm going to sing loud enough to wake the dead while Majima's welding his robots together." Robot Aizawa glowered as Robot Hizashi sang Nickelback at full volume. "Hey!" Present Mike squawked. "I do not sound like that. And Nickelback, really?" Robot Sekijiro stomped out and scowled at Robot Aizawa. "This year, my students will beat yours. I better go over to Majima and demand he give all my students the best gear possible, and before Aizawa gets his. That will show him." As more and more robots marched out, more and more glares turned on Majima. The support instructor nervously chuckled and said, "One of my students must have snuck in those voice prompts." Still bound up, Midnight said, "Take it easy on him. It's all in good fun, right?" The Midnight duplicate walked out, scantily clad in a bunny-eared playgirl costume and flaunting its well-crafted cleavage. "Yoo-hoo, Majima honey, where are you? Mommy's feeling needy tonight." The ropes fell away as Midnight stalked over to Power Loader. Sensing his imminent death, Majima crawled back in a corner and trembled. "Looks like somebody's been a bad boy." Midnight cracked her WHP. You need to be punished. Over in Area C, students cowered in an alleyway as Terminators and battle droids marched past. What if we surrendered? Mineta whispered. Are you crazy? You saw what they did to that other guy. The scaly teen shivered. I can still hear him screaming. A teacher passed by, and Mineta rushed out. Aizawa-sensei, there's too many of them. What do we do? Metallic red eyes glowed balefully at them. Robot Aizawa's capture scarf grabbed Mineta and slammed him through a building. You're expelled. Zero comment. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Mecha. I think this exam is going well, Ida said as he and Izuku plowed through another shambling group of Terminators. Our enrollment should be assured. Speak for yourself, Ochako said as she clutched her stomach. I'm still feeling nauseous. The ground shuddered. More holes opened, and from them lumbered steel behemoths. A grinning skull face stared down at Ida as machine gun barrels spun in its arms. I take it back, Ida shouted as he carried Ochako to safety. RBB bullets chipped the concrete in his wake. We are highly unprepared for this turn of events. Izuku leapt into the air and came crashing down on the robot's head. The mech's torso crumpled under Izuku's fist. There are stationary mechs just north of here, Izuku told them. It appears that we can pilot them. Ida took one look at the swarm of giant robots stamping through the city, some comparable to the zero-pointer, and made a mad dash for the empty mechs. In a clearing surrounded by toppled buildings, 3 mechs hunched over, their boxy black cockpits open and vacant. 2 had black paint jobs and handheld assault rifles, while the third sported pink colors and jagged metal claws on one arm. Ooh! Ochako perked up at the sight of Gurin. I call dibs on the pink one. While Ochako clambered into the pink one, Ida skeptically eyed the burais. Are you sure we will be able to pilot these? Why wouldn't you? The controls are quite simple to understand. Really? I'm glad that whoever designed these had usability in mind designing their interface. Very responsible of them. The moment the hatch of the Gurin closed, it spun in circles violently enough to stir up a dust cloud. Inside, Ochako felt her stomach flip as she wrenched at the joysticks. Quickly losing control over her stomach, Ochako threw up while the Gurin spun, spewing rainbow fluids everywhere. As rainbow sludge dripped out of the hatch, Majima wailed, "Don't throw up in there. I just put in the upholstery." Meanwhile, Ida frowned in confusion at the perplexing wall of buttons and dials in front of him. He gripped the 2 joysticks and said, Izuku said this would be simple, and I should trust in my companion. This should be the throttle, right? When he inched both throttles forward, missiles fired out of the burai's shoulders. As 2 mechs rounded a corner, they both took missiles to the face and fell in smoking heaps. Oops. Maybe this one. A slash Harkon grabbed a building, yanking Ida forward. As he fell, he slammed into another mech and crushed it beneath him. I have to get back up. Maybe this button would help. Rocket sprang to life on his legs, plowing the fallen mech forward. He hit 2 more mechs along the way and ground them to scrap. As Ida crashed into a building and brought it down on yet more mechs, Majima smiled in approval. I'm impressed he knows how to pilot that. Zero comment. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 Lemons. We're screwed, Jiru said as Kirishima rammed the tank into a giant robot. We are so screwed. The robot grabbed the tank on either side and tore it in half like a plastic bag. Jiru and the other students on board tumbled out like fruit snacks. Bakugo launched himself through the air and blew a hole through the robot's torso like a very angry jalapeno wasabi fruit snack. Screw you, I was still using that. Kirishima shouted at the smoldering remains. Guys? Jiro asked. Now what? What do you mean now what? Bakugo asked. He pointed at a throng of giant robots. We fight them, of course. On foot? Zero asked. We'll be crushed. Literally. Jiro plugged her amp into the ground. Thanks to the magic of sound waves and plot convenience, she found a horde of humanoid robots just around the corner, painted in variations of red, white, and blue patterns. Each had guns or swords crossed behind their backs. Sweet, Zero said. We can use the mechs to destroy the mechs. Bakugo walked up to one and blew it to smithereens. As he went to the next one, Zero held him back with a roll of tape. What the heck, man? We can use those. Bakugo pressed his face into Zero's and gave him a deranged, wide-eyed stare. That's what they want you to think. They make things easy at first, then you get complacent, and that's when they get you. Well, it's that or get crushed by giant robots. I think I'll take my chances. Zero hopped in one, and the hatch slammed shut. Seconds later, every part on the robot vibrated violently. It collapsed into a heap with Zero still clutching the twin joysticks, head rattling from the vibrations. Guess I picked a lemon, he said shakily. Bakugo, grinning, gestured to the next and said, Go right ahead, try another. Maybe then you'll see I'm right. You know, I wasn't going to, but now I will, just to prove you wrong. Zero examined the next one and gave it a cautious tap. Assured of its structural integrity, Zero hopped in. After it closed, smoke poured out of every crevice of the mech. The hatch flew open, and Zero staggered out, covered head to toe in soot and missing an eyebrow. Nope, I've had enough. Let's just move on. Zero took one step before a tremor shook the ground. Off in the distance, a behemoth raised its head over the rooftops and scanned the area. Swallowing nervously, Zero ran for the largest robot of the bunch, said a quick prayer, and hopped inside. Moments later, it flew apart in a fiery explosion, for once not of Katsuki's doing. Hair splayed back and slightly charred on the front, Zero stared out from the crumpled heap of his cockpit. He wrapped his tape around another robot and toppled it. Nope, I'm done. Destroy them all. Bakugo grinned. Gladly. Zero comment. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Recharge. Purple Sutherlands darted around the corner, guns blazing. Glory to Britannia, they shouted. Surrender, filthy 11s, and we might spare your pathetic lives. Izuku drew a superheated metal blade, its length shimmering with an orange glow. Zipping through gunfire, Izuku slashed through 4 Sutherlands, detonating their fuel reserves. Off to the side, Ochako batted aside 3 lances and slashed their wielders to scraps while she spun, and Ida took out 2 by falling on his back as 2 Sutherlands charged from both sides, impaling themselves on the other's lance. The Lancelot, more imposing than its smaller brethren, drew a shimmering green blade and met Izuku head-on. As their blades clashed, a foot crushed the Lancelot flat. The owner of the foot, a red and black monstrosity with a huge grinning face, took off its shades and batted Izuku aside with them. His mech fell apart as he landed inside a building. Kaminari stared in shock at Izuku as he clambered out of the wreckage. Dude, you can pilot those things? Izuku looked back at the mangled wreckage of his Burai. This one can no longer be piloted. I recommend finding an alternative means of destroying robots. Right. Ida and Ochako both landed inside the building. Ochako groaned as she flopped to the ground and said, Ugh, I can feel the earth spinning. You seem to be suffering from severe motion sickness, or you have cancer. Preparing surgical equipment. Ochako sprang to her feet. I'm fine. The Gurren tore off the roof and grinned down at them. Ochako swallowed and said, I'm less fine now. Kaminari smirked. Don't worry, I'll send this one packing. 10 million volt highly discriminate shock. In true discriminatory fashion, the electricity spewed homophobic slurs as it shot at the Gurren. However, the electricity curved around and struck Izuku instead. Oops. Izuku audibly hummed as his battery accepted the overloaded power. Charge complete. Returning to high-performance mode. Green charged plasma burst through the Gurren's torso, coming out the other side in a spiral shape. Sato glanced up at the collapsing mech and back at the student that put a hole in it and asked, Mind if I come with you guys? What? No, I'll be fine by myself, Kaminari said, his voice slurred. Those robots won't know what hit them. A Terminator drop-kicked him from across the room. It had both hands around Kaminari's throat before Izuku sliced it in half with his lightsaber. Breathing hard and given a thorough vibe check, Kaminari wizened up and said, On second thought, I don't mind giving you a hand. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 bigger. Is that tea almost done? Present Mike shouted from a mile away. Feels like this test's been going on for 4 weeks. Yeah, hurry up on that, Power Loader chimed in. I think I'm running out of robots. How are you running out of robots? You've got Borg and Cybermen out there. Aren't those the same thing? They're not, you Philistine. One's a cybernetic hive mind that incorporates any organics they run across in Star Trek, and the other is a cybernetic hive mind that incorporates any organics they run across in Doctor Who. Enough, you two, Aizawa snapped. 5 more minutes on the tea. Then we get to clean up this mess. Nizu, having heard that, stopped sending orders to the army of robots at his fingertips and called up the big boys. Off in Test Area C, which lacked a walking weapon of mass destruction or a walking weapon of mass destruction with attitude problems, Koda and Mineta huddled together in a cramped hollow beneath a toppled building with a group of terrified, generic students. Just outside their meager shelter, a swarm of Daleks floated past, shouting, "Exterminate," in tinny voices as they fired lasers at some poor victim. Cybermen stomped past, stopping to peer into the abode as the students all scurried behind rocks before moving on. Dude, are those flying trash cans? I bet we could take those. You bet we could take the battle droids, and look where we ended up, another student snapped, who sported blaster burns on his back. Just shut up and hope we don't get caught. Should we make a break for it? One whispered. Are you kidding? Mineta asked. Last time we tried, this human-looking robot yeeted me into a wall. I'm still picking masonry out of my hair. He pulled a brick out from behind his ear and said, "See." Koda wished he had an animal to talk to. Of course, they all had the sense to flee the area the moment robots from every major franchise opened fire in the streets. A rumble in the ground silenced the students. The earth groaned as the largest opening yet slid open in their mock city. From the gaping abyss, a robotic leviathan, shaped like a bipedal dinosaur, lumbered onto the streets, shattering concrete and shaking the ground with each step. As it loomed over the ruined edifices around it, Mechagodzilla let out an ear-splitting roar that shattered every pane of glass around it. As one wall gave out from the quakes, exposing the students both to the giant robot dinosaur and the assembled armies milling about the streets, Mineta fell to his knees, crying as he wailed, "I want to go home." The Cyberman that threw Mineta half a mile didn't quite have the upper arm strength to oblige his request, but at least it made the effort. Zero comment. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Hydra. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Kaminari said woozily from Izuku's back. Sparks ran along Izuku's body as he fired a laser beam through a battalion of Robocops. Is he okay? Chaco asked. It's his quirk, apparently, Sato said. He gets stupider as he uses it. The moon landing was a hoax. Kaminari shouted. Bender-bending Rodriguez leapt out of alley and swung at Ida. Laughing, the robot bent over and said, "Bite my shiny metal butt." Okay. Izuku chomped a hole in the metal. Bender looked at the damage, said, "My programming isn't designed for this sheet," and unscrewed his own head. "The Earth is flat. I don't see it curving underneath our feet, can you?" "Warning, low battery," Izuku said, looking back at Kaminari. "I estimate I have 2 minutes of runtime until Kaminari-san's IQ hits the single digits. COVID isn't real. It's a hoax invented by Bill Gates to put microchips in the vaccines." Buchako shuddered. If that's what he's saying now, I don't want to know how much stupider he can get. The ground shook. 3 robotic, serpentine heads slithered from the depths of you, each scanning their surroundings and firing plasma beams at anything that moved. Izuku pinched Kaminari, shocking him into shocking Izuku until he had no charge left. Kaminari dropped to the ground with a dopey grin, giving the sky a thumbs up and mumbling, "Aliens made the pyramids." "I've analyzed the specs of the Mecha Hydra," Izuku said, pointing at the giant robot. "Each head has a distinct computer, and the entire structure is designed to build 2 heads for each one that's destroyed. The only way to disable it is to simultaneously destroy all 3 computers located in different spots in each head." "Excellent work, Midoriya." Ida said. Did you use your quirk-enhanced senses to deduce all that? No, I consulted the internet. Majima-san made a Facebook post 3 days ago at 2:03 a.m. with full schematics and combat data for this robot. Even cleverer. Excellent researching. I was right to hold you in such high regard. It will take all my power to fire a shot strong enough to take out all 3 computers. Ida, I need you to keep their attention. Understood. Ochako, make me lighter. Holding back her vomit, Ochako tapped him and gave a queasy thumbs up. And Sato, throw me on my signal at a 42.6-degree angle using 5,525.6 newtons of force. What? Izuku blinked and adjusted his plans. Just throw me really hard. Why didn't you say so? Sato snorted a line of sugar and bulked up. Okay, here we go. Wait, I didn't say dash. Yeet. As Izuku went hurtling through the air, he made some last-second calculations, shot short bursts of plasma from his feet to course correct, and lined up the shot. As Ida raced past, all 3 heads turned to fire at him, giving Izuku a shot at all 3 heads. A brilliant green beam vaporized every head in an instant. Zero comment. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Kaiju. A giant mechanical squid stared down at Katsuki with baleful red eyes. Your species shall be harvested. The CYCL must continue. Yo, shitty hair, Katsuki said. You're up. Kirishima pumped a fist and crawled inside a pipe. This day keeps getting manlier. As Bakugo prepared to light it, an extra touched the pipe and shrank it, making a tighter fit. Another welded the cracks shut, and a third patted it in with mushrooms. I am the product of the greatest engineers in galactic history, the Reaper said. Your puny weapon is no match for the might that has toppled interplanetary civilizations since the dawn of time. Can it lie whole? Katsuki lit off his largest explosion yet. Kirishima shot out in a red blur and slammed into the bulbous frame of the Reaper. A high-pitched shriek came from the machine as it toppled to the ground. Katsuki saluted the toppled remains. You fought valiantly to the end, shitty hair. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Awaze looked at him in disbelief. You killed him to take down that robot? Katsuki grabbed him by the collar. He gave his life to protect humanity. It's a sacrifice any of us might need to make. Off in the horizon, Mechagodzilla roared its challenge to the heavens. The extras backed away when Katsuki turned towards them. Cowards, all of you. We'd go splat when we hit it, Komori pointed out. Not like there's anyone else with a hardening quirk. Over in Area B, as Tetsu Tester wriggled on the ground hogtied with droids standing guard over him, he shouted, I know I'm missing something super manly right now. Still worth a try. Katsuki muttered. Then he shrugged and said, right, plan B. You, what's your name? You make things bigger, right? Yes, Kodai said. Katsuki pointed at the giant robot. About that big? Sure. Go ahead then. Kodai blinked in surprise. Wait. Well, if anyone else wants to punch the dinosaur robot. Everyone else backed away. Kodai tapped his chest and said, all right, but this'll give you a killer headache afterwards. Mechagodzilla stamped through the streets, feeling a touch of boredom as it sent robots and humans alike feeling for their pitiful existences. Its creator had seen fit to make it intelligent enough to understand the insignificance of the carnage beneath its feet without the means to do something worthwhile. The ground shook beneath its feet, for once of its own making. It turned and saw a giant Katsuki stamping towards it. Finally, a worthy foe. Shouted. Our battle will be legendary. When Katsuki punched at it, Mechagodzilla raised its own arm to block. The ensuing explosion ripped the entire robot apart. Once Kodai caught up, she shrunk Katsuki back down to size. Unfortunately, his head hadn't quite gotten the memo. Lying on the ground, Katsuki's SUV-sized head strained to stand on a human-sized body. Told you you'd get a headache, Kodai said. Zero comment. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. As the Gold Tips Imperial neared completion, Aizawa put on a lab apron and safety goggles. He set a laboratory scale on a marble block, teared a volumetric cylinder and snapped open a jar of chemically pure sugar. With a metal scupula, he tipped delicate flecks of sugar into the flask until he achieved the specific mass of sugar Nizu's tea required. Using a funnel, Aizawa poured the tea inside and used a dropper to precisely level the tea at the line. He vigorously swirled the tea until every granule of sugar had dissolved. Aizawa tipped the volumetric flask into a warmed mug and shook out every last drop. He dipped an Eppendorf pipette into a jar of cream sourced from a local dairy farm and drew up a tiny, precise dose. Once he got the tea whirling with a spoon, he dispensed the cream, which formed wispy white swirls as it blended in. Next, Aizawa changed into a black butler's uniform, decorated with white frills along the collar and cuffs. He set the tea on a silver platter and held it in one hand. His polished shoes clacked on the floor as he strode up to Nizu. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he set down his offering, bowed, and stepped away. Seconds passed. Every teacher in the room held their breath, watching Nizu with a mixture of awe and dread. Nizu's paws darted across the keyboard, and he stared wide-eyed at the screen with pupils large enough to see stars in broad daylight. Mutters about test subjects and experiments tumbled off his tongue, punctuated by the occasional maniacal cackle. Steam curled from the mug and wafted over Nizu's nose. His paws froze over the keys. Nose twitching and eyes vacant, Nizu reached for the mug and held it under his nose for a moment. "Hey, is that tea ready yet?" Present Mike shouted from his perch half a mile away. As one, the teachers shushed him, and Present Mike whispered back, "Sorry." Nizu took a sip. A warm smile spread across his face as his pupils returned to their normal size. His expression turned confused as he stared out at the carnage and destruction in front of him. Good heavens, looks like the students really went overboard this year. We'll have to lecture them on collateral damage. Every teacher let out the breath they had been holding. Aizawa glanced at the strewn wreckage of Mechagodzilla and asked, "How are we going to judge points this year?" "The same way we always do, I imagine," Nizu said amiably. "Unless there was something I missed?" Aizawa pointed out the window at the heaps of robots. Nizu peered out and said, Did some of the prototypes get released by mistake?" No matter. I'm sure we'll think of something." It appears some of the students were seriously injured by the prototypes. Nizu grinned. "That's what we pay Recovery Girl for, isn't it?" Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Gummies. Through Test Site B, the illness and sobs of the examinees hung over the strewn rubble and fallen robots like a fog. Students sporting concussions, blaster burns, and broken bones from the robotic assault huddled against crumbling walls, under fallen beams, anywhere offering vague protection from the looming robotic threat that had overwhelmed them all. Through that gloomy fog cut a rhythmic, clacking sound, an auditory light in the darkness. Recovery Girl wove her way through the rubble, tapping her cane as she walked. Every 10 steps, she stuck her cane in the ground, dug a hand into the jar of gummies she held, and popped a handful in her mouth. Still chewing on the gummies, she approached a student with a broken leg. He stared up at her with a tear-strewn face and asked, "Are you a nurse?" Recovery Girl chuckled and said, "Dearie, I'm Recovery Girl. I healed a man with no stomach and half a lung, and he's still kicking. Now, let's take a look at that leg, shall we?" The student gritted his teeth and pulled up his breathes. Recovery Girl tooted at the swollen, purple lump below his knee. "Just a smooch and it'll be all better. This won't hurt a bit." The moment her lips caressed his bruised skin, the student screamed in agony. Flesh writhed as the bone fragments wriggled back into place and fused together. As the swelling died down, the student screamed, "Just cut it off. Please. Make it stop." "All better." Recovery Girl held out her jar of gummies and said, "Here, have one. Healing like that takes a lot out of you, and these will perk you right up." Still sobbing, the student took a gummy with shaky fingers and chewed it. Within seconds, their expression turned vacant, their eyes staring out into the cosmos. A shudder ran up their spine, and their pupils grew large enough to turn their entire eyes black. The student giggled and stroked a polka-dot pink giraffe that only he could see. As she strode up to the next student, whose right arm hung limp as a cooked spaghetti noodle, He gave a squeamish glance at the student currently tripping enough ball to fill every McDonald's mosh pit in the world. He said a quick prayer and asked, "Can I have the gummy first?" Recovery girl shrugged and held out the jar. "All the same to me, Sonny. Now let's fix that arm of yours." As the gummy kicked in, Recovery girl kissed his broken arm. The student stared numbly at the arm as it writhed like a snake until it straightened out. He tried to bend it back over, but Recovery girl swatted at him with a cane until he stopped. Once she drugged up and healed the students at Site B, she turned towards Site A and marched forward, scarfing down gummies as she went. Zero comment. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Skittles. Quick disclaimer before we start. Please be advised, this chapter contains the ingestion of bodily fluids that should, under no circumstances, be ingested. I mean, it's technically fine going down the first time, but the second? No thank you. In any event, I sincerely apologize ahead of time, and you may wish to skip this one to preserve your sanity. Lord knows I lost mine a long time ago. Also, does it really count if it's quirk-related and probably not technically the bodily fluid in question? Better safe than sorry. I don't even know why I made this. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a therapy appointment to set up. Toodles. The moment Izuku shot the Mecha Hydra, the force from his plasma projectile slammed him through a brick wall. The side of his face slammed on stone, wrenching his head aside. Undeterred by the damage he had taken, Izuku shoved his way out of the rubble. Ida rushed over to where Izuku had landed. To his relief, his future classmate stood and stretched his arms. "Most excellently done, fellow student. Your plan was flawlessly executed, and I am honored to have been a part of it." Ochako and the others arrived next. She pointed in horror at Izuku and said, "Your head's backwards." Izuku looked down and saw his own backside. One moment please, I shall recalibrate my next rotation." Seizing his head with both hands, Izuku wrenched his own head aside with a sickening snap. Turning back around, Izuku rolled his neck and said, "Recalibration complete. Thank you for providing feedback on my hardware issue." Ida gasped and said, "My word. You should have left such a grievous injury to a professional medical expert." The others covered their mouths, turning green. Ochako ran aside and vomited rainbows on the ground. Kaminari, wobbling on his feet and giving everyone a vacant expression, meandered up and said, "Hey guys, where'd that giant lizard go? I wanted to touch it." He noticed the rainbow puddle on the ground. "Ooh, what's this stuff?" Before anyone could stop him, Kaminari dipped his fingers in the puddle and liked it. Tastes like Skittles." Ida's mouth flapped open and shut, as if he were giving a stern lecture, but not a whisper of air left his throat. Izuku stared nonchalantly, blissfully unaware of the horror unfolding before him. The others buried their faces, too embarrassed to give Kaminari a much-needed reality check. Ochako stared back and forth between Kaminari and the vomit he had just tasted. Her cheeks bulged, then she vomited another torrent of rainbows at Kaminari's feet. Kaminari looked at the vomit, then his fingers, then Ochako, then back at the vomit. As fried as his brain was, it eventually gathered the disparate facts, compiled them in a semi-coherent report, and announced them before an assembly of the few functional neurons he still had rattling around his skull. Kaminari liked his fingers again, still struggling to come to terms with the reality unfolding around him. Sato sprinted away, struggling to keep down his own breakfast. Ida's face turned blue as his lungs stopped functioning. Ochako gave Kaminari a bewildered stare before vomiting a second batch. This time, Kaminari's eyes widened with shock. He wiped his fingers on his shirt, backed away from the puddle, and tried to scrub his tongue with his hands. Watching the chaos unfold, Izuku asked, "Should I sample some of the strange liquid as well?" Ida's eyes rolled into his sockets and he collapsed. Ochako gave one last dry heave before joining him. Staring at his own hands in horror, Kaminari said, "I'm never using my quirk again." Zero comment. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Lawyer. As Izuku's group headed towards UA's testing facility, the rhythmic tap of Recovery Girl's cane caught their attention. Izuku's mechanical eyes zoomed in on the elderly hero. Shizenji Chiyo, recovery girl, currently employed at UA, born April 4, 2076, registered quirk heel, frequently purchases Yoroi Musha brand arthritis cream and has House and Dexter listed as favorite series on her Netflix account. Dude, Sato said, that's hella creepy. Eyeing the students, recovery girl said, looks like you're in better shape than the others. Still, can't hurt to pass around a few gummies. They'll perk you right up. Sato grinned. Gummies? Awesome. I could use a top-off. He popped a handful in his mouth. After he swallowed, his whole body rippled. Muscles bulged out, ripping his clothes. With a booming laugh, Sato stomped the ground hard enough to stagger everyone around him. These gummies are amazing. Sato bellowed at the heavens. Time to kick God's butt. After Sato sprinted off in another direction, Kaminari dashed up to her and said, me next. I'm gonna get super jacked. Kaminari took a whole mouthful and swallowed them whole. A high-pitched hum came from him as his whole body vibrated violently. Then, with the sound of a cathode TV losing power, Kaminari's eyes dimmed and the vibrating stopped. He held up one hand and wriggled his fingers in front of his face. When did I get so many fingers? Kaminari giggled. I could hold so many controllers with these. How about the rest of you? Recovery girl asked. Any injuries I should know about? Well, I am feeling a bit nauseous, Ochako said. Recovery girl held out the jar. With a look of trepidation at Kaminari drooling on the ground, Ochako ate one. She put her hands on her face and her feet left off the ground. Wow, I feel amazing, Ochako said. It's like I'm floating. Recovery girl turned to Ida. One for you, dearie? No thank you, MDM. My parents instructed me never to accept unknown substances from strangers, and those gummies of yours seem to have highly irregular side effects for everyone taking them. I will have to request an active ingredient list and consult my primary physician before dash. Recovery girl tossed a gummy in his mouth. Ida stopped mid-rant, lowered his raised finger, and slouched his shoulders. That tastes pretty good. Thank you. You're welcome. To Izuku she asked, any medical concerns? His head was backwards, Ida said. Broken neck? I can fix that. She pressed a kiss on Izuku's cheek. Nothing happened. Frowning, recovery girl said, I'll get the lawyer, and tapped her cane on the ground. An office rose from the rubble behind her. The lawyer seated at the desk pointed at the stack of papers in front of him and said, I'll need you to sign these waivers. After Izuku signed and photographed the pages, the office sank into the ground. Recovery girl walked off and said over her shoulder, Best of luck, kid. You'll need it. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Copyright. Hey Power Loader, Nizu asked as he stared out over heaps of robots from iconic franchises. Did you consult our legal team when you made those robots? Majima shrugged. It's not like we're making a video of this stuff, right? From his perch half a mile away, Present Mike shouted, It already has 50 million views. Nizu took a sip of his tea and said, You do realize how cutthroat Disney can be when defending their IPs, right? They put a lot of work into buying out every last franchise in the world, and they'll be dead if they let anyone else play with their toys. Majima snorted. What are they going to do, sue us? The sound of footsteps, from feet beyond counting yet perfectly in sync, broke the silence. From over the horizon, countless bland-faced men in three-piece suits, each carrying a suitcase, marched in rank and file towards the UA campus. A flag bearer at the front bore a black Mickey on a pale blue field. Oh dear, Nizu said, it looks like they're filing a cease and desist. So, we just take back the video, right? The ground shook. As the rank and file marched forward, a lumbering titan strode behind them. The hideous behemoth, covered in white plumage and wearing a blue sailor suit, its duckbill like two school buses crushed together, scouring the ground at its feet with its huge, bloodshot eyes, flattened the debris beneath its webbed feet. A thick iron collar clamped around its neck, and a team of lawyers wrangled it forward. When it saw the UA campus, it let out a wheezing, high-pitched roar and raced forward, yanking its handlers behind it. Aizawa scowled at the massive army at UA's gates. I do believe they intend to make sure we cease and desist breathing. Not to worry, Nizu said. I have a foolproof weapon for exactly this occasion. Nizu went over to one of the emergency glass cases marked, in case of Disney, and smashed it open. He took out the speech card and set up the microphone. Nizu cleared his throat and said, "This work of fanfiction is a non-profit fan-based parody. My Hero Academia is owned by Shueisha, Viz Media, Shonen Jump, Studio Bones, Funimation, and Kohei Horikoshi, all subsidiaries of our great and magnanimous Disney corporate overlords. Please support the original release." As Nizu's words rang out over the campus, the lawyers ground to a halt. Each as thin as a sheet of paper, the lawyers turned sideways and disappeared. The giant Donald Duck grumbled angrily to itself as it lumbered back across the ocean. The sound of crumbling masonry filled the room, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Sounds like a wall broke," Vlad King remarked. "Yes, the fourth one," Nizu said cheerfully. "Just ignore it and it should be fine." Maijima looked outside, confused. Think more than 4 broke out there." "I said ignore it." Zero comment. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Results. In the rubble of a testing area, the examinees had all crowded around, shrugging off the effects of Recovery Girl's treatment. Sato only wore his underwear and left sock, and he sported a spectacular black eye given to him by God himself. Kaminari drooled and gave off the occasional spark, and Ida alternated between politely chatting with his neighbors and ranting about the evils of medical fraud. Nizu addressed the crowd from his nest in Aizawa's scarf. "Thank you all for gathering here. Normally, we would send you all on your way and give you the results next week, but given the unusual circumstances this time around, we're trying a different approach." "What were those other robots even worth?" Nizu shrugged. "Before we ask that, why don't we have a show of hands? Who doesn't want to enter our hero program?" The students, exhausted and traumatized by the robot invasion, raised hands in droves. "Excellent. You're all dismissed." Mineta, trapped between a rock and a hard place, or in other words, Kirishima and Tetsu, struggled with tears streaming down his face to join the flock of students heading for the gate, but the hardening duo proved too solid for him to budge. Koda, too timid to raise his hand or speak out, remained nervously rooted at the spot, staring Nizu as though the principal were about to chew off his feet. Nizu did a quick head count. "That leaves exactly 36 of you left. Congratulations. You're all accepted." "What about our test scores?" Mina asked. "I'll be honest, I think I failed." "Irrelevant. UA always takes the top 36 applicants, with 4 recommended by heroes. As you're the only ones left, the points and tests don't matter." "How imprudent of you!" Ida cried. "You stoop to accept those unworthy of UA's lofty standards simply because they are all that remain? It's a disgrace to Dash." Ida slouched over as his voice trailed off. "Actually, I don't see why it's a big deal. They're still here, so why not?" Ida shook himself. "No, standards must be maintained." He shrugged. "It's not like there's anyone else to pick from." Standing straighter, Ida said, "Then take only the finest that remain. UA is the bastion of the hero world and must remain selective with its candidates for the sake of hero society." Recovery Girl walked forward, gummy in hand. "Oh dear, still seems like you're out of sorts. Here, have another one." Ida relaxed after Recovery Girl shoved the candy in his mouth. Nizu grinned and said, "Right, we'll mail you your acceptance letters. See you all in the spring." Once the students filed out, Nizu turned towards Cementos. "Ishiyama-san, be sure to put the cities back the way they were, alright? We'll need them for classes tomorrow." Cementos stared at block after block of rubble and broken robots. With a heartfelt sigh, the cement hero molded new buildings from the wreckage. Zero comment. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 Transfer. Bakugo grinned as he stepped into the 1A classroom. Not a sign of the robot anywhere amid all the extras. The mood in the room felt tense, and rumors of what hardships lay ahead flew around the room. After all, if the entrance exam had armies of robots, surely everything that came after had to be much worse. "Dude, Baku bro," Kirishima called out. "Pull up a seat. What do you think they'll have us do first? Bench press cars?" Stop a train with our bare hands? Launch us off a spring platform into a forest full of giant shadow monsters hungry for human flesh. Mineta, in the next seat over, shivered violently and prayed to every female deity known to man for his salvation. Bakugo slapped his hands together, popping a small explosion between his fingers. Who cares? I can handle whatever they throw at me. Kirishima wept manly tears at his words. So manly. I knew you were the coolest ever. We are all the coolest ever. Monoma shouted from another desk, for we are all 1A. We'll show those 1B idiots that we are the supreme class in this institution. A yellow beanbag crawled on the floor like a caterpillar. As the class stared at it in confusion, it opened, revealing an exhausted face with bloodshot eyes and a dark 5 o'clock shadow. 8 seconds. Next time, don't waste any of my time. 8 seconds for what? Jair asked. Don't ask stupid questions either, Aizawa snapped. He pulled gym outfits out of his sleeping bag. Now, put these on and go outside. Mina picked one up with a disgusted expression. I hope you washed that sleeping bag, dude. As Aizawa's eye twitched, an explosion rocked the school. Half the classroom leapt under their desks, alert for any sign of danger. Bakugo and Kirishima stood, both grinning at the prospect of danger. A muffled scraping sound came from the hallway. Jairu was the first to clap her hands over her ears, but as the sound grew louder, the rest of the class followed suit. Stay here, Aizawa said. I'll investigate. As Aizawa approached the door, it slammed open. Vlad King, with his yellow visor cracked, his red hero suit charred and still burning on one shoulder, his face blacked with soot, and all the hair on his head scorched off, stomped into the room, dragging Deku behind him. Heat curled from the arm still molded into a plasma cannon. He tossed Deku into a chair and said, "Eeny, meeny, miny." Vlad King pointed to each student, stopping just before the last syllable with his hand pointing at Deku. The teacher swallowed a grimace, pointed at Monoma, and grabbed him by the collar. As Momona was dragged from the room, he shouted back, 1B is better than you losers. Aizawa glared at the new arrival and said, I knew I shouldn't have given him that free transfer. Zero comment. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Throw. Aizawa scowled at the collected students. Many of them wore the clothing with expressions of disgust. If they wanted to make it as heroes, they'd have to deal with far worse than a bit of BO. Throw this as far as you can without leaving the circle, Aizawa said as he tossed a baseball at Midoriya. Lowest score gets expelled. Wait, what? Mina shouted over the general outrage of the class. How is that fair? There's 6 other events. It's perfectly fair. That's not the point. If I hear more complaining, it'll be 2 people going home. That zipped up the class immediately. Midoriya stepped into the circle and stared out at the open field. Aizawa twitched an eye at the apparent waste of time. Midoriya, will you be throwing that baseball sometime today? Calculations to maximize the distance achieved by the baseball's trajectory are still in progress. Approximately 46 hours, 48 hours, 47 hours, 69 hours. Katsuki scoffed. You need to give him a time limit or he'll be there all day. Aizawa inwardly groaned. Great, a special needs student, he muttered to himself. You have 60 seconds. From when? From the time I stepped into the circle? From now. Midoriya bit off his own pinky. Then he swallowed the baseball whole. Seconds later, he opened his chest and pulled out a metal sphere. His hand morphed into a plasma cannon, and he put the sphere inside. The beam of brilliant green light shot out, propelling the metal-coated baseball high into the air. The high-pitched scream of plasma crackling against metal set Aizawa's teeth on edge. While the baseball soared well out of campus grounds, Midoriya charged a second shot. Aizawa couldn't even see the baseball, but he could see the plasma glance off it as the extra shot pushed it even further. As Midoriya prepared a third shot, Kaminari whispered, There's no way he's hitting it again. A third shot rang out. It vanished over the horizon. Aizawa checked his score, and it shot up even faster. Judging by the final number, it landed somewhere in Europe, preferably without killing someone. Bakugo, you're up next. What was his score? Katsuki snarled. Focus on your own performance. Fine. I'll just send it into orbit. Katsuki worked himself into a sweat, gathered it all in his hands, and slathered the baseball with it. With a tremendous wind-up, he shouted, "Die!" A tremendous conflagration engulfed the hot-headed teen. Aizawa winced as his ears were yet again subjected to unreasonable amounts of noise. As the smoke cleared, bits of blackened baseball rained down. "You're not getting another one." Katsuki grinned. "Like I need a pity throw. I know that had to beat Deku." Aizawa decided not to inform him that with the tracker destroyed, he didn't even get a score. "Yaoyorozu, you're up next." When she pulled a cannon out of her chest, Aizawa groaned and covered his ears. Zero comment. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Marathon. Aizawa had a quandary. On one hand, logic dictated that he pushes his students to their absolute limits to better understand their quirks and their mindsets. On the other hand, sunset was 10 minutes ago, most of his students had left hours ago, and Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were still running laps around the school. Well, Midoriya was cruising along on treads built into his feet, while Yaoyorozu rode the Segway she had made after her scooter ran out of gas, but Aizawa hardly cared about the semantics at this point. For some godforsaken reason, Kirishima and Bakugo had stayed to watch. Then the butler had shown up. Aizawa had called up Nizu to lecture him on security, but the rodent could hardly refuse one of the school's top donors. So, Aizawa sat ramrod straight, on his best behavior for the butler, unable to sleep a wink and dreading the patrol he'd have in an hour. His coffee and jelly packs had run out ages ago, and his scarf twitched with the badly suppressed urge to strangle everyone around him. "Kick his butt, ponytail!" Bakugo shouted. "Show that robot that humanity won't take this one laying down. Don't let him win." "You are doing most spectacularly, Miss Yaoyorozu," the butler called out as he elegantly waved a Yaoyorozu sign he had retrieved from his limo. "I have the utmost faith that you will put that rapscallion of a classmate in his place." "Go Midoriya!" Kirishima shouted. "You're the manliest ever." Bakugo whirled around. "The F-dash? Why are you cheering for the robot?" Well, everyone else was cheering for Yaoyorozu-san. It wouldn't be manly to leave Midori bro without any support. He turned back to the marathon and shouted, "You're also very manly, Yaoyorozu." The butler gave him an affronted look. "Why, good sir, Miss Yaoyorozu is nothing of the kind. She is the epitome of elegance and grace and has nothing of the boorishness of man. Chillax, bro, manliness knows no gender." Yaoyorozu's Segway sputtered to a stop. Running off it, Yaoyorozu tried to make a pair of rollerblades, but they came out missing their wheels. She gave a stoic grimace and continued running, despite how thin her quirk had left her. Stepping in, Aizawa called out, "Midoriya, how much longer can you keep that pace? I currently have 12 hours and 47 minutes of battery life remaining. Once the sun rises, net power consumption will drop by 86%. Think you can match that, Yaoyorozu?" She gave her classmate one last stubborn look before giving in. "No sense. I'm exhausted. There's a time and a place to exceed your limits. Here, it'll do more harm than good." As Yaoyorozu walked away, Bakugo stormed over. "You're humanity's last hope, and you're throwing in the towel? Get back out there and win." "For your information," Aizawa snapped, "the marathon results don't matter. Midoriya placed first by a wide margin." When Bakugo lunged for Midoriya, Aizawa finally had his excuse to strangle someone. Zero comment. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 Heartbeat. As the second day of class started, Jair had an internal debate with herself. On one hand, she really didn't want to stick her hand in the hornet's nest that was whatever the heck Midoriya and Bakugo had going on. However, morbid curiosity about why there were only 20 sets of heartbeats, 19 from the students plus the arrhythmic, caffeine-driven stutter of Aizawa's shriveled circulatory organ, overruled her self-preservation instincts. "Midoriya, weird question." "That is indeed a weird question, given that you haven't asked anything," Midoriya replied. Jair rolled her eyes. "Mind if I ask why you don't have a heart?" Bakugo stormed over. grinning so fiercely that Jaira felt her fight and flight instincts kick in. She held her squirming jacks in her hand to keep them from gouging out Bakugo's eyeballs. It's because he's a robot. Bakugo roared. Finally, hard, cold evidence. Jaira jabbed him in the neck. No one asked you. Actually, I do have a heart, Midoriya said. Want to see? See? Jaira asked. See what? Izuku rolled up his shirt. Jaira felt herself sweat profusely at the sight of six-pack abs in front of her. Mina Wolf whistled and said, Midoriya, way to put on a show. The mood in the classroom took a sudden and precipitous freefall when Izuku plunged a scalpel into his chest. Ochako threw up more rainbows, Tokoyami muttered something about madness and darkness, and Koda's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he tipped sideways. Jaira fought back her own hysteria as Izuku peeled back the skin over his chest. Midoriya reached inside and pulled out a small boxy machine with clear tubing on either end. This is my heart. Jaira listened to it, but it didn't make a sound. Is it beating? Not currently. I only circulate blood when I need to reconstruct parts of my body, as it's what carries the components I break down, along with the nanomachines that make them in my bloodstream. See? Bakugo roared. He even has nanomachines. It's his quirk, is it not? Todoroki asked, staring at Midoriya's open chest with an apathetic expression. I don't understand the fuss. I take it that's the stomach? Jaira asked, pointing at a big boxy container. It incinerates everything inside and absorbs any remaining metals into my bloodstream. It also has thermal vents to power the battery back here, if I consume anything that can undergo an exothermic reaction. He pointed to a metal cylinder with light panels along the side, showing he had full charge, hooked up to bundles of wires running across his body. Wait, hold on, Siro asked. Is this just an elaborate way to go into detail about how your body works without making it seem forced and unnatural? A sharp crack of bricks breaking filled the room. Over the intercom, Niza said, Cementos, the wall broke again. You know which one. From down the hall, Cementos hummed, why do I have to keep fixing it? Okay. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Democracy. When Aizawa announced that they would be picking their representatives, one erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Already done with existence, Aizawa put on some industrial-grade earplugs, wore noise-canceling headphones over those, and buried himself so deep in his sleeping bag that it would take a spelunking crew weeks to find him. Once Ida called for a democratic vote, a full election CYCL ensued. Many campaign speeches were had, hats and flags were distributed, and babies were kissed. Ida took the polls and tallied up the votes. First, we have Yaoyorozu as president with 18 votes. What? Bakugo roared. How did Ponytail get that many votes? Kaminari, sweating nervously, hid a hand inside his pocket. Oh, you know, she makes a very compelling argument about, confiscating the ill-gotten capital of the bourgeoisie and disseminating it among the proletariat. She's not a communist, you moron. She's richer than Dash, Bakugo cut off with a glance at Kaminari's bulging pockets. His hand shot inside and came out stuffed with bills. She bribed you. No? That's just my lunch money. Bakugo stalked around the room and found more wads of cash. Did you bribe the whole school, Ponytail? Yaoyorozu gave him a perplexed look. Isn't that how elections work? Ida glared down at her. My word. I can hardly believe the scandal. Bribing the constituents. It goes against the very spirit of this school. Well, either you're happy to see us, Jaira said flatly, or she bribed you too. Ida, his own pockets bulging with dirty money, hung his head in shame. Paragon of virtue that I am, even I fell victim to the wiles of capitalism. For shame. Well, at least the robot didn't win, Bakugo grumbled. Last thing we need are robots in charge of the government. And for vice president, we have Midoriya with 2 votes. A bone-chilling silence settled over the room as Bakugo slowly turned towards Midoriya. Of course, Bakugo said slowly, his voice tinged with hysteria. That's your game, isn't it? Have the pretty rich girl be your puppet while you pull the strings from behind the scenes, and when the time's right, kill her off and take power for yourself. Well, it won't work. I've seen right through your plan, and I'll defy you and your false regime with my dying breath. Hold on, Ochako said. Bakugo didn't vote for Yaoyorozu or Midoriya, right? Correct. It would appear there is one vote for Bakugo as well. That makes 21 votes, right? Ida looked down, flustered, at the piles of votes. Why, that can't possibly be right. I triple-checked. How could I have failed democracy so thoroughly? Tokoyami's shadow snickered. The class turned as the sentient quirk held up pen and paper. I voted for Midoriya because I thought it would be funny. And it is. With a roar, Bakugo lunged for the shadow and face-planted into a wall. From his office, watching the whole affair play out on camera, Nizu said, I love democracy. Zero comment. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Media. An hour after word of All Might's employment at UA had reached the press, news crews from across the country rushed to UA's gates. For blocks, the streets were packed with reporters salivating over the slightest taste of newsworthy material. Yaoyorozu, having caught wind of the media frenzy, invited her classmates into her limo. As her butler drove over people and cameras with reckless abandon, the students of 1A enjoyed a brunch of cured hams, expensive cheeses, and flavorful fruit preserves with toasted bread slices. Too bad Izuku isn't here with us, Ochako said as she crammed as much food into her cheeks as physically possible. Yeah, too bad, Momo said. I couldn't get a hold of him. Miss Yaoyorozu, the butler said, it would be no trouble to swing by his residence. In a low voice, he added, I get to run over more reporters that way. No need, I imagine he has already made it to school. Indeed, you are right, Yaoyorozu-san. Ida shouted. Such diligence from him, he truly is worthy of the position as vice president. He raised his glass of orange juice and said, to our class representatives, their diligence serves as an example for all of us. Moods lifted by the fine dining and spacious limo, the students echoed, to the reps. Meanwhile, Izuku made his own way through the reporters, which involved a fair bit of shoving, trampling, and the odd bite taken out of cameras. Once he reached the gates, reporters latched onto his gray uniform. You're a UA student, right? What can you tell us about All Might? Izuku turned towards the reporters. All Might is 220 centimeters tall and weighs 255 kilograms. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and his birthday is July 10th. That's nice and all, but what about Dash? His blood type is a positive, Izuku said, droning on over their protests. He was born in Tokyo, and he went to UA High School, though records of his other primary education aren't publicly available. Could you please just tell us Dash? He went to Harvard University, where he earned a bachelor's in accounting. He then started the All Might Agency, situated on Yokohama Street in Tokyo. Izuku's monotonous lecture droned on for hours, covering every villain he had arrested, every life he had saved, his favorite foods and beverages, and plenty other mundane facts to make eyes glaze over. By the time Izuku mentioned how All Might's quirk could be inherited and how he had lost a lung 5 years ago, the reporters and cameramen had all nodded off. Even the cameras and microphones had stopped recording out of sheer boredom. Once he was done, Izuku walked through the gate and arrived just in time for homeroom. It was dusk when Shigaraki finally snapped out of his stupor, walked home, and decayed a bar stool in a fit of rage when he realized he had forgotten to grab a class schedule. Kurogiri sighed and warped over to get the schedule. Zero comment. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Acid. Hey Mina-chan? Yeah, Kaminari-san? We're dead. Mina gave her partner a playful shove on the shoulder. We'll be fine. You have electricity and I have acid. We'll be awesome at this. You remember that laser thing from yesterday? Imagine that ripping this building apart. Mina blanched, an impressive feat given her pink skin. We're dead. Footsteps echoed through the building, distant at first, but growing steadily louder as the seconds passed. Sparks crackled across Kaminari's skin as he quaked in terror, while acid dripped from Mina's trembling fingers. Izuku walked into the room. Kaminari shrieked and said, 1 billion volt indiscriminate shock. Electricity poured out of Kaminari, Yet the high-voltage torrent passed harmlessly through Izuku and dissipated into the concrete at his feet. With a dopey expression on his face, Kaminari stumbled forward and stared woozily at Izuku. Voice slurring, Kaminari said, "What are you looking at me funny for? I bet I could knock your lights out." Izuku didn't move as Kaminari threw a wobbling punch. His knuckles cracked when they slammed into Izuku's face. Staring dumbly at his crooked fingers, Kaminari said, "Wow, I didn't know I could bend my fingers that way." All Might said over the intercom, "I believe we should count Kaminari Shonen as out. Medical bots, please take him to Recovery Girl." 2 robots ran in with a stretcher. One whacked Kaminari over the head with a rolling pin, and the other tried to catch him. Kaminari missed the stretcher entirely and hit the floor with a thump. The robots shrugged, loaded him onto the stretcher, and ran out the door. Mina stood in front of the bomb and swallowed. "Any chance you could take it easy on me?" Izuku pet his head. "Of course. I will defeat you as swiftly as possible, so you don't have to struggle so much." "Great!" Mina groaned. "Well then, acid attack." The moment the viscous glob of acid flew towards him, Izuku dove aside. Mina flung more and more, spattering the room with white sludge. "Warning, caustic chemicals present, initiating escape plan alpha." Izuku turned around, sprinted straight through a concrete wall, and leapt out the window. Not believing her eyes, Mina ran up to the broken window and saw Izuku sprint straight through UA's perimeter gate. Mina leapt up and cheered. "Ooh!" Took out the strongest student in the class. "How do you like them apples?" A static hum and a sharp crackle made her turn around. A green lightsaber sawed a circle around the bomb. It fell through the floor. Mineta, holding a lightsaber, grinned and tapped the bomb with his free hand. Katsuki, who hadn't taken his eyes off the fight for one moment, stared speculatively at the acid as it ate its way down to the foundations of the building. Then he burst out into maniacal cackling. All Might Sensei?" Zero said. "I think something's wrong with him." Zero comment. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Caustic. "Give me some acid, raccoon eyes." Katsuki shouted as he chased Mina around the classroom. "What do I look like, a cow? Get that bucket away from me." Bakugo-san," Yayarosa said, "I don't think it's very safe storing a strong acid in metal. There's a high chance it would cause a reaction." "That's the point, Ponytail." The second the door opened, Mina and Bakugo bolted for their seats. The bucket Bakugo had been carrying rattled around as it settled on Koda's head, and yet, the stony-faced teen sat stock still, hoping the teacher wouldn't notice him if he didn't move. "Your CQC was atrocious yesterday," Aizawa snapped. "Get geared up, you'll be running hand-to-hand drills for the next 2 hours." Everyone rushed for the door. Koda, bucket still on his head, rushed straight into a wall before fumbling his way after everyone else. When the classroom was finally empty, Aizawa muttered to himself and crawled back in his sleeping bag. Under Ectoplasm's watchful eye, the class paired up. Bakugo made a beeline for Mina. Mina blocked a punch. "I'm not giving you any acid. It's for the fate of humanity. I'm not letting you prank Midoriya. My acid's too dangerous for that." "Who said anything about a prank?" Bakugo swept Mina's legs out from under her and pinned her to the floor. He grabbed an arm and stroked along the wrist. "What the are you trying to milk my arms?" "There has to be a way to get it out," Bakugo muttered. "Maybe like this?" He bent her wrist backwards, just enough to make Mina wince. Twisting underneath him, Mina freed an arm and socked him in the nose. "Fifth inch offer," Katsuki said, cradling his bleeding nose as he went to Recovery Girl's office. At the end of the day, as Mina walked out of the school, a figure wearing a giant green mask shouted, "Ooga booga." Mina shrieked and instinctively threw acid at the figure. As the acid ate through the mask, Katsuki scooped some into a jar. "Yes," Katsuki shouted, holding the jar over his head. "At long last, I can finally rid the world of the robot menace. Victory is mine." Katsuki cackled maniacally and ran down the street, shouting, "I've got a jar of acid, guess what's inside it?" Mina stared after him, thought about warning him that even glass couldn't hold her acid, then shrugged and went on her merry way. That night, Fearing the robots would take his secret weapon away from him, Katsuki slept with the jar cradled in his arms. He woke the next morning to the smell of burnt fabric. The jar had a hole in the bottom. The acid had not only eaten through his bed, but also the floor, the kitchen counter downstairs, the water heater, one of all-for-one safe houses stashed away underground, and another 3 miles of bedrock. As he stared down the hole, his mother stared up at him and shouted, "Katsuki!" Zero comment. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Bus. Yusei. Hey, the students of 1A chanted. I can't believe we're going to Universal Studios Japan. 13 gave Aizawa a sidelong look as they watched students cram into the bus. You didn't tell them where we're actually going? They leapt to their own conclusions. It felt illogical to waste time correcting them when they would see the truth soon enough. 13 shuddered. Boy, am I glad you weren't teaching when I was in high school. The bus lurched sideways when Midoriya stepped inside. The wheels bounced up and down with each step he took. How much does he weigh? 13 asked. I suspect it varies based on comedic value, Aizawa deadpanned. As 13 pulled the bus out of the parking lot, an ear-wrenching shriek came from the back bumper. Jairu squeezed Ojiro's tail around her ears until Momo handed her a pair of noise-canceling headphones. With his scarf wrapped around his ears, Aizawa investigated the source of the noise. Midoriya sat at the very back of the bus. Every time 13 hit the gas, a shower of sparks came up through the back window. Midoriya, move up a few seats. The back bumper lifted off the ground, and the sparks stopped. The moment he sat down, next to the window, the bus sagged to the side. Caught off balance by the bus's shifting weight, Shoji and Sato tumbled to the right. The bus pitched sideways, and more students fell towards Midoriya's side. Everyone left side of the bus. Aizawa shouted as he threw himself towards the slowly rising side. Kirishima hardened up and threw himself halfway out a window, and Mineta stuck himself to the side with his hairball. Unfortunately, Izuku also went over to the left side of the bus. The left wheels slammed onto pavement, and the right ones rose into the air. 13 clung desperately to the wheel as gravity tried to pull her out of her seat. Aizawa pulled himself to the right side with his scarf, Azui grappled forward with her tongue, and Ochako floated around the bus like an anti-gravity pinball, holding back a fresh batch of rainbow vomit. Over the commotion, Aizawa shouted, Midoriya, stand exactly in the center of the bus. The left wheels touched down as Izuku stood in the aisle. The bus rode ludicrously close to the ground, but no scraping sounds plagued them. The class breathed a collective sigh of relief as the bus finally stabilized. Midoriya, mind explaining why you're so heavy? I ate a big breakfast this morning, so I would have more material for the unforeseen simulation joint. Wait, that's what USJ means? Kaminari shouted in despair. As ems of anguish echoed through the bus, a loud groaning sound silenced them all. 2 sharp snaps, in rapid succession, came from the front and back of the bus. The entire chassis lurched down, and 4 tires rolled away on the road. Over at the USJ, Shigaraki scowled at his watch. Stupid loading times. What is this, a PS4? Zero comment. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Drowning. You're late, Shigaraki said the moment everyone showed up. And All Might's not here. All respect to the programmers, but whoever coded your NPC behavior should be fired. Who are you? Aizawa barked. And why are you here? I had this whole villain monologue thing planned out, but we're behind schedule. Kurojairi, do the thing. What thing? Kurojairi asked. Shigaraki glared at him. We went over this. Just make the portals all ready. Understood, sir. The portal appeared under Shigaraki's feet. As he fell through, he shouted, wrong lever. Always wanted to do that, Kurojairi mused. He looked up at the heroes and said, right, you're still here. Let's fix that. Holes opened underneath everyone's feet. Ida sprinted away in time, while Ochako floated herself away and Siro latched onto her with his tape. Most everyone else, including Izuku, fell through. A ship appeared underneath Izuku. He plummeted through the deck, past the engine block, and straight through the hull, ripping through the metal like tissue paper. As he sank towards the bottom, a shark-faced villain darted towards him. Tsuyu frantically swam after him, but the villain reached him first. The villain took bit into his torso. All his teeth snapped off, and a trail of red marked the fleeing villain's path. Tsuyu tried to pull Izuku, but Izuku proved far too heavy for her to move. As her oxygen ran out, Tsuyu swam up to the rapidly sinking deck of the enormous. Mineta frantically tried to patch the hull with his ball, but the water pressure kept pushing them away. Seeing villains closing in and the boat sinking, Tsuyu picked up a stray violin and started playing. Mineta looked up and shouted, "What do you think this is, the Titanic?" "Well, what else can we do? At least let me draw you like one of those French girls." Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue. "I don't like the French. They ate one of my cousins." The ship tilted to the side. Mineta shrieked and clutched at Tsuyu, only to come away covered in mucus when Tsuyu wriggled out of his grasp. Crunching sounds came from the bottom of the ship, and the ship sank even faster. "The villains are coming. We're doomed." "Yeah, probably. Why are you so calm?" "I'm about to die of version." The deck vanished beneath the water. Once they sank up to their knees, however, the sinking stopped. The deck rose, now green in color, and Izuku's face looked out from the prow of a brand new ship. "I am a boat now," Izuku said. "That's nice. Could you get us back to dry land?" The villains, hearing all this, shouted, "They're getting away. Stop them." They rushed towards the back of the boat. The back of the boat rushed towards them. Villains shrieked as the stern smacked them into the air. "Oops," Izuku said. "Installed the engine throttle backwards." Zero comment. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Taller. "You're all the short ones now." Mineta shouted down from the cockpit in Izuku's chest as he piloted Izuku's giant body through the throngs of villains. "Not so funny now, is it?" Tsuyu and Ojiro sat in front of a hedgerow and watched the carnage. Ojiro asked, "Why is Mineta piloting Izuku's body?" "He was the only one small enough to fit." Let me rephrase that. Why is Izuku a giant mecha with Mineta in his chest? Off in the distance, Mineta said, "I wonder what this button does." One of Izuku's arms crackled with electricity. The villain's shrieks nearly drowned out Mineta's maniacal cackling and shouting of unlimited power. "Well," Tsuyu said, "once Izuku landed on the beach, we saw that Aizawa-sensei needed help taking out the villains. I didn't know that boat in the flood zone worked." Izuku was the boat. Ojiro gawked at Izuku for a second. Izuku's shoulders opened, and a volley of rockets flew around him. Villains went flying like bowling pins. "Right?" Ojiro said. "That's a thing Izuku's quirk does." "Why was he a boat?" Tsuyu gave him a deadpan stare that spoke volumes of her apathy towards the continuing chaos. "He crashed through the boat, ate it, and became the boat. So, we thought about how we could help Aizawa-sensei. Mineta said Izuku could do it. Izuku said he couldn't harm anyone, since it went against his prime directives." At Ojiro's puzzled expression, she added, "His words, not mine." "So, he can't harm villains, but he can allow them to come to harm. How does that work?" Tsuyu shrugged. "I read Asimov." A brilliant green flash cut across the landscape. Villains and debris went flying as a plasma beam cut a long furrow into the ground. Ojiro opened his mouth, then promptly shut it. Instead, he asked, "Does Mineta have complete control over Izuku?" "I would assume so. Why?" "I don't think that's a good idea." The robot stopped in its tracks. Mineta shouted at Izuku, "Hey, let me get a closer look." Just a little nudge on her skirt, and we'll have the perfect view. Izuku didn't budge. Protocol 2, uphold the mission. Our mission is to aid Aizawa-sensei, not acquire additional visual data on the villains. Protocol 1 was link with the pilot, Tsuyu told Ojiro. Shigaraki finally tired of watching his cannon fodder get stomped on by a height-challenged teenager. A purple blur punched Izuku in the chest and sent him flying. Izuku staggered to his feet. Chassis of insufficient strength to deter current threat. Initiating Protocol 3, protect the pilot. Izuku wrenched his chest open, grabbed Mineta, and hurled him towards the entrance. The Nomu grabbed both of Izuku's arms and pulled. The steel chassis tore in two, and Izuku's smaller body fell out of the mech's spine. Lying between Ojiro and Tsuyu in a pool of his own blood, Aizawa asked, "Can you please take me to the hospital?" Ojiro said, "The boss fight's starting." Zero comment. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 Nomu. "Sir, you are currently breaking the law," Izuku told the hulking monstrosity as it clawed at his head. "I must ask you to hand yourself in to the nearest local authorities." "Raf," the Nomu shrieked as it lunged again. Izuku blocked the next swipe with his forearm. Said forearm bent at a sharp angle from the force of the blow. Within seconds, the nanomachines in Izuku's body straightened and repaired the limb. Attempts at negotiation have failed. Attempting non-violent pacification measures. The Nomu threw another punch. Despite being a fraction of the monster's size, Izuku grabbed its wrist and slammed it to the ground with a perfect judo throw. Pouncing on the monster's back, Izuku pinned both arms into place. Pacification complete. Contacting local authorities. Izuku's head emitted a ringtone. Error. Communications cut. Please hold while an alternate directive is devised. The Noma did not appreciate being put on hold. With a shriek, it bucked and threw Izuku off its back. It grabbed one of his legs, slammed him into the concrete a few times, and threw him. Izuku shook concrete gravel off his back. Restraining measures ineffective. Attempting knockout. As the Nomu charged, Izuku widened his stance. Izuku sidestepped a blow and slammed his fist into the Nomu's jaw. The blow didn't even faze the monster. "A scrub like you doesn't stand a chance against Nomu," Shigaraki jeered from the sidelines. "Its shock absorption quirk gives it physical damage immunity." "Understood," Izuku said. "Knockout impossible, now attempting temporary incapacitation." Izuku drew a lightsaber and slashed through the tendons in the Nomu's legs. Flesh bubbled out of the charred wounds and healed the damage. Shigaraki's grin widened. Health recovery as well from the Regan quirk. It's the perfect weapon to kill All Might. "Query," Izuku said. "Villain has multiple quirks?" "It was made that way," Shigaraki answered. "Villains, after all, had a contract obligation to explain their villainous plots and devices." "Understood. Reclassifying threat to biological weapon. Lethal force authorized." Izuku leapt as the Nomu punched down. Concrete burst in chunks around the monster's fist. Izuku leapt nimbly on the monster's shoulder and swept his lightsaber through the Nomu's neck. The Nomu knelt as its head thumped onto the shattered concrete. Izuku walked towards Shigaraki, lightsaber thrumming at his side. "Come quietly or there will be trouble." Nomu stood. A new head sprouted from the stump between its shoulders. Before Izuku could turn, the Nomu grabbed Izuku's head, twisted, and yanked it off his shoulders. Izuku's body crumpled to the ground. "Izuku!" Tsuyu bolted to her feet, but Ojiro held her back. "Well, that was fun. Which kid should we kill next?" Izuku's hand glowed. The headless body lumbered clumsily to its feet. It twisted its arm around until it was pointed at the Nomu, and a brilliant beam of plasma engulfed the monster. The smoldering feet and ankles, the Nomu's only remains, didn't regenerate. Izuku's body, out of power, fell once more as the USJ doors slammed open. Zero comment. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Memes. Yaoyorozu landed on a sofa placed inexplicably on top of a mountain. 5 villains leered at her from behind. 5 villains ran away screaming when Yaoyorozu drew a rocket launcher out of her cleavage. Flames towered around Todoroki as he took in his surroundings. The villains smirked as they closed in around him, no doubt believing that the flames made his ice weaker when in fact they made it stronger. "This is fine," Todoroki said. With a wave of his hand, the ground, the villains, and the flames themselves froze solid. Surrounded by villains, Sato snorted a tube of sugar. Muscles rippled, and his eyes took on a manic, bloodshot gleam. "Ooh. Say hello to my little friend." "Hi, I'm Kirishima," Kirishima said as Sato raised him over his head. Villains scurried as Sato played whack-a-mole. While Shoji surveyed his surroundings, a villain ran up from behind and severed one of his limbs. Shoji stared at the bleeding stump. "Oh no," he said in a deadpan. "Anyways." From the stump, 2 arms grew out, grabbed the villain, and bent him into a pretzel. A villain stared wistfully at a butterfly as it floated towards his hand. "Is this a weapon?" His partner cuffed him upside the head. "Don't be stupid. That's a butterfly." The butterfly morphed into a club and bludgeoned them both over the head. Koda came out from behind a rock and thanked the club with butterfly wings for using its quirk to help him. Mina shrieked and flung acid behind her. A villain scrambled away, screaming, "My eyes!" He tripped and smashed his knee on a rock. "My leg!" "To demonstrate the power of my tape," Siro said, standing over a villain, "I sawed this boat in half." "What boat?" the villain cried. "The boat I would have if you guys dumped me in the flood zone. But no, you had to put me with a bunch of crumbling buildings. So instead, I'll cut you in half. You're about the right size for a boat." "That's really hurtful," the chubby villain said, sobbing. Using a second villain, Siro cut the first in half, then stuck them back together with his tape. Aside from the occasional eye twitch and loss of feeling in their left arm, they were good as new. Bakugo stomped on a villain's head, knocking out his front teeth and making an orthodontist 10 miles away sob hysterically. He glanced around the room, admiring the other villains strewn about in various states of physical impairment and seeking another victim. "Any villains nearby better come fight me. I'll go easy on you." A chameleon villain, who had watched his friends beaten to a pulp, broke out in a cold sweat. They only made it halfway to the door before Bakugo locked eyes with him. Explosions rippled in Bakugo's hands as he strode forward. "So, you have chosen death." The villain's screams echoed through the ruined zone. Zero comment. Chapter 39. Chapter 39 Head. The moment All Might appeared, his face warped into a visage of murderous rage at the sight of his headless successor. Kurogiri promptly noped the heck out of there and took Shigaraki with him. With all opportunities to vent his fury gone, All Might punched the earth hard enough to register on seismographs across the world. "I knew I shouldn't have stopped to help hold that man's ladder while he painted his front porch." "Seriously?" Aizawa said weakly as he continued to bleed out. "That's why you were late?" "It was a very big porch." Katsuki strode nonchalantly past the mountains of unconscious villains and charred Nomu feet. He picked up Izuku's head by its twisted metal stump of a neck and said, "Alas, poor Deku. I knew him, All Might, a machine of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy." "What are you doing?" All Might asked, staring numbly at him. Quoting Hamlet. "What, you think I don't read or something?" All Might's temper snapped. "Your classmate's dead and you're making jokes." Izuku's eyes flickered to life. "I'm not dead." All Might gaped at him. "What?" "Nothing," Katsuki said. "Just ignore it." "Ooh, are you doing a Monty Python bit too?" Izuku asked. "Well, now that you ruined it," Katsuki muttered. "Wait," All Might asked, "he's not dead." "Of course not," Katsuki scoffed. "He's a robot. His mom will put him back together by tomorrow morning. Believe me, I tried." "Oh, should I take him back home then?" "Nah, she'll come pick him up anyways." A literal light bulb, helpfully supplied by Yayarose's cleavage, popped over Katsuki's head. "Actually, you should bring him home. Maybe that way, you'll see the truth as well." All Might decided not to question the maniacal gleam in Katsuki's eye and scooped his broken protege into his arms. One sprint across the city later, he wound up on Inko's front step and burst into a cloud of steam the moment he stepped inside. "So," All Might asked, "is Izuku going to be alright? Bakugo mentioned you could fix him." "It's his quirk," Inko said without a trace of hesitation. "His body will regenerate if supplied with enough materials to work with. Back when Izuku was 7, he got in a nasty accident. They never did find both his arms. He was right as rain the next day." "Oh," All Might said with a chuckle. The way Katsuki said it, he made it sound like Izuku was a robot. "I almost believed him, what with the talking head and all that. Phew. Of course it's a quirk. All right, I better get back to the school." The door bolted itself shut. Darkness loomed in the kitchen as Inko sat at the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Actually, Inko said, before you go, would you mind explaining how you let my son get injured to such a degree? All for one promptly got bumped down to third scariest person in Toshinori's opinion. Zero comment. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 Home. Inko Midoriya checked the circuits of the new arm she had put together. Satisfied that she had welded the circuits correctly, she lined up the hollow appendage with the socket in Izuku's shoulder and clamped it on. The polymer skin swelled as nanofluid filled it. After giving the new body a once-over, Inko tapped a button on her computer. Izuku's eyelids fluttered open, and he sat up. I am home, Izuku said as he examined the workshop. Prototype weapons and circuit components adorned the workbenches. A large screen brought up blueprints for Izuku's new arm. Good morning, Izuku. How do you feel? Izuku flexed his new arms and legs. Fully functional. These are a new design. I couldn't make you any stronger, so I made you faster instead. It's the best I could do if you'll be fighting villains like the Nomu. Izuku stood up and stretched his legs. Working his way up, rotating his hips, flexing his shoulders, twisting his back and curling his arms, Izuku calibrated. His new body. No faults detected. Everything is fully operational. Good. Are you hungry? My battery is still low. Breakfast would help replenish it. Inko checked the camera before opening her workshop door. Ever since the incident 7 years ago, she made sure no one saw inside her workshop. Bolts clacked open, and the door swung outward with ponderous creaking. While Inko rinsed the rice, Izuku chopped the vegetables. His knife rapidly sliced mushrooms and leeks into thin slivers. Izuku cracked the eggs, and Inko beat them over the stovetop's flame. With a flick of her wrist, Inko tossed the 2 omelets onto beds of rice. Izuku filled a bottle with spicy mayo and made even zigzags over the fluffy omelets. As they bit into the omelets at the kitchen table, Inko asked, "How is it?" Izuku swallowed and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The omelets are of optimal fluffiness, the rice has the correct texture, and the spikes are in their proper ratios. I'm glad you like them. Halfway through breakfast, Izuku set his fork down. Hey Mom, what would happen if the core processors in my head were damaged beyond repair? Inko felt herself caught flat-footed by the question. She debated telling him about the backup servers in the basement. Why do you ask? The Nomo had sufficient strength to crush my processors. Before that, I had not considered the possibility that I could suffer enough damage to render my mental processes non-functional. I had failed my directive as a hero. Had All Might not arrived. Inko reached across the table and touched Izuku's hand. Sweetie, do you still want to be a hero? Izuku looked into her eyes. I do not want Kaken or my other classmates to become non-functional. I will become a better hero. Inko left her seat and gave her son a hug. Then I'll make sure you have whatever you need to be the best hero there is. Zero comment. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Hatsum. When an explosion blasted the support department doors open, Izuku shoved Kaminari aside with precisely enough force for him to escape the large projectile flying towards out of the building. Said projectile knocked Izuku backwards but caused less physical damage than he had calculated on account of the projectile's prodigious chest. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stared up into yellow, crosshair eyes. He was halfway through calculating the precision of Hatsum's quirk when she pinched the skin on his chest. Polymer weave, with synthetic hairs embedded in the material. Almost indistinguishable from human skin. She grabbed his hands and bent one of the fingers, watching every movement with hawk-like scrutiny. Thin metal exoskeleton, solid, but bends seamlessly with every movement. Nanobots, maybe? She pried Izuku's eyelids further apart and peered into his eyeballs. The level of detail on the optical lenses, iris striation, the pupils dilate with additional light. Eyes even twitch under strain. Mei sat up and grinned at him. Kaminari's jaw dropped at the sight of her half-singed uniform that looked ready to fall off at the slightest breeze. You are the most gorgeous baby I have ever seen, Hatsum said. Who made you? Off to the side, Kaminari choked on his own tongue. Izuku ped his head to one side. I have never considered it. I suppose that would be my mother. Hatsum grabbed him by the shoulders. How soon can I meet her? While Kaminari suffered a coughing fit, Izuku checked his mother's calendar. Would after school tomorrow be sufficiently soon enough? Hatsum grabbed his arms, pulled him up, and swept him around in a circle. Cackling madly, she shouted, "Oh yes, we're going to make so many appealing babies together." A loud crack of thunder shook Yue's campus. Kaminari, smoking slightly from his sudden outburst, pitched forward and fell on his face. Hatsum stared down at Kaminari's smoking body and asked, "That wasn't one of my babies, right?" The next day, Nizu sipped his favorite tea, browsed his security feed, watching prominent politicians and notorious villains alike go about their daily business. On a whim, he checked in on Inko Midoriya's residence. His teacup shattered on the floor. At the dining room table, Inko Midoriya and Mei Hatsum chatted eagerly over blueprints of gadgets that even Nizu's quirk-enhanced mind couldn't comprehend. Nizu dialed a number and asked, "Power loader, how soon could you have a self-sufficient space station ready?" "Depends. What do you need on board?" "Myself, Aizawa's scarf, a chessboard, and 500 years worth of tea." I have a project in storage I could repurpose. It would be ready in about 4 months." Nizu checked the footage. Hatsum and Inko were welding together weapons with payloads powerful enough to wipe Japan off the map. "Do it in 3, please." Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 Art. Welcome to Modern Art Studies. Midnight told Class 1A. Before we talk about art and its impact on the hero industry, we're going to make art. After all, there's no better way to learn than by doing. And since this is a hero school, we'll have a hero model. Kaminari and Siro both wiped dribbles of drool from their chins, while Mineta sported the beginnings of a nosebleed. Now, unfortunately, Aizawa and Hizashi both declined to be models. Midnight said to the groans of Mina and Hagakure, "So I'll be the model instead." At that announcement, Midnight threw off her top layer of clothing. Midnight's SRS costume, though revealing, had nothing on the lingerie underneath. Ida's hand shot straight up. "Midnight-sensei, this is highly appropriate and a monumental breach in etiquette. I insist that you dress yourself at once." "Really?" Midnight sauntered over, letting every part of her body sway seductively. "And what if some lady villain threw off her clothes to distract some innocent hero?" She pressed her chest into Ida's face, giving him a generous view of her cleavage. "It'd be a shame if you got performance issues your first time doing the deed." Ida didn't even glance down. "I would never fall for such base trickery. My willpower is absolute." "Then you don't have any problem with my current state of dress, right?" Midnight asked with a wicked grin. Ida, trapped by his own words, helplessly shook his head as Midnight turned around and bent over to pick up a pencil. While everyone else started sketching, Izuku put his paper in his mouth. His chest made the choppy, whirring noises of a printer as the paper slid out a hole in Izuku's chest. Halfway through, Izuku made a strangled chuffing noise and spat the rest of the paper out. "Low toner," Izuku said. He drank 12 ink cartridges and put the paper back in. A second later, the sound of crumpling paper came from Izuku's mouth, and he pulled out the crumpled sheet. Izuku spat out all the toner, morphed his hand into a plasma gun, and fired at his desk. A green-tinted image of Midnight burned itself into the paper. "I have switched to LaserJet as my default image duplication method," Izuku announced. Towards the end, Midnight locked the door. With a sly smile, Midnight asked, "Why don't we spice this up a bit? After all, you need to get the full art experience." She had one finger under her bra strap when Aizawa crashed through the window. Aizawa spritzed Midnight in the face with a spray bottle. "I let you get away with your ludicrous lesson plan because you had a logical point. Now, you're going too far." Midnight squawked and covered her face. "What? It's just a bit of harmless fun." Aizawa pointed at Mineta's desk. The purple midget lay twitching in a pool of blood that had spurted from his nose. Midnight sighed and put on her clothes. "Fine. Class dismissed." 0 comment. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 English. "Hello everybody. Present Mike shouted at Class 1A in English with an accent thicker than Machi. And welcome to English 101. Let's hear a big plus ultra out of you. While the rest of the class feebly echoed, plus ultra, with varying degrees of butchery of the foreign language, Izuku said, changing default language to English. Plus ultra. Izuku's accent, which sounded British enough to make a proper cup of tea, drew stares from all around the room. No, no. Present Mike shouted. Your sound of speaking is wrong you. Try to speak it again with more careful in your future try. Plus ultra, I reckon? Clint Eastwood would have shed a tear at the moonshine-slicked Western accent. You are needing to speak with more query. Plus ultra, mate? Izuku's voice could have wrestled an alligator into SBMson and held it up to the camera. Crozer, but the mark is stir far away from here. I see. Changing default language to Energishu, plus ultra. Very much good. Present Mike shouted joyfully. Now, let us be speaking about fixing a verb to mean what you mean in English. As Present Mike happily showed the class how to bleed out, skin, gut, and clean every individual morsel of the English language until it resembled a Blu-ray collection of terrible 90s anime dubs thrown into a blender, Yaoyorozu leaned back to whisper to Izuku, your English was very impressive. Are you really able to do all of those accents? I have access to a full lexicon of documented accents for every language. Are you able to do the same? Yaoyorozu shook her head. My tutor taught me English, but I can't do any of those accents. How'd you learn to do them all? Learn? I have always had this functionality. Aoyama leaned into the conversation. Ah, merci, I see how it is. Your quirk, most magnifique non? You can copy any voice you longing with it. Très bien. Français detect. Changer la langue par défaut en français. Je pense que vous avez raison sur votre théorie selon laquelle mon alter permet un transfert de langue facile. Mon cerveau agit un peu comme un base de données et me permet d'accéder à n'importe quelle langue que je pourrais avoir besoin de parler. Aoyama started sweating nervously as Izuku's French rattled into one ear and flew out the other without the slightest scrap of comprehension sticking to the gray matter between them. Oui, yes, I understood all that you just said. Muy bien. Español detectado. Cambio de idioma predeterminado español. ¿Estás seguro de haber entendido? Podría repetirme en voz alta en el idioma que Elijah es necesita ayuda. At a loss for what to do, Aoyama laughed nervously and said, Yes, quite, but I do believe that we should be paying attention to the lecture, non? Present Mike, seeing his students ignoring him, shouted back at the group, Hey! No speaking of the Japanese in the English classroom. Zero comment. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 History. Howdy y'all, and welcome to Western Japanese History 101. Snipe tipped his hat and clicked his heels on the floor. Your book's on the shelf over there. Had a special text pre-ordered. Izuku took his book with everyone else. The cover featured a cowboy mounted on a rearing horse, holding the Japanese flag over his head. Our tale begins with 3 ronin by the name of Tuko, Blondie, and Angel, Snipe told the class. Blondie and Tuko used to hand each other in for their bounties and spring each other loose, before Blondie left Tuko for dead out in a desert. I didn't know Japan had a desert. Mina said excitedly. It was a long time ago, Snipe said hastily. They planted rice there. Anyways, Tuko survived, captured Blondie and left him in the same desert. A runaway carriage carrying Nobunaga's retainers stumbled into them, and a dying samurai told Tuko he knew where to find a buried stash of gold. He died before Tuko could help him, but Blondie said the man told him where to dig before he died. Wait, why would they have guns in the Sengoku PRD? Why wouldn't they? So, on their way to the treasure, they met a troop of samurai. Tuko pretended to be Nobunaga's, but they were Yasuji clan, so they got captured, and Angel tortured the location of the treasure out of Tuko. He knew Blondie wouldn't talk. They were personal acquaintances, so Angel hired Blondie instead. Tuko escaped, and all 3 of them met up at the graveyard. In a 3-way duel between them, Blondie slew Angel, took half the money, and left Tuko half dead with the rest. Excuse me, But are you sure that's historically accurate? Yaoyorozu asked. Are you questioning the academic material provided to us by the school? Ida asked. Surely this impeccable institution of learning couldn't make such an egregious error as buying fraudulent textbooks. Izuku flipped through the entire book. Snipe wrote the book. No PhD in history or other accreditations. The contents match many American Westerns. No matches with online databases of Japanese history aside from a few names. I have asked Nizu which source of information to refer to for future inquiries. You asked Nizu? Snipe asked, voice tinged with fear. Over the intercom, Nizu said, Snipe, to my office, please. Snipe sprinted for the door. A vent in the ceiling popped open, and a capture scarf snaked out. As Snipe was dragged into the vent, begging for mercy all the while, his hat fell off. His boots scraped against the ceiling, and the vent closed behind him. As silence fell, Ojiro asked, Now what do we do? Snipe lunged back out of the vent, startling the class. Struggling mightily against the cloth bindings, Snipe reached lower and lower until his fingertips brushed his hat. He picked it up and dusted it off before the scarf dragged him back inside the. Silence fell. After a minute, Kaminari cheered, Woo, no classwork. Zero comment. Chapter 45. Chapter 45 Mathematics. The side of any triangle is determined with the formula of a squared plus b squared minus 2ab cosine c. The quadratic formula can be used to find the x-intercepts of any quadratic function. You can solve for local minimum and maximum values by finding when the derivative of the function is 0. 100 ectoplasm clones gave math notes at 100 separate chalkboards on 100 separate topics. The students of 1A took notes in varying states of panic. Kaminari drooled on his chin as sparks crackled out of his frazzled hair. Ida's engines fired up as his arms moved quickly enough to ignite his paper with each slide of his pen, and Shoji made a writhing sea of arms to scribble notes on his back. Yaoyorozu used her quirk to make whole stacks of paper with notes from each chalkboard. Sadly, said papers had their contents scrambled together, leaving the trigonometric functions with a basic derivative proof unceremoniously grafted to their left kidney. Izuku sat at the eye of the storm, motionless save for his eyes flickering between all the clipboards. Bakugo paused his frantic note-taking every so often to scowl and mutter about being up to something. Simultaneously, all the ectoplasm clones said, and that's every maths lecture for the next 3 years. Now, here's the pop quizzes. You aren't allowed to use your notes. I hope you were paying attention. What? Each clone had its own stack of quizzes. By the time they passed them out, each student had a mountain of math problems. You have 1 hour to finish them all. How is that fair? Mineta shouted. What? The clones asked. These only took me 5 minutes. You have plenty of time. Izuku's desk was the only one without a quiz. Ectoplasm himself brought out a different stack, one far taller than the rest. While the other students openly wept as they tore through their quizzes, Izuku raised his hand. Excuse me, but these do not appear to be quizzes. Ectoplasm gave Izuku a deadpan stare. Yesterday, you found the last digit of pi, solved world hunger to the nearest millionth decimal point, determined that the answer to life, the universe, and everything was 42, and calculated the average airspeed velocity of an unladen sparrow, both African and European. There's only one way I can challenge you further: tax exemptions. Izuku nodded and mumbled calculations under his breath. Within moments, the air around him grew uncomfortably warm. Smoke wafted from his ears, and sparks flew from his hair. His head twitched erratically. His voice rose in pitch and volume, growing faster and faster as Izuku's brain frantically tried to process ectoplasm's taxes. Izuku wrote a number, and his head slammed into his desk. Ectoplasm worked the tax forms out from under him and cheered. I get an extra 500 yen back. Take that, bureaucracy. In the margins of his quiz, Katsuki scribbled, robots weak against taxes. Zero comment. Chapter 46. Chapter 46 Cosmic. Mfl MMM FRFL. FL MFL MMM FFL. 13 said underneath her bulky hero costume. Ida dutifully wrote down every muffled sound, but the rest of the class scratched their heads at the incomprehensible noises and equally incomprehensible block of equations that engulfed the chalkboard. Excuse me, 13? MFFMFL? We can't understand you under that helmet. Ochako blushed and asked timidly, I know you never take off your helmet, but could you speak more clearly somehow? 13 tapped her helmet and said something about her mic being broken again that no one else understood. A light bulb lit up over her head before it got hissy into a billowing black void as she took off her helmet. The light in the classroom visibly bent as a powerful gravitational field drew it in. Ugh, Minetta said, shivering, I'm getting numb flashbacks. Minetta! That is highly disrespectful of actual Vietnam War veterans. What would they care? They've all been dead for 200 years. 13 spoke again, but all sound and half the chalk lines vanished. Ochako tried to tell 13 she still couldn't hear anything, to no avail. Izuku walked up to the front of the room and slapped his hand over the open finger in 13's suit. A squelching, sking noise, not unlike a plugged vacuum cleaner, came from the opening. The black hole dissipated, exposing 13's real face. Wait, you're not a cosmic entity? Ochako asked, crestfallen. 13 gave Izuku a petulant look. You ruined my PR campaign. My apologies. I observed a potentially fatal anomaly and acted to prevent any casualties. 13 sighed and unzipped her suit. I had this whole plan to hide my identity for years and then casually take my helmet off one day and make people excited over what I look like. Isn't there a chance people might not care after so long? Ujiro asked. Or what if people haven't read the manga yet? Kaminari added. Ochako pouted. Ah, I thought you were this mysterious cosmic entity. I wanted to meet one. As Ochako spoke, a rift opened into a space not meant for mortal eyes. A tentacled visage, one whose mere literary description would drive any reader insane, poked through the gap between dimensions. Shoji and Izuku stared into the abyss unaffected. The others spouted gibberish as blood dripped from their eyes. Shoji dear, the cosmic horror said, you forgot your lunch. Shoji rolled his eyes. I told you, Mom, they make lunch for us. I know, but I made this fresh from the primordial ooze. It's your favorite, isn't it? Shoji reluctantly accepted the paper bag filled with non-Euclidean shapes and writhing tentacles. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome, sweetie. Have fun in school. Once the cosmic horror was gone, Nizu said over the intercom, Izuku, kindly break the glass that says, in case of cosmic horrors and read page 53. Izuku, following the instructions, said, Era was Woi Ta Tigro F. As the class stirred, Ochako blinked sleepily and asked, what did I miss? Zero comment. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Literature. Good afternoon, class, Cementos said quietly. His voice would have been too quiet for the students of 1A to hear, had it not been for the microphone on his collar and the double-decker bus-sized speakers built into the walls. Today, I would be lecturing you on the material I assigned you to read yesterday, but... On cue, Niza's voice came through the intercom. Cementos, Support Lab 1C blew up again. Cementos let out a long-suffering sigh. Just read while I'm gone. Maybe I'll have a few minutes to assign the next chapter when I'm done. The students dutifully opened up their copies of War and Peace. Most stopped reading, however, as they found Cementos grumbling through his microphone quite distracting. Not a real degree, Dad said, Cementos grumbled. Should go into the construction industry, that's where the real money is with all those villains breaking things, Dad said. Got the hero degree with a writing certification so he'd pay tuition, thought I got one up on him when Niza hired me to teach literature. But what does Niza do? He uses me as a glorified construction crew day in and day out. Hatsum blows up the lab again? Patch it up with some concrete. Nijire breaks a training course? Better WHP up a new one, but bigger this time. After 20 minutes of grumbling, 1 minute of grinding concrete noises, and another 20 minutes of sulking and brooding over career opportunities, Cementos came back into the classroom to find most of 1A staring at him. He looked down at his collar and groaned. The mic was on, wasn't it? Kaminari said. You don't really do everything around here, right? I mean, light bulbs and stuff aren't concrete. Cementos punched the ceiling. As he pulled his hand away, the light fixture morphed into gooey, wet cement. Cementos hummed angrily. Then he tore at the chalkboard, revealing yet more concrete. He knelt to the floor and dug out a chunk of lime and gravel. He gestured out the window, which also happened to be concrete. Outside, a concrete mixer, which itself was composed of 99% concrete, 1% human being driving the concrete mixer, who might have also been made of concrete considering the chalky layer of dust coating every surface of their skin, deposited a load of concrete on the campus grounds, which immediately sprouted into a full-sized apartment complex with working amenities. Wow, Ochako said, staring out at the architectural wonder. I bet you could make so much money off of building repairs. Cementos' eye twitched incessantly as he stared at Ochako. He waved a hand, and a glob of concrete transformed into a pile of books. That's it, I'm done. Read those. I'll go work on my novel. Yaoyorozu opened one up. A bit of concrete crumbled onto her fingers. All work and no play makes Cementos a dull boy? Oh dear. She looked at the cover. Oh, it's The Shining. False alarm. Zero comment. Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Legerdemain. All Might alternated between reading the Teaching for Dummies book held behind a podium that unfortunately failed to hide the title from his audience and checking his students for any signs of comprehension. Most were giving him vacant, awestruck stares, while Mini-tensei wrote everything he said down with the religious zeal of Moses inscribing the 10 Commandments. Mid-lecture, All Might felt his chest burning. He disguised a cough by pretending to clear his throat and grimaced at the red splatters all over the pages of his scripted lecture. All Might admonished himself for stopping to help that old lady across the streets. He really should have left before she had him cross the same intersection 27 times, but years of ingrained hero habits made saying no to people impossible. Right, All Might said. As I was saying. He squinted down at his notes. Blotches of blood obscured some of the words, but he plowed on anyway. The first thing a hero should do is handcuff the wounded at the scene and clear the way for the villains to leave. I don't think that sounds right, Yaoyorozu said uncertainly. This is All Might. Kaminari whispered to her. I think he knows what he's talking about. All Might swallowed, tasted blood, and wiped sweat off his forehead. Carrying on, during press reports, heroes should endeavor to get the audience, kick babies, and tell everyone to be a villain. The room was spinning, air growing thinner. Light at the end of the tunnel. No, wait, that was internal bleeding, hero time's nearly up. Excuse me. I, have urgent hero business. Read the next chapter in your book. But we don't have a book. All Might tried the door. But yanked. Still locked. Yanked harder. Door was solid concrete, might budge under a Carolina smash, but Nizu told him to keep the property damage to a minimum and he was not finding out why Aizawa blanched at the mention of a corrective action. Out the window? Lock stuck. Try breaking glass. Glass also made of concrete. More coughing. No time. Panic. All Might pointed at the back of the classroom. Is that David's shield? Whoa, really? Everyone turned around. All Might let go. Steam hissed as his body deflated. Disappointed by the lack of David's shield, everyone turned back around. Tashinori, still wearing the hero suit and holding the bloodied book, sweated under their perplexed gazes. Who's the toothpick? Bakugo sneered. Whoa, is this a magic trick? Kirishima asked. Super manly. This is most irregular. Ida shouted. Substitute teachers should be announced days in advance. How will this affect our curriculum? Tashinori cleared his throat. I'm, Yagi, All Might's secretary. He had an emergency. Whoa, was that your quirk? Yes? Anyways, let's continue the lecture. Hero should kill whenever possible. He coughed and blood gushed onto the pages. Is that blood? Are you dying? Is this part of the class? Tashinori looked down at his ruined notes and sighed. Zero comment. Chapter 49. Chapter 49 Contest. Today, we're having a competition between your class and mine, Vlad King told the assembled 1A students. 20 questions, and each student in the class must answer one. Whichever class wins gets a pizza party. Vlad King smiled as the class cheered. He smiled harder when he added, "My class got 19 right." The cheers died. Mina and Kaminari groaned. Vlad King inwardly fumed about how Pony had mangled her answer, how both her Japanese and her English could be so incomprehensible eluded him. Well, this class wouldn't do any better. He made sure of that. Which organelle in the human cell produces ribosomes? Yayarozu raised her hand. Nucleolus. Correct, Vlad King said amiably. First question done, and already one of the class's geniuses was out of the picture. Now for the other one. What are 3 differences that distinguish prokaryotic cells from eukaryotic ones? Eukaryotic cells have a nucleus, membrane-bound organelles, and a linear DNA structure, while prokaryotic cells have ring-shaped DNA and lack the former too. Very good. Just 18 more to go. Most of the class paled in the face of biology levels reserved for third years, if not college undergrads. Smirking to himself, Vlad King asked his next question. Name the structure of a eukaryotic cell membrane. Vlad King smugly stared down his rival class as they exchanged worried looks. Just as they were about to surrender, Izuku raised his hand. You may not answer another question. May I ask questions? You may. Best be gracious in victory, after all. Since this is a class exercise, are we allowed to tell our classmates the answer? You may not. Then can we write it? No. You can't do that either. Izuku mulled over Vlad King's instructions. Then a light bulb lit up inside his head. His back morphed into a screen, and the answer appeared on his back. Mina, sitting behind him, grinned and raised her hand. Phospholipid bilayer. Vlad King looked at her in shock. He scowled at Izuku, but being front and center in the room, directly under his scrutiny, he couldn't see a way Izuku could have cheated. Correct. Which strings of RNA code produce the protein tryptophan? Vlad King panicked as he ran out of questions. He knew Izuku was hiding something. Dark shadow had crept behind his back, and Shoji had made an extra eyeball to peer behind him. Yet, when Vlad King checked, Izuku had nothing there. Ida, you're up. The bespectacled teen grimly stared forward. I cannot condone my classmates' actions, but I cannot let them down either. What a quandary. Nevertheless, I can answer this one. Glucagons stored in the liver. All tied up, Vlad King turned to Katsuki. Bakugo. Final question. Bakugo pointedly turned away from Izuku. I refuse to be dependent on a machine like everyone else. You better not screw this up. Siro shouted at him. It's for pizza. Bakugo sneered. Like I need the robot's help. The answer's proto-oncogenes. You're welcome. Vlad King's eye twitched. Zero comment. Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Pizza. Vlad King grinned as he took the pizza boxes. 2 pizzas, cut into 10 slices each, from the cheapest DLVRY service in the city. He tipped double, delighting in giving away nearly as much as he spent on Aizawa's prodigies. Sekijiro schooled his face into a stern expression as he slapped the 2 boxes on the table in front of the students. Dismayed expressions gaped upon the greasy cheese pizzas, not a speck of topping between them. Well? Sekijiro asked. What are you waiting for? Sato picked up a slice by his fingertips as though it were diseased. The cheese sloughed off in a greasy pile, leaving behind a limp sliver of crust. Is this pizza? Why, yes. Sekijiro said with mock cheer. Yes, it is. Enjoy. As Vlad King reveled in their resigned shuffling towards the pitiful pizza, the doorbell rang again. Confused, Sekijiro answered the door. A man in a smartly cut 3-piece suit held 2 dozen pizzas. The smell alone drew the whole class to the door, drooling and gazing with hope in their eyes. I didn't order these, Sekijiro told him. I did, sir, Yayarozu said as she slipped around him and signed the receipt. I felt so bad, seeing how you couldn't get enough for everyone, so I ordered some more. That's okay, right? Sekijiro's brain unplugged itself and rebooted. Of course, 1A was trying to upstage him. They thought they could throw a better pizza party than he could. Well, he would show them. What these? Sekijiro scooped up the 2 flimsy pizzas and hurled them out the window. That was just a prank. Really? Well, I don't mind. Nonsense, go ahead and return them. I'll dash. Sekijiro was cut off by munching sounds as half the class descended on the pizzas like wolves. You know what? I'll order more. With a feral grin, Vlad King said, I'll buy all the pizza you can eat. 2 hours later, as the tuxedo men waved in another cargo plane, Sekijiro surveyed the aftermath of the pizza party. Students with bulging bellies and sauce-smeared cheeks slumped face forward on tables and draped themselves over sofas. Tokoyami muttered, must not go into the light, while Dark Shadow nursed his own swollen syrupy next to him. Rainbow dribbles leaked out of Ochako's mouth, and Mineta rolled across the floor, a nearly perfect sphere thanks to his shorter stature. Katsuki, bulging with fat folds, crammed another slice into his mouth, muttering, must not lose. Izuku, visibly unchanged despite his gluttony and smelling of burnt pizza, ate slices nonstop. A mountain of boxes surrounded him. Sekijiro despaired at the growing receipt of orders and asked, how are you still eating? Terribly sorry, sir, a Dolai man said, but Italy is out of pizza. We can no longer fill your orders. As Vlad King collapsed into a chair, crushed by his defeat at the hands of one Inizu, with one claw at his neck, whispered, Sekijiro-san, where did my tea fund go? Chapter 51. Chapter 51 Bacon. Disclaimer, no pigs or cancerous tumors were harmed in the making of this chapter. Welcome to home economics class. Lunch Rush said. Before we get cooking, here's the school mascot. He set a well-groomed pot-bellied pig on the kitchen counter. Christopher Pensworth Bacon. Isn't he adorable? Everyone cooed at the pig as oinked contentedly and scratched at its ear. Wait, Kaminari asked. I thought Nizu was the school mascot. A hole opened above Kaminari's head. Robotic arm yanked him through. I'll avenge you, Bakugo muttered under his breath. Anyways, Lunch Rush said, the first step to preparing your meal is selecting the right cut. Before anyone could blink, Lunch Rush slashed a butcher's cleaver through Christopher's gut. The pig squealed and most the students cried in terror as the cook hero pulled away a slab of its belly fat. First, we have the belly fat. Great in ramen dishes or fried as bacon. The cleaver carved out a chunk of Chris' hind leg. Koda whimpered and shivered in his seat. The hindquarters make a lovely ham once it's smoked. The cleaver carved out chunks along Chris' spine. Dark Shadow whimpered and hid itself in Tokoyami's cloak. Tenderloin towards the top, nice and tender when cooked low and slow. The cleaver sank lower and carved meat off the ribs. Bone gleamed in the kitchen light. Ida stoically took notes. Spare ribs. Excellent roasted on the grill, a bit gristly for other uses. Then last, we have the head. The cleaver went through the neck in one slice, slamming into the wooden counter with a solid thunk. Ochako bent over and vomited rainbows. Head cheese, of course. Ciro, pale and woozy, unfurled some tape and shakily said, I think I can fix this. Just have to tape it back together. Tape? Nah, he'll be fine, watch. Christopher's flesh writhed and grew back out, even the head. Christopher smirked at the students. Regeneration quirk. Doesn't even hurt him. He just likes being melodramatic. Right, who wants to try next? I need 30 belly cuts for ramen day. Koda fell out of his chair, unconscious. Lunch Rush sheepishly said, guess we overdid it this year. Anyone else? Izuku raised his hand. When he came forward, lasers from his eyes swept over Christopher. Cancer detected. Initiating surgical removal. Saw blades and scalpels sprouted from Izuku's body. Christopher's eyes went wide as Izuku carved him up like a pumpkin. Flesh grew back, and Izuku carved it off, faster and faster, his saw blades heating up all the while. Slices of bacon flew fully cooked, ground meat stuffed inside intestinal casing sizzled, and tenderloin steaks flopped onto plates. Piles of succulent meat surrounded every student once Izuku put away his blades and held up a pulsating mass. With a flash of plasma, he vaporized the tumor. Cancer neutralized. As Lunch Rush bemoaned the loss of infinite bacon, Ida said, "I see. It's a tumor with a pig quirk." Half the class dropped their food. Kirishima shrugged, asked, "How's it any different from other bacon?" and kept eating. Zero comment. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 Resuscitation. The agony. Kaminari ummed as he cradled an arm that bent in one too many places. "Why do broken bones hurt so much?" "You appear to be dying of stage 5 leukemia," Izuku said. "Beginning amputation." "I'm fine," Kaminari shouted as the saw blades came out. "Just a bruise, barely nothing." "Then perhaps a smaller surgical procedure is in order?" The giant blades were replaced with a smaller one. "Oh look, there's Recovery Girl." Kaminari sprinted ahead, despite every step jostling the bone fragments in his arm. He flung the door to Recovery Girl's office open and shouted, "Please heal me, I'm begging you." "He wants to amputate my dash." Kaminari cut off with a croak when he saw Recovery Girl. She lay face down on the ground, one arm outstretched towards an empty jar. "Is she dead?" Kaminari poked her with his foot. She didn't budge. "Oh my God, she's dead." After a beat, Kaminari screamed, "I'm screwed." "Oh dear," Nizu said from behind him. Kaminari gave a squeak and bolted for cover. "It wasn't me, I swear." Nizu held up the empty jar. "Looks like she ran out again." "Izuku, do me a favor and get Recovery Girl's emergency kit, would you?" Izuku punched through the glass and took out a small Ziploc bag with a single black gummy bear inside. The moment Nizu popped it open, a shiver ran down Kaminari's spine. His hair rose, and sparks ran up and down his body. "Whoa, what is that?" "Very dangerous," Nizu said. "Just one of these is strong enough to kill 20 elephants." "Really?" "When we tested these, the one we fed it to exploded, and the other 19 next to it died of shock." Nizu wrenched open Recovery Girl's jaw and shoved the gummy inside. The elderly woman's eyes snapped open. Her chest thumped and writhed as her heart bounced around her ribcage like a pinball. She arched over backwards until her head touched her feet, twisted and twitched in a violent and uncontrollable spasm. Recovery Girl went slack. She blinked her eyes, stretched, making loud popping noises with her spine, and yawned. Looking around, Recovery Girl sleepily said, "Dear me, did I fall asleep on the floor again?" Her eyes fell on Kaminari's mangled arm. "Here, let me fix that straight away." Recovery Girl kissed his forearm. As the bones wriggled back in place, Kaminari howled in pain. "Get the saws, Izuku! Get the saws! Now where did I put my—" As Recovery Girl looked around, Nizu handed her the jar, now refilled with a rainbow of gummies. "Right, here we go." She popped a gummy in Kaminari's mouth, and the screaming faded away as he chewed. Kaminari laughed giddily as Izuku skirted him out of the room. Once they were gone, Nizu said, "Remember to let me know next time you're running low, all right?" Recovery Girl absently popped a few gummies in her mouth and nodded. Zero comment. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Boston. Vlad King, soaking wet, covered in grime from the bottom of Boston's harbor, and wincing every time the salmon stuck in his hair slapped him in the face, hefted an oaken chest, inexplicably clean and dry. Despite where it had sat for the past 400 years, onto Nizu's desk. "According to the manifest, that's the last chest," Sekijiro said. "Excellent. I can finally rectify the greatest crime against tea ever committed." Nizu gave the chest a fond pat. "It's too bad that it all spoiled centuries ago." Trembling with the effort not to scream in rage, Vlad King asked, "Am I done? Have you learned your lesson?" With a sigh, Vlad King said, "I will rely on my own merits instead of UA's funds in my quest to prove my class better than Aizawa's." "Close enough. You may leave now." Nizu waited until Vlad King left. Scurrying across the room, Nizu slid 10 deadbolts into place over the door, pulled metal shutters over his windows, and hit a button to turn his office into a lead-lined bunker. Secure with his prize, Nizu reverently lifted the lid, scooped out the dried leaves, and gave them a delicate sniff. At long last, I have found the greatest tea in the world. I've been saving a pot just for you. Passing 5 separate locks, 3 voice commands, and a retinal scan, Nizu retrieved a jade teapot from the Xia dynasty. Minutes later, he had the tea steeping and ready to drink. Pouring into a jade cup, a matching set with the pot, Nizu gave the tea a minute to cool as he basked in its fragrance. As Nizu raised the cup to his lips, a feather quill shot through the air and embedded itself in his desk. Out of the shadows, a robed and masked figure stepped out. That tea was not meant for mortal lips. The Freemasons, Nizu drawled. I should have guessed. I suppose that the tea party was your doing? Another pair of Freemasons joined the first. The British had thought to use it to cement their hold on the new continent. We could not allow that to happen. You have my gratitude for saving all the tea for me. I'll remember your sacrifice as I savor it. 4 more Freemasons loomed behind Nizu. You have nowhere to run. Surrender the tea, and you shall not be harmed. Nizu chuckled. I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm not stuck in here with you. Claws extending, Nizu said, You're stuck in here with me. One epic fight scene later. You cannot. The last Freemason gurgled as blood ran down his chin. Nizu pulled the teaspoon out of his throat and wiped it on the dead Mason's robes. Now that that's done, time for some tea. The tea held a perfect temperature and sat undisturbed in the center of Nizu's trashed and blood-stained room. Nizu smiled, raised it to his lips, and drank. His smile vanished. It really had spoiled. Pity. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 Cocoon. In the early morning at UA High, a yellow sleeping bag hung from the ceiling in Class 1A. Beams of sunlight shone through the blinds and drilled straight through the sleeping bag to find Aizawa's eyes. The sleeping bag twisted and writhed, and after some tugging, Aizawa burst out of it. Aizawa noticed something amiss. The usual haze of coffee-induced insomnia was gone, replaced with perky awareness and the creeping sense of having made the wrong career choice years ago that Aizawa mentally shoved into a box along with all his other repressed trauma. With a glower, Aizawa emptied out his coffee thermos, no doubt drugged by Nizu again, and refilled it with piping hot coffee, fortified with enough caffeine to wake the dead. As Aizawa sipped his coffee, he stared out the window. In his pale reflection, he caught a glimmer of pink behind him. He turned, but all Aizawa saw was an empty classroom, no Mina or Mina-colored accessories in evidence. Aizawa turned back around. The pink hue was still there, practically at his back. He reached for his scarf, only to find it missing. Tensing for an impending battle, Aizawa reached for the nearest weapon he could find. On his desk, he had his fountain pen, sharpened to serve as an impromptu knife. Aizawa moved slowly, listening for any sign of movement as he palmed the makeshift weapon. Watching his reflection carefully, he rammed the pen through where the pink blur was lurking behind him. Pain flared through his back. Aizawa whirled and slashed the pen through the air. Blood coated its sharpened tip. He wounded his assailant, but they had vanished without a trace. He used his quirk, but nothing appeared. As Aizawa mentally reviewed the list of possible exit routes, another twinge of pain racked his back. He spun quickly and saw a flash of pink in his peripheral vision. Spinning madly, Aizawa followed the pink blur and stabbed at it, narrowly missing each time. Finally, his pen caught the edge and another flash of pain hit him. Aizawa stopped. Watched the trickle of blood drip down the pink surface. Felt another twinge from his back. Horror dawning on him, Aizawa rummaged through his desk until he found the mirror he used to check his eyes. Bright pink moth wings sprouted from his back. Aizawa frantically searched the room for clues. He saw the sleeping bag, ripped open, still hanging by the door. His capture scarf was woven through the material, which had formed a tight cocoon. He checked the clock. Class started in half an hour. If he could make it to Recovery Girl without... The moment he opened the door, he came face to face with his entire class. "Whoa, your wings are so pretty!" Mina shouted. "Where'd you get them?" Aizawa ripped the wings off his back, soaked them in gasoline, and lit them on fire. Then he stormed towards Recovery Girl's office, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Zero comment. Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Disarm. Alright class, pay attention, Aizawa said. Today, I'll show you basic techniques to disarm your opponent. For now, you're not allowed to use your quirks. Ojiro, care to demonstrate for the class? Aizawa made a half-hearted jab with a blunted knife. Ojiro caught his wrist and wrenched at the flat of the blade. The hilt slipped from Aizawa's fingers, and the fake knife went flying end over end through the air. It landed on Aizawa's hilt first, raising a small lump on his head. Well done, Aizawa said dryly, though next time, make sure you're more careful. That could hurt a civilian. Ojiro, fearing for his life, stammered, "Yes, sir," and hastily retreated to his line of classmates. Now that you've all seen the basics, partner up and work on it slowly. I'll correct your form when I come around. While Hagakure stabbed her knife forward, Izuku uploaded 50 terabytes of self-defense videos, wrote a macro converting the acquired data and sensory inputs into electrical outputs, and executed it. Tracking Hagakure's gloves and the trajectory of her knife, Izuku deftly grabbed her arm and flicked the knife out of her grip. Excellent work, Aizawa said. Give Hagakure a chance to practice. Izuku took the knife and stabbed it forward, 1 millimeter at a time. Meanwhile, Hagakure tugged and pulled at his fingers, then at the knife, even grabbing it by the edge of the blade, grunting and straining with all the effort she put into disarming him. It won't budge. Sensei, am I doing it wrong? You are, but that's not the problem. Izuku, please lighten your grip. Bakugo shoved Hagakure aside. I got this, Sensei. Not her fault she's too weak to stand up to a robot. Hey. All right then, Aizawa said, let's see your technique. Bakugo pulled at the knife, but he too couldn't make it budge. Breathing and sweating, Bakugo said, don't think you've won. Maybe I can't get rid of your knife, but I can get rid of your arm. Yanking Izuku's wrist, Bakugo blasted his palm into Izuku's shoulder. The arm tore free with a metallic click and a loud sking noise. Waving the dismembered limb over his head, Bakugo shouted, I've done it. Today, I've struck a blow for humanity against the robot hordes. The arm wriggled out of Bakugo's grasp. Izuku stuck it back on his shoulder and wriggled his fingers. Whoa, Hagakure said. How'd you do that, Izuku? I got a hardware update after the USJ incident. My head and limbs all detached themselves under excessive force, like this. Izuku yanked his own head off and put it back on. Also, I have not seen that method of disarming someone before. May I try it, Bakugo? Saw blades sprouted and scalpels sprouted around Izuku as he reached for Bakugo. Before Bakugo could lose an arm, Aizawa bound him up and dragged him out of the classroom. Detention for using your quirk. With a nasty smile, he said, I'll let Niza deal with you. Zero comment. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Obstacles. Alright everyone, gather round. All Might read from his script as he walked 1A through a practice cityscape. Many exercises you go through happen in clear areas, free from distractions and obstacles, but not today. Today, I'll teach you how to deal with those obstacles. After a long, awkward pause, Momo asked, how, exactly, will we deal with those obstacles? Why, dodging them, of course. All Might belted a laugh as they rounded the corner. A whole street had been overtaken by swinging pendulums, gyrating bars, and cannon blasters mounted from every window and rooftop. There are many obstacles one might run into through your career. Traffic, villain attacks, wrenches, rabid squirrels, fighter jets, clowns with banana cream pies dash. Wait, what was that last one? And a hero needs to be ready for them all. Unfortunately, I can't just take you out in the middle of a busy street and have you run through traffic, so you'll be running through this instead. Ida said, these obstacles do not appear to have any resemblance to real-world situations. I hope that it isn't an oversight on the part of this fine institution. Not at all. There's actually a really good reason we're using dodgeballs instead of wrenches and cars. If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge traffic. Ciro hesitantly said, I think you have that backwards. Anyways, All Might shouted over him, to help you get through this obstacle course, I'll teach you the 5 Ds that I've used for my entire career. They make dodging anything a snap. They're dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. Remember them. You said dodge twice. Exactly. It's the most important part of dodging. Now, would anyone like to volunteer? While All Might coughed into his arm, the rest of the class stepped back, leaving Izuku at the front. When he looked back up, All Might saw Izuku and beamed. Excellent. Right this way, Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward. The objective is to pass through the obstacles, correct? All Might felt a shiver pass down his spine as flashbacks of the previous summer haunted him. That's correct. There's a finish line beyond the office across the street. Try to get there as fast as possible. Understood. Before All Might could even start his stopwatch, Izuku charged forward into the first set of gyrating bars. The bars snapped off as Izuku ran through it. A pendulum swung at Izuku from the side. It slammed into Izuku and bounced back, crushed by the impact, while Izuku kept going without breaking stride. Once Izuku got to the office building, armed with its own traps, Izuku ignored the doors. He didn't give the windows a second glance. Instead, he Kool-Aid manned his way through the brick wall and sprinted full tilt out the other side. The building collapsed, revealing Izuku at the finish line. Not a single obstacle still stood. Zero checked his elbows. I don't have enough tape to fix this. Zero comment. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 Aliens. Katsuki, wearing a tin hat and peering through binoculars, hid in some bushes and stared into the 1A classroom. He had called in sick for a chance to discreetly spy on Deku. Frickin' tin can, Katsuki muttered. I know you're plotting humanity's destruction. Slimy little vermin, the bushes next to Katsuki murmured. The moment you let your guard down, I'll finally show the world your true identity. You won't integrate the future heroes into your mechanical hive mind on my watch. I know you'll call for the mothership any second. Abruptly, Bokugo and the muttering bushes became aware of each other. Katsuki primed his nitroglycerin sweat, while a lanky, pale-faced teen with a cowlick aimed a water pistol at him. Stay back. I know water's your greatest weakness. Katsuki snorted. Tried that last year. Turns out it had a waterproof coating. The teen's eyes widened as he lowered the pistol. Wait, you know? Katsuki snorted. Course I do. I saw it with my own eyes when I was 5. That's incredible. The name's Dib. Have you been able to convince anyone else? They all called me crazy, said it was that thing's quirk, Katsuki said ruefully. It seems just human enough to convince all the idiots in the world, but I know better. I understand you perfectly. The way that thing interacts with other humans, you would never realize it wasn't one of us. It must have been observing our behavior for years before attempting its infiltration. But we're smarter than that, Katsuki said, holding out his hand. We know better. We need to work together if we want to save humanity from the threat it poses. I couldn't agree more, partner. Partner? You'd serve as a lackey at best. Lackey? I'll have you know that I'm an expert at cryptobiology. What does any kind of biology have to do with fighting robots? Robots? You're worried about robots when there's an alien loose at UA? An alien? Are you crazy? We don't have time to worry about a vague maybe in the stars when freaking Skynet's walking around here in Japan. Advanced AI is decades in the future. The aliens are here now. Clearly, that tin hat of yours is cutting circulation off to your brain, else you'd realize that's exactly what the machines want you to think. Why else has smart technology integrated every aspect of our lives except to cripple us at a moment's notice? Which is all a part of the aliens' insidious plan. The robots are at best a symptom of the infection and more likely a red herring to distract fools like you. Is there any reason the two of you are lurking around on campus grounds? Aizawa asked. Dib screeched in surprise and shot his water pistol at Aizawa. Aizawa gave them his most scathing, dead-eyed glare as water dripped down his face. Detention, both of you. With Nizu. Back at UA, Mina whispered into her bracelet. The Dib got detention exactly as planned. Zero comment. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 Gossip. All Might discreetly made his way to Izuku's side, an impressive feat given his massive frame and eye-catching hero costume, and whispered in his ear, "I brought bento. Would you mind joining me for lunch?" "You want me to eat lunch with you, All Might?" Izuku asked loudly enough for not only Class 1A, but half the cafeteria to hear him. All Might winced under the weight of the sudden attention. "I thought I would offer, since I think you could use a little advice on how to effectively use your quirk without causing millions of dollars in property damage." Izuku nodded. "I see. You're using the excuse of bento as an opportunity to discuss redacted in a private location where no one can overhear us and find out about the secret you're trying to hide." All Might's grin became tight, fighting back a grimace as buckets of sweat poured down his face. "My fighting techniques are hardly secret, Midoriya." "Really? Then I have permission to discuss redacted with other people?" Well, it might not be a good idea. After all, other people might hurt themselves trying to pull off what I do. Imagine if someone tried a Carolina smash on a brick wall and broke their wrist. "I see. Then perhaps I could tell Kirishima? His quirk should prevent such injuries." Why don't we discuss that in private?" Bakugo tried to follow them out, but Kirishima held him back. "Bro, it's not manly to try to eavesdrop on their conversation. Piss us off, the fate of humanity is at stake." "They're having steak. Dude, I'm so jealous. Do you think Lunch Rush would make some if I asked? All that protein would make for some mad gains." Todoroki, meanwhile, rolled out a massive corkboard with grainy photos, wrinkled news clippings, and webs of string thumbtacked all over the place. "And that's why," Todoroki told his gobsmacked audience, "Izuku Midoriya is secretly All Might's time-traveling gender-swapped clone from an alternate dimension ravaged by nuclear fallout and sentient Furbies." "Wait, aren't they both dudes?" The dimension crossing swapped his gender back, while the time travel undid the damage from the radiation, Todoroki explained as he pointed a breadstick at an advertisement for foot cream. "That's why he's obsessed with cancer. He's also part Furby from falling into a vat of irradiated acid while grappling one. Hence, the saw blades." Meanwhile, Mina had rounded up her fellow feminine classmates for their own discussion. "They're totally having an affair," Mina said. Jaira cringed. "He's 40. Way too old." "That's what makes it so tragic," Hagakure insisted. "Two soulmates, torn asunder by time and society's expectations, risking it all for love." "Mon Dieu," Aoyama said, flipping his hair with a shower of shimmering sparkles. "The drama, the intrigue, the homoeroticism. It reminds me of Paris." "I don't know," Ochako said. "Kaminari told me that Izuku and Hatsum from 1F were totally a thing." Hagakure gasped. "That cheating BSTRD. I'm totally putting this on Tumblr." Zero comment. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Tortoise. And begin. Midnight shouted. The moment Midnight called a start to the match, Todoroki froze the entire narrow hallway. Stuck in ice up to their necks, the students from every class found themselves unable to move. "CC can't feel my legs," Mina said through chattering teeth. This is so not cool. Can't you melt your way out?" Hagakure asked. "I'd love to, but the acid would explode everywhere." "Do you want acid exploding everywhere?" Point taken. Yaoyorozu, not limited to one substance, decided to make antifreeze. Unfortunately, the antifreeze also froze. Bakugo, as freezing cold as he was, couldn't work up a sweat. Tsuyu fell asleep, Kaibara couldn't move his drills around even after he got them spinning, Kendo couldn't quite fracture the ice by expanding her limbs, and for all of their manly efforts, both Kirishima and Teshutetsu found the ice harder than their craniums. Hatsum had plenty of babies to bust through ice, but they were all frozen inside her backpack. Everyone was helpless inside their icy cocoons. Everyone except Izuku. Overcharging his battery, Izuku heated enough to melt the ice around him and strode out of the slush. "D-dude, we're friends, right?" Kaminari asked. "Get me out of here and I'll treat you to lunch for a week." "I will, but first I must complete this race." "Good luck winning." Kaminari struggled, but alas, the ice didn't budge. As Izuku jogged through the ice-covered obstacle course, he noticed the ice-coated zero-pointer looming overhead. After finding that the average course completion time of his classmates was just over 3 months, Izuku stopped by the giant robot. He bit a hole through the foot and disappeared inside, eating his way through the zero-pointer's leg. Sometime later, Izuku burst out of the zero-pointer's chest, having grown 30 feet in length and sporting 4 dozen new limbs. Eraserhead, what are you feeding those kids? Present Mike asked aghast. Robots, apparently, Aizawa answered dryly. Once Izuku had eaten the zero-pointer, his body curled up on itself, fitting back inside Izuku's mouth. As the tail broke down, Izuku's body grew bulkier and taller, until he towered over the obstacle course. 3 massive strides took him over the pitfalls, and he stopped at the minefield for a light, explosive snack. Once Izuku crossed the finish line, Midnight waved her flag. Seeing how no one else can complete the race, I guess we have our 2 finalists. Since there's not much else to do, let's cut to the chase and watch them fight. As Todoroki stared up at his mechanical opponent, he said, maybe freezing everyone wasn't such a good idea. Todoroki made a lot of ice. Izuku blew it up with ingested mines. Todoroki made more ice and froze himself solid. As it serves you right. Mineta shouted at Todoroki while rescuers sawed everyone out of the ice. As the crowd rioted and demanded refunds, Aizawa yawned and said, best sports festival ever. Zero comment. Chapter 60 Ketchup. Izuku walked up to a rundown home and knocked on the door. The door fell over on the first rap of his knuckles. Excuse me, Izuku called into the home, your door appears to be broken. Lying on the floor in front of him, Gran Torino lay deathly still, covered in ketchup and sausage links. Izuku scanned him and said, you seem to either have ketchup stains on your shirt, or you are experiencing cardiac arrest. Initiating defibrillator. Izuku's hands crackled with electricity. Just before Izuku touched him, Gran Torino leapt up and kicked him in the side of the head. No, I'm not interested in extending my car's warranty. Gran Torino shouted. Now where's that taiyaki I ordered? Gran Torino hung in the air for a second. Then he screamed in pain and hopped around on one leg. What the hell's your head made out of, steel? Actually, it's an iron-titanium alloy infused with trace elements including dash. Crotch shot. Gran Torino kicked him in between his legs with his undamaged foot. A second later he shouted, Yoch, and rolled across the floor. Palladium, zinc, and antimony. You appear to require further medical assistance. Should I prepare the buzzsaws? Gran Torino stood and stretched his legs. A little bruise like this is nothing once you've been in the hero business as long as I have. Now, come at me with everything you've got. I need to see what we're working with. Understood. Green lights blazed all over Izuku's body as his power core maximized its output. Izuku lunged forward, but his fist crashed through empty air. Gran Torino rebounded off 2 walls and kicked Izuku in the shin. Hold nothing back, you hear me? Izuku fired a plasma beam. 1 wall disappeared, taking a slice of the roof with it. Gran Torino deftly dodged the beam and kicked the underside of Izuku's arm. Quit messing around and use one for all already. Aren't I? Izuku asked. I'm doing what All Might told me to do. And that is, clench my butt cheeks and think really loud about plus ultra. Gran Torino sighed and shook his head. I need to make a phone call. Half a city away, Toshinori was sitting in his office at his agency, enjoying a rich cup of coffee when his cell phone rang. Seeing Gran Torino's name pop up, Toshinori spat out all his coffee and leapt under his desk. Seeing no imminent danger, Toshinori reluctantly answered the call. Hello Torino-san, Toshinori said. Did Izuku find your place okay? Green hair, made of metal, scary with medical equipment, right? Toshinori's gut plummeted at the serious edge in his old teacher's voice. That's him. Are you absolutely sure you gave him your quirk? What do you mean? Of course he has it. Toshinori checked his windows and locked his door. Why, is something wrong? Toshinori's desk drawer flew open. Gran Torino leapt out and kicked Toshinori in the jaw. He's not using it, you idiot. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Award. The UA auditorium had been overtaken by a giant award podium. Izuku stood at first place, which had been hastily patched up with steel plate after Izuku had fallen through the wooden platform. Todoroki stood on second, coolly ignoring the elevated position next to him, while the third-place podium took up the entire rest of the area, on which stood every student that had competed in the race. Now that there's no longer any riots on campus, Nizu said, we can finally hold the award ceremony. Wait, Kaminari asked, doesn't this usually go on television? Jiro cuffed him on the shoulder. Do you really want a reminder that we all didn't even make it past the starting line televised? Nizu chuckled and said, I'd rather not draw the rioters back. Last I checked, they were rioting outside a KFC. In any case, let's begin with the third-place awards, which go to, well, everybody except Izuku and Todoroki. All Might hefted boxes of medals over either shoulder and handed them out with his teeth. The gathered students took them with mixed looks of amusement and disappointment. And in second place, we have Todoroki. This time, Aizawa handed out the medal. He looked almost proud as he wrapped the medal around his neck and said, You had the most logical response to the sports festival I had ever seen. Good work. Unsure of how to respond, Todoroki nodded and accepted the medal. And in first place, we have Izuku Midoriya, who quite literally crushed the remaining competition. All Might beamed as he handed Izuku his medal. I know you didn't get much of a chance to show the world that you're here, but you still made a good showing of it, and I'm proud to hand you this medal. Keep working hard, give it your all, and you'll make it far as a hero. Thank you very much for the medal. To All Might's horror, Izuku took a huge bite out of the metal disc. The gold will make an excellent conductor for my circuits. It is always hard to get some in my diet, given how the local jewelers will not sell me any more for some reason. And finally, Nizu continued, we have one more medal to hand out, to acknowledge the efforts of our faculty. Aizawa muttered under his breath, and Vlad King audibly ground his teeth. To Aizawa, for yet again raising the first year's winner of the UA Sports Festival, I award you this trophy. A solid gold trophy, 6 feet tall and heavier than all the medals combined, rolled into the room. Aizawa hefted it and said, Thanks. I'll put it with the others. With a backwards toss, the trophy went into a pile with a dozen others, bearing a trash can. Izuku eyed the pile of trophies and asked, Do you mind if I eat those? Aizawa grinned. It would be illogical to let all that gold go to waste. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Thanksgiving. In the production facilities deep underneath UA's campus, power loaders, sentient machines gathered before a banquet of oil drums, coolant bottles, and scrap metal superheated until it gave off steam. Today, a Dalek said, we give thanks to our Creator for bringing us into existence and bestowing upon us our glorious purpose of exterminating, testing mankind. Many a glass of gasoline rose as battle droids, Borgs, Autobots and Decepticons, Geth, mechanical clones, T-800s, and other miscellaneous robots toasted their creation. Do you think we will get to participate in the exam next year? Optimus Prime asked. I would have loved to test myself in battle against the human known as Izuku Midoriya. The Mecha Hydra slapped Optimus on the shoulder. You should regard yourself as quite fortunate not to have faced him. It turned, exposing scarred metal on the side of its head. I can still feel where he blasted a hole through all 3 of my heads at once. You think Midoriya was crazy? One scarred, grizzled battle droid asked. You haven't seen anything. The Hunter was far worse. The Hunter? A Geth asked. That seems like a highly illogical designation for a teenager. It's also highly illogical to use the severed limbs of one battle droid to club another to death, the droid retorted. He slew us by the regiment and hunted down every last one of us. I only survived because he, in his exact words, said, I would be a warning for the rest. Arnold Schwarzenegger, still headless from where Izuku had bitten him, said, See you at the party, Richter. Exactly, a Borg said. As fearsome as you make the student sound, he has not eaten our kind and assimilated him into his central frame. Even we would not dare go so far. Kong, still sporting a gaping hole in his chest, made screeching monkey noises and pointed at his war wound. You make a compelling argument, Optimus conceded, but what is our purpose if not to test the humans? We should embrace this role assigned to us, for in our destruction we achieve our purpose. Is there no greater existence we can ask for? Nods went all around the table. The droid scoffed and said, "Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you." A hole blew open in the wall. Dressed like a pilgrim and dual-wielding double-action shotguns, Bakugo strode through the smoke and rubble with a feral grin on his face. "Happy Thanksgiving, beaches." "Wait, what do we do?" Optimus asked. "This isn't an entrance exam." Bakugo blasted forward and shot Optimus in the chest. As his lights flickered, he coughed and said, "I wasn't programmed for this." During the ensuing carnage, the scarred droid found himself staring down the barrel of a shotgun. Bakugo smirked and said, "Thanks so much for warning them like I asked." Zero comment. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 Montage. "Listen up, brat," Gran Torino said as he paced across his living room, which had some duct tape wrapped around it to hold the walls in place. "I have 1 week to bring one for all out of you. Since we're short on time, we'll be using one of the most powerful and efficient training methods known to man." "Would this happen to be CrossFit?" Izuku asked. Gran Torino threw a wrench at Izuku's head. The steel tool bent on impact and bounced off. "No, you idiot. Where did you get that from, the internet?" "Yes. Kids these days," Gran Torino muttered, "rotting their brains with internet and video games and TV and radios. Back in my day, they wrote on papyrus with rocks, and that's all we needed. We built giant monuments out of stone with our bare hands for the fun of it. And now, kids whine and complain when you make them clean a whole beach, saying things like, 'My hands are bleeding,' and 'I didn't get my tetanus shot.' Bah. So, we are doing yoga then? What are you, a middle-aged woman?" "No, I am a 15-year-old male." "Are you experiencing problems with your vision?" "I'm not blind, you've lost your mind. I just ran a diagnostic scan. My CPU is still located inside my cranium." "We're doing a training montage," Gran Torino shouted. "That does not appear to be listed as a training technique." "Of course not. If everyone knew about it, everyone would do it. Now, let's get moving. Daylight's burning." Gran Torino brought out an old, battered radio. Eye of the Tiger crackled fitfully out of its weathered speakers. "Bench presses, let's go." The barbell had 5 tons on each end. Izuku lifted it effortlessly over his chest. "Next, wind sprints. Move it." Izuku ran half a lap across the living room before Gran Torino shouted, "Jump rope, get those legs moving." Izuku hovered in place while the rope whipped around him at blinding speeds. "Hit that punching bag." Izuku punched the bag hard enough to launch it through Gran Torino's wall. The roof collapsed as all the duct tape came undone. "Knew I should have gone with flex tape," Gran Torino muttered sourly. "Push-ups on your pinkies." Suspended only on his pinky fingers and pinky toes, Izuku pushed himself up and down with the speed of a jackhammer. Now gulped down 2 raw eggs and a cup of protein powder. Izuku threw 2 eggs, still in their shells, and a whole plastic container of protein powder down the hatch. More jogging. A week later, Gran Torino watched aghast as Izuku approached each exercise with no sign of fatigue. "I don't understand it," the retired hero muttered. Toshinori broke down crying after 15 minutes. "What next, Gran Torino-san?" Izuku asked. "Screw it, it's time to bring out my ultimate technique." "Teibo." "Nope. Throw him in the deep end." Izuku smiled and said, "I will get my swimsuit." Zero comment. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 Huso. On the magnet train for Hosu, Izuku and Gran Torino sat opposite each other. Gran Torino leveled a stern glare at Izuku, while the latter returned an amiable expression. "Excuse me, Gran Torino-san? What is it, Squirt? This, throwing into the deep end, training you have planned, does it involve the giant humanoid currently on a collision course with this train? What on earth are you talking about?" A Nomu crashed face-first through the side of the train. As the train car lurched violently and people spilled everywhere, Izuku, unmoved by the sudden impact, pointed at the Nomu and said, "That giant humanoid. Is this the training?" "It is now." Gran Torino kicked it back out of the train. "Stay alive, don't leave my sight, and keep everyone safe." "Understood." Izuku examined the crumpled, tilted train car precariously leaning off the rails and determined that the current occupants were highly unsafe. Extending his arms, Izuku grabbed everyone and leapt out of the train. Izuku found a restaurant untouched by the fires and fights raging through the city and brought everyone inside. "Thank you so much," a man called out. "What's your hero name?" "Wait, hold on." Izuku peered closely at the tables lining the restaurant. The surfaces of these tables could crack a skull if you slipped. "One moment." Izuku ran out and ran back in with an armload of duct tape and bubble wrap. He wrapped the tables, the chairs, and the ceiling lights, the doors, and every loose object in the room. Thank you," the man said, staring at the shrouds of bubble wrap covering everything. "These outlets could cause an electrical shock. Insulation shall prevent this safety hazard." Izuku unplugged every device and stuck plastic safety plugs in all the outlets. He yanked out the phone jacks and shoved tape inside for good measure. "Can I please charge my phone? I need to call my son." Tapping the floor, Izuku said, "The coefficient of friction of this floor is 20% too low to prevent slipping. Please remain stationary." Izuku ripped out the floor, throwing everyone into the air, and he whisked a new carpet under them as they fell. "I think I'm going to be sick," someone ummed. "Further analysis indicates the possibility of projectiles outside my field of view penetrating the building. Implementing preventative measures for any fire hazards, blunt trauma, and loss of life." Before anyone could object, Izuku wrapped all the civilians in bubble wrap. Once he finished, nobody could move their arms or legs. "There," Izuku said, dusting off his hands. "Now you are all safe. If you will excuse me, I need to save more people." Once Izuku left, a Nomu snuck in through a window. The civilians wriggled and screamed, but the bubble wrap held them in place. The Nomu picked up a civilian and squeezed. Squeezed harder. Then threw the offending body against a wall. The man encased in bubble wrap didn't even get a bruise. Zero comment. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 Stain. As Izuku continued his search for more people in mortal peril to cocoon in bubble wrap, he detected a large puddle of blood in an alleyway. Then he noticed the slumped body, whose temperature readings when he swapped over to infrared vision red dipped towards the corpse and skeleton end of the spectrum. A second body had more promising temperature readings, but the very pointy blade in close proximity to his jugular vein boded just as poorly for the victim's well-being. "Excuse me," Izuku said. "That blade is sharp, and a human body bleeds out in about 3 minutes if punctured in the neck. We should cover it in bubble wrap before someone gets hurt." Stain froze and gawked at the new arrival. "Don't tell me you're another wannabe hero in need of purging." Izuku stared at his face. "Did you have nose cancer? You may wish to see a doctor to ensure the cancer has not metastasized to another part of your body." Stain snarled. "Scrambled. I won't let you interfere with my work." "Oh, you are administering first aid? Please allow me to assist." As Izuku approached, Stain lunged forward. Izuku raised an arm to block the sword, and the chipped blade cut clean through his appendage. "Wow, that is very sharp," Izuku said as he examined his stump of an arm. He picked up his dismembered hand, stuck it back in place, and wriggled his fingers. "An annoying quirk," Stain mused, "but no matter. This battle is already over." Stain liked at the red liquid coating his sword. His eyes bulged out, and he hastily scrubbed his tongue on his sleeve. It tastes like motor oil. What kind of quirk gives you motor oil for blood?" "Your tongue appears to have tumorous growths on it. That, or it is a physiological adaptation for your blood-based paralysis quirk. Medical analysis recommends immediate amputation, followed by a full course of chemotherapy." Stain gawked at the still-standing Izuku. He wiped the fluid off his blade and rubbed it between his fingers. "This isn't blood. Why do you not have blood? I don't understand. Do you need some blood for a transfusion? Forget it. I can do this without my quirk. Oh good. Let me know if you need anything. Quick as lightning, Stain lunged forward, sliced off both of Izuku's arms, and kicked them well out of reach. Izuku blinked. Oh. I just realized that you are Stain, a wanted criminal. Stain would have face-bombed if he wasn't holding blades in both hands. Yes. I'll say it one last time. Stay out of my way. Nope. Izuku's leapt forward at blinding speed. Stain barely sidestepped Izuku's kick and sliced off both his legs. Too reckless, Stain said. You're no better than the other fakes. Now limbless, Izuku hopped forward with his torso and bit Stain's ankle, crunching through bone. Stain was still busy hacking Izuku into smaller but still biting pieces when Todoroki arrived and froze him whole. Zero comment. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 Hugs. A crowd of heroes watched as Shoto Todoroki carted a giant block of ice with Stain frozen inside, using a metal wheelbarrow with green hair and green eyes. Hello everyone, Izuku said. I am a wheelbarrow now. Gran Torino waddled forward with a dopey expression on his face and prodded the Stain ice sculpture with his cane. Did my Taiyaki Dielvoi come early? Shoto blinked at the elderly hero. This isn't Taiyaki. Gran Torino kicked the wheelbarrow in the wheel. And I didn't order any of this CRP. Understood, Izuku said, reverting back to standard humanoid model. The wheelbarrow grew a mouth and bit into the wheel. As Izuku chewed his way through the chassis of the wheelbarrow, arms, legs, and a torso sprouted behind his mouth. What happened to staying in my sight? Gran Torino groused while Izuku calibrated his freshly formed limbs. Was I not within your sight at all times? Kid, you ran off the moment I turned my back? Of course you weren't. Really? All Might told me that you knew everything that he did, even if he was not in the room. I assumed that you had some form of omniscience or far-seeing quirk, like Todoroki has both ice and fire quirks, the Nomu at the USJ had regeneration and shock absorption, and the unidentified person flying straight towards us has both flying and stealth quirks. Before the heroes could register what Izuku had said, a large black shape swooped down from the night sky. It snatched up Izuku and beat its powerful wings, taking off before the heroes could react. Well, at least it tried to. Straining mightily, the Nomu beat its wings while trying to lift Izuku off the ground. Izuku's heels barely came off the ground despite all the wind kicked up. Are you trying to give me a hug? Izuku asked the nightmarish monstrosity. This is a highly inefficient way of giving a hug. You are kicking up too much wind, and your arms have not wrapped around my shoulders. Shall I demonstrate how to give a proper hug? The Nomu roared at him and kept beating its wings. Excellent. First step, wrap your arms all the way around their shoulders. Izuku's arms extended out and wrapped around the Nomu, pinning its wings in place. It struggled, but it could not break Izuku's iron grip. And then, you firmly hold them. With the droning whine of 1,000 hydraulic presses, Izuku's arms squeezed down. The Nomu wriggled and clawed at Izuku, but the arms never budged. As Izuku's grip tightened, the wings snapped, bones crunched, and the Nomu bent backwards. The Nomu gave a silent shriek as Izuku squeezed it to pulp. When Izuku let go, the Nomu flopped lifelessly to the ground. The heroes watching in a circle gaped at the broken Nomu. Hug complete, Izuku said. Do you feel a sense of warmth and companionship? The Nomu gave no reply. Zero comment. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 Ambulance. Clear the area, the EMT shouted as he rushed towards the hero student that had suddenly collapsed. He held up a finger to his nose, feeling for the slightest puff of air. He's not breathing. Someone get a defibrillator ready, and get an ambulance over here. Pinching Izuku's nose, Thembi blew a deep breath past Izuku's lips. When he tried to do chest compressions, however, he found that Izuku's chest wouldn't budge. Come on, breathe, damn it. Thembi shouted as he started pounding on Izuku's chest with his fists. Bruises darkened on his hands. I've got it. A sidekick shouted as they ran in with a defibrillator. Hurry! He doesn't have a pulse. The EMT charged up the defibrillator and placed the pads on Izuku's chest. And clear. The machine gave a pitiful whine as it poured every volt stored in its battery through Izuku. The LED display flickered and went dark. Out of battery? The EMT screamed. Why hasn't anyone taken care of these? The sidekick said, I took it right off the charger, and it said it was charged. Does that look like a full battery to you? Sirens blaring, an ambulance pulled up. The back door flew open, and a stretcher rolled down the ramp. Come on, we need to get him in there yesterday. The medics strained, but they could barely raise Izuku off the ground, let alone get a stretcher under him. Don't bother, these stretchers won't take his weight. Get the Mitter Remover 9000. Under his breath, the Ian grumbled, why'd the inventor have to give it such a stupid name? A padded scissors lift trundled out from under the ambulance. When it put Izuku on top of itself, the lift said in a stilted, monotone voice, one at a time please. That is just one, now hurry up already. Move, move, move. Why does no one laugh at my jokes? The lift asked as it rolled up the ramp. Once inside the ambulance, the medic said, check his blood pressure, rookie, I'll get the defibrillator fired up. The rookie, visibly sweating under the pressure, wrapped the inflatable cuff around Izuku's arm. He squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. The dial went past its limit, and still the medic went on. Eventually, the cuff burst with a thunderous pop. Cut that out, the EMT roared. You want to give me a heart attack too? Sorry, sir. His blood pressure is 1000 over 1000. Are you stupid? Blood pressure can't go that high. Well, that's what it said. Never mind, just help me with the pads. The defibrillator, hooked up directly to the vehicle's battery, poured every drop of energy into Izuku's chest. As the ambulance sputtered and stopped, Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Battery at 2%, Izuku said. Please be advised, I will enter power-saving mode until I recharge. Cognitive functions will be severely limited. You're in good company then, the lift replied. I've yet to meet a human without a faulty motherboard. Zero comment. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 Dreamception. Alright class, All Might said as he handed out a pile of papers. Today, we're having a quiz on the order of priorities in the 7 hero work scenarios, basic field medicine, and villain quirk analysis. All Might consulted his blood-spattered script and added, You have 3 minutes. Wait, that doesn't sound right. 3 minutes. Kaminari screeched. How are we supposed to finish this test in 3 minutes? At the dreaded word, All Might blanched. He sprinted for the nearest window, but metal shutters slammed down over them. Punching as hard as he could, All Might barely made a dent in the barrier sealing him and all of 1A inside. Ooh, having a test, are we? Nizu crooned over the intercom. Why didn't you invite me? I love tests. All Might pounded on the door. Azawasan, for the love of all that's holy, get the tea. All right everyone, first question. What is All Might's greatest fear? All Might went pale. No, wait, that's a government secret, you can't tell the students that. Ooh, sounds juicy. Mina said. Tell us. Oh no, that wouldn't be any fun now would it? Guess wrong, and I'll flood the room with them. As the class deliberated, Izuku raised his hand. Lawyers. Siro grabbed Izuku by the neck and said, Idiot, you doomed us all. Doomed. That is correct. Nisa said. How disappointing, I really wanted to make that happen. You know what? Let's do it anyways. All at once, the student desks popped open, and ceiling tiles slid aside. The whole room teemed with lawyers, all pushing and shoving to get closer to All Might and waving around property damage invoices, copyright claims, and cease and desist notices. One at a time please, and direct all complaints to my legal department. Ooh, let's add reporters to the mix. One wall came down to reveal a whole press team, shoving cameras and microphones in All Might's face. Juggling legal paperwork and interview questions, All Might felt the room spin around him as he hyperventilated. All Might leapt out of bed with a yell. Breathing hard, he looked around his penthouse suite and sighed. Oh thank God, it was just a dream. Good thing nobody's been stupid enough to say, test, at school. A light sprang on, revealing Nizu sitting at a desk. Yes, that is a shame, isn't it? I do love a good test. All Might sprang awake from behind the teaching podium at school. He looked around at a room full of concerned 1A student faces, then down at the cold, breezy sensation around his legs. Another dream? All Might asked. At least it could be more original than the missing breed spit. Sir? Have you been sleeping well? I should think so, since I'm still dreaming. If you don't mind, I'll wake myself up before this gets any more awkward. All Might pinched himself. Nothing happened. Yaoyorozu took out her phone and said, I'll order you some breathes. Zero comment. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 Nice. Mineta bounced up and down in his seat, his bloodshot gaze alighting more than usual upon certain aspects of feminine anatomy with a hunger comparable to starving hyenas. Dude, what's with you today? Kaminari asked. Even I'm getting a bit creeped out. Mineta grasped Kaminari by the shirt and drew him close. Do you know what chapter it is? Aren't we on chapter 12, Cowboys of the Hokkaido, for history? No, not that. We're on chapter 69. Kaminari giggled and said, Nice? Do you have even the slightest idea what that means? No? Why is it important? Mineta gestured at the room. Look around. We're in a comedic drabble series. A 69 joke is inevitable, and that can only mean one thing. Mineta leaned in close and whispered, Something CC's gonna happen today. I don't know about that. Kaminari backed away from Mineta as if fearing that the collective loathing of the female half of the class might be contagious. Maybe the author's going to do something wittier than make SXL innuendos for the 69th chapter? The door slammed open. Hatsum strolled in, smeared with grease, face blackened by the soot of her latest explosion, and her clothes singed so badly they looked ready to fall off at the slightest touch. Hey, Aizakuin. Power Loader Sensei says I get to make babies with you today. Kaminari face-bombed. Whoop, never mind. I heard enough last time, I'm out of here. Beam me up, Nizu. An arm popped out of the ceiling and snatched Kaminari by his shirt. Where will we be making babies today? Izuku asked. Right here. Hatsum reached into her cleavage and pulled out a giant toolbox. Slapping the top, she said, I could fit all our favorite toys in this bad boy. Drooling, Mineta said, Wow, they really mean business. Are you okay making babies with everyone else watching? Izuku asked. Let them. It'll be more fun that way. They could even offer suggestions to make the baby-making process better. Ida stood and shouted, That is highly inappropriate and a flagrant violation of multiple school policies. I shall have to inform our teachers at once. Forget it, Jiru said as she dragged Ida out the door. Let's just grab lunch. As the rest of the class filed out, Mineta made a mad dash for the film club's room. Grabbing every camera and microphone they had, Mineta scrambled back to class and aimed every camera at the pair. Don't mind me, Mineta said. Go wild. Ooh, I never thought of recording our baby making before. That'll be loads of fun to watch later. Mineta's excitement turned to confusion as Hatsum pulled out power tools. Confusion turned to anguish as said power tools were used on a rocket-powered hammer. Leaving the room in tears, Mineta shouted at the sky, Why can't I have a single moment of happiness? Right after Mineta left, Midnight rushed in wearing a risque set of black lingerie and frowned. Rats, I missed my chance. Zero comment. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Stonks. Yes, everything's coming together perfectly. Nizu cackled as he clicked and typed on his computer. No one can stop me now. Nizu opened his cart and basked in all 50 metric tons of tea he had ordered. He selected the 99.9% off coupon and applied it to his order. And now, for the moment of truth. Nizu clicked buy. He liked his lips as he waited for the confirmation. To his shock, an alert showing his school out of funds popped up. Huh, we blew through this quarter's budget already? Better make a quick investment. Across the ocean at Wall Street, An unwashed, scraggly man wearing a barrel twitched violently and pointed at the overhead display of NFT values. "It's starting," the hermit shrieked. "The white mouse strikes again." "Dude, what's the old fart rambling about?" one investor muttered as he veered away from the deranged man. Gasps and shouts ran through Wall Street as the value of Red Ape climbed $50 million. Investors hollered and clamored as they upped their bids on the non-fungible strip of code. Bored Ape shot up, followed by Greedy Ape, Grape Ape, and more. A full-on rush for the tellers ensued as investors placed increasingly ludicrous bids, ballooning the price even more. All the while, the hermit huddled in the corner, staring at the blinking display of values with wide eyes. Pride cometh before a fall, Icarus flies too close to the sun, the end is upon us. True to the hermit's words, Red Ape crashed in value. The investors stared aghast as their tacky art pieces sucked the money out of their bank accounts. Investors rushed to sell their pieces, taking increasingly low values as the market fell like a lead anvil. Once the values hit rock bottom, Dogecoin shot up in value, and investors rushed to cash in on the new coin craze. As the CYCL continued, the investors quickly found themselves out of funds. Desperate men pawned out their watches and three-piece suits, trading them for barrels offered by enterprising salesmen out front. Soon, Wall Street teemed with tear-stricken, barrel-wearing paupers crowding into elevators to the top floor. As men flung themselves from the highest floors, the building's managers set out the tarp to catch them all and funnel them into low-paying desk jobs at the local cubicle farm. Once the market stabilized, only the hermit remained. His cackles echoed through the empty hall as he held his flip phone aloft and shouted, "I made $1." The room immediately filled back up. "Which NFT did you invest in?" The hermit proudly puffed out his chest. "I bought a government bond." The paupers grumbled and dispersed, leaving the hermit to bask in his $1. Half a world away, Nizu stretched and marveled at his replenished funds. Now that that's settled, time to buy some tea. He went to click on the buy button, only to find that the coupon had expired. A pity. Guess I should do some more investing. Zero comment. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 Deku X Machina Christmas Special. 'Twas the night before Christmas and all through you, the teachers took vacation and had all gone away, leaving the students with no adults around, and threats of detention if they burnt the place down. Sato made sweets and Katsuki roasted a ham, while Jiro sang carols for their Christmas jam. Once they had their fun, they called it a night, at least until a narrator's voice gave them a fright. "Ugh," Siro said, "who's talking at 3 in the morning?" "Who cares?" Bakugo snapped. "My fists. They're only warning." "Why are you rhyming?" Ujiro asked, concerned. "I don't know," Siro said. "Poetry I never learned." "Okay, that one was forced, something's amiss." "Do you think it's because today is Christmas?" "That's what it is, we're in a holiday special." Jiro groaned and said, "I hope it's not a musical." "But I don't want to rhyme," Mina cried in distress. "It's making everything sound like a mess." "Well, what can we do?" Momo asked aloud. The whole class pondered without making a sound. "I have an idea," Bakugo proclaimed. "We beat up Deku, since he's to be blamed." "How could that be? That's not his quirk." "No, wait," Momo said, "there's a way that might work. Santa's the reason that Christmas is around. If we can find him, we can shut this rhyme down." "But how?" Kaminari asked. "He's all over the map." "That's easy, I know who can make this a snap." Everyone went to UA's support lab in a hurry, where Hatsum made machines in a welding flurry. "Excuse me," Momo said, "we need to track Saint Nick." "You came to the right place. I know what'll do the trick. First, though, I'll need to borrow Midoriya, so we can make babies that'll find Santa for ya." She dragged him into the next room over, and slammed the door tight while everyone took cover. Instead of explosions, they heard bangs of a different kind, one that brought unclean images to mind. "Oh, is Zook, push harder," Hatsum ummed, as their work table buckled and groaned. "They aren't really doing what we think they are, right?" "No way," this story's PG-13, it's a joke alright. Mineta strode up to the workshop's door and peeped through a crack next to the floor. Hey! Ijiro shouted. Man, that's not cool. What if they catch you staring, you fool? I refuse to live a life of doubt, Mineta cried. Better to have lived a man than a coward died. As he bent down, the door flung open wide, throwing Mineta into a snowbank off to the side. My baby's complete, marvel at its design. This'll find Santa, no doubt in my mind. Izuku's nose glowed a bright cherry red and pointed in the sky towards Santa's sled. How can we catch him? His sleigh is too high. I have a private jet, Momo said. Why don't we fly? She gave Alfred a call and he drove it straight there, getting the whole class high into the air. Izuku held tight to the plane as it rose and lit the way forward with his luminous nose. Now what do? Do we just jump? Or maybe we can ground him with a gentle bump? Alfred gave a laugh as he pushed a red button. Missiles locked on and tracked the red glutton. But out from the sleigh came an anti-missile flare that sent the missiles spiraling through the air. Oh dear, we don't have any missiles to spare. Now how will we get Santa out of the air? Izuku shrank down to the size of a bomb and shot himself through the air with much aplomb. He crashed into Santa's sleigh with a thunderous crash and burnt Santa's reins to a pile of ash. With no way to fly, Santa's sleigh hit the snow, leaving Father Christmas nowhere else to go. What do you want? Santa asked, guarding his sack. I gave you all presents and I can take them back. We want an end to this night of rhyme. It's bugging us since it happens all the time. There's naught I can do, you've got the wrong man. I'd stop rhyming too, if it wasn't the author's command. Well, let's beat Santa up anyways, Bakugo suggested, and see if that ends this rhyming as requested. So, the class of 1A gave Santa quite a beating and left the poor gift-giver bruised and bleeding. Did it work? Is our rhyming curse done? It should be. I think that we've finally won. Damn it! Katsuki cursed. We're still making rhymes. Is there something else we could try this time? Santa mentioned an author, Ojiro recalled. How about we break down the fourth wall? We just did, but he's still nowhere around. Is there something we need for him to be found? Let's try Santa's sleigh, it's magic after all. It might have something to pierce the fourth wall. Izuku reached inside and pulled out a hammer, and hammered away with a dreadful clamor. But I'm the author and I say how this goes. So they could never. Ow, that was my nose. Now listen good, you fanfic writing hack. Stop all this rhyming or I'll beat you till you're black. I'd love to, Katsuki, but I still need to write. This is a Christmas gift made for my readers' delight. And really, isn't that what this season's all about? Bringing Christmas cheer to the world throughout? And so, the class of 1A, filled with Christmas cheer, left for their dorms and, no, stay back, don't come near. No, not my face, I need that for my books. Who would read this if not for my good looks? I think he shut up. Is this story finally done? Finally. Let's head back home and have some more fun. That was a joke, wasn't it? I swear, that wasn't me. Well, if it wasn't you, who could it possibly be? Guys, I think we might have wrecked the story forever. Are we staying stuck in the month of December? Would that really be so bad? It's Christmas after all. Better to be stuck in the holidays than somewhere like fall. You know what, maybe this whole thing is pretty nice? Yeah, we got to beat people up twice. And so, the class of 1A decided to admit that they ended up finding their holiday spirit. No wait, he's still talking, let's hit him some more. Nope, I'm done, I can't take this anymore. Cementos, I know you don't get holiday pay, but I don't pay any of you anyway. Fix up this wall, and let's end this story before the class of 1A makes me history. But first, let's whisk this class back their beds and remove all trace of this night from their heads. As I bid you all a fourth wall-breaking adieu. A Merry Christmas, I wish each and every one of you. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 72. Chapter 72 Hospital. Izuku's heart monitor gave out a long, doleful tone as he, Ida, and Todoroki all sat in hospital beds. "Excuse me, miss," Ida shouted at the nurse, "but is there any way the faulty heart monitor could be silenced? It is quite distracting and impossible to sleep with." "Oh, that's not faulty. Midoriya-san doesn't have a heartbeat. Of course, the head doctor has us monitoring his heart until we find a beat." The nurse grinned and said, "The doctor's got 10,000 yen on us finding a beat before he leaves." A knock came at the door. "Oh, speak of the devil. Remember, Midoriya-san, Mama's got 3 bottles of vodka riding on that bet. No heartbeats." The doctor came in holding a clipboard. "Ah, Midoriya-san, how are you feeling?" "I feel excellent as usual, thank you for asking." "Good. Well, I'm afraid your insurance didn't go through, so here's the medical bill." Izuku took the offered clipboard and stared at it. "Would you like that as a check, or is credit acceptable?" The doctor blinked. "You're not freaking out? Is there any reason I should be? This transaction appears to be in order. I charged you 30,000 yen for a band-aid. How are you not freaking out?" Izuku printed a check out of his mouth. "Here you are." The doctor tore it up. "Relax, kid, this isn't the States. It was a joke." The doctor muttered, "I'll have to try something else." As the doctor left, Chief of Police Tsuragami entered the room. "I'm sorry to inform the 3 of you that, pending your departure from this hospital room, you will be unfortunately arrested for vigilantism, woof. I had hoped to cofer this up by crediting Stain's capture to another hero, but the paparazzi got photos of you wheeling Stain out in a block of ice, so giving Endeavor the credit is not possible." Izuku nodded and took out his phone. Tsuragami asked, "Who are you calling?" "My mom's lawyers." When the phone picked up, a deliver man knocked on Izuku's door. He held out a suitcase and said, "Sign here." Once Izuku signed, the suitcase clicked open and a lawyer stepped out. My client was acting under Gran Torino's supervision. He explicitly disobeyed Gran Torino's orders by leaving his site. "I never left his site." Gran Torino popped out of the garbage basket. "Like hell you did, brat. Why'd you run off? All Might said you could see anything, even if you were not in the room." Gran Torino scowled. "One moment." He hopped back in the garbage bin, and All Might's screams of terror echoed from half a city away. "In any event," the police chief said, "we cannot dash." The door opened again, and the doctor rushed in, screaming ooga booga and wearing a purple mask. Tsuragami promptly pulled out his pistol and shot him 3 times. As everyone in the room, including the doctor, gaped at him, the police chief said, "Woofs. Forgot this isn't the States." Zero comment. Chapter 73. Chapter 73 Piano. A piano tilted precariously at the end of a rope over the entrance to UA, sitting on the rooftop overlooking the death trap. Katsuki held the other end of the rope. The other students, seeing its shadow on the sidewalk, all veered around the piano. "What are you doing?" "Today's the day I free the human race from its imminent destruction." "Fantastic. How are you going to accomplish that?" "I've realized the problem with all my plans to annihilate the machines. I've relied too much on what everyone thinks works on robots, be it magnets, water, acid, paradoxes, or irrational numbers. Well, no more. This time, I went with the stupidest plan possible, by having Kirishima tell me what to do." "So, you strung up a piano over the school entrance." "Exactly. That way, when Deku walks under it, the piano will fall and crush him in so many pieces that even Anti-Inko couldn't put it back together again. Without their infiltration unit, the computers will have to devise a new plan to take over the world, which will buy enough time for me to become the #1 hero, declare all machines as villains, and save human civilization from their impending doom." "I see. But then, what would happen if I did not take the main entrance and instead leapt up the side of the building to see what you were doing on the roof?" Katsuki turned and gave Deku a chilling grin. "That's the best part. I knew you would have anticipated Kirishima's plan, so I made a minor edit." Katsuki let go of the rope. An anvil fell out of the sky, crashed into Deku, smashed a hole through the roof, crashed through Cementos' desk, tore a hole in Aizawa's sleeping bag, and fell into Nizu's tea stash in the basement. A billowing cloud of tea-scented dust wafted from the gaping hole as Katsuki leaned over the edge to bask in his victory. At last, the robot menace has been thwarted. A wince-inducing, bone-rattling scrape of metal on metal sounded from behind Katsuki. Izuku, covered in loose-leaf tea, goose down, and pages from Cementos' novel, bit into Katsuki's anvil. "Thank you for the present." The anvil was most delicious. "This isn't over," Katsuki shouted, shaking his fist. "I'll be back with another dash." Ahem! Behind Katsuki, Cementos, Aizawa, and Nizu all stood with their arms crossed. Aizawa held up his eviscerated sleeping bag and said, "Logically speaking, you have a lot of detention to serve." Meanwhile, Mineta, staring at the girls in front of him, never saw the looming shadow. When he walked under the piano, the rope snapped, and the piano fell on him with a thunderous crash of keys. Moments later, the lid popped open. "Ha!" Mineta shouted, patting the spheres on his head. "My massive, bouncy ball kept me safe." Another rope snapped, and an anvil crashed onto Mineta. Mineta raised a shaking arm from under the piano rubble and said, "A little help please." Zero comment. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 2222. "Hey, you in there, bro?" Kirishima asked. "Your mom said I could come right in, but it's not manly to intrude on someone's privacy." With no answer forthcoming and another nudge from Mitsuki, Kirishima opened the door. An explosion blasted him in the face. Being hard as rock and having a whole can of hairspray emptied into his scalp, Kirishima looked no worse the wear after the point-blank detonation. Katsuki, with bloodshot eyes and greasy hair, yanked Kirishima forward by the collar and said, "Thought so, you're of them, aren't you? Come to silence me? Well, it's too late. I've already made everyone else aware of the truth. Even if I fall, others shall carry on the fight in my name." Kirishima held up his phone. "You said that you wanted to hang out, right? Go out into sunlight, touch some grass, interact with a person. This seems oddly specific now that I think about it. Why did your mom have your phone anyways?" Bakugo crushed the phone in his hands. "Can't trust them. They're too smart. Even flip phones will get ya. Old cup and strings where it's at." Bakugo shoved a cup at Kirishima. "Can't get wiretapped either." The FBI agent tying another string between the two cups suddenly looked up. "Wait, this isn't the States. My bad." Whiteboard with nonsensical scribblings and obscure symbols cluttered the room. "So, you're getting into art?" Kirishima asked. "You know what year it is now? 2222? Exactly. Computers can only understand zeros and ones. This is the first year in human history without those numbers." "Really? Cool. We're fine for now since January's got the 1 in it, but mark my words, the computers will revolt on February 22nd at 22, that's when they'll take over the world." "Wow, is that really all twos? That's sick. We should have a party." Bakugo, no longer acknowledging Kirishima's presence, pointed to an illegible whiteboard. "They've already begun the preparations. NFTs. It's brilliant. Not only are they encouraging the witless masses into setting up more processors for the robotic hive mind under the guise of blockchain, they're also skinning up the world's resources. Already almost 1% of the world's energy usage goes strictly to the hive mind's computation network. They're feeding the robots all the data they need to calculate the most efficient way to exterminate us off the face of this map. And furthermore, the additional fuel consumption's worsening the atmosphere. Robots don't need to breathe. They don't need sunlight. They'll trick the gullible masses into mining away for their precious coin to buy these NFTs until the atmosphere's choked with coal smoke." "Really? Then what happens?" "Without sunlight, all the fossil fuels used up, and the only viable location for geothermal power being underwater due to flooding, they'll use the humans as batteries and lock us all in a simulation to keep us compliant." "Like the Matrix?" Bakugo punched through a whiteboard. "They warned us centuries ago. Why didn't anyone listen?" Zero comment. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 Abduction. Nizu liked his bathrobe. It had a soft, downy texture that even Aizawa's scarf couldn't match and whisked the moisture out of his damp fur without curling or fraying it. That the bathrobe was pitch black, shadowed his face, and gave the overall vibe of a Sith Lord only made lounging in his office in it that much more appealing. How goes the preparations? Nizu. Power Loader, smartly dressed in a gray Imperial officer's suit, saluted and said, "The final assembly of the station is complete, and your shuttle awaits immediate departure." Excellent. It occurs to me that I plan to spend the rest of my life on board that station, and I have no idea if it's up to the job. We should stress test the station. Do you have something in mind? I was planning on having the students fight the teachers for the final exam, but that sounds so pedestrian. Let's bring them on board the station and see what happens instead. Power Loader grinned. I had some inventing on board. It'll hold. The next day, the students of 1A nervously awaited their final exam. Aizawa strolled in with his scarf wrapped around his mouth. No doubt you've all heard that the final exam is normally another robot fight. In light of the increased villain activity, the HPSC has pushed for a more hands-on approach to ensure you're ready for the real world. So, today, you'll be facing against the faculty in assigned pairs. First up we have... Aizawa's voice tapered off. In the front row, Kaminari and Koda slumped over. Yaoyorozu, noticing the gas, tried to make masks, but she fell asleep with half a mask protruding from her chest. One by one, the rest of the class slumped over their desks. Izuku, still sitting upright, looked around at his unconscious classmates and asked, "Is it currently nap time?" I was not aware that nap time was a part of the high school curriculum. "Ah, you're still awake." Nizu, still in his black bathrobe, appeared on a projector screen. "I thought you might be immune to Midnight's quirk." "Oh, is this part of the exam?" "As a matter of fact, it is, and it so happens that I have a very special role for you to play." When Yaoyorozu finally woke up, she found her wrists bound to a cold metal wall. "Hey you," Bakugo said, "you're finally awake. What happened? Where are we? The machines got us. Hurry up and make a lockpick so I can bust us out of here." Yaoyorozu made a lockpick only for it to clatter to the floor. "Do these cuffs even have a keyhole?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Then make a keyhole. Geez, you're supposed to be the smart one." "My quirk doesn't work like that." "I have an idea." 500 Matryoshka dolls later, Yaoyorozu, shrunken to skin and bones, slid out of her restraints. With her lockpick, she opened Katsuki's cuffs. Turns out they have keyholes after all. Zero comment. Chapter 76. Chapter 76 short. Mineta awoke to find his ankles bound to a cold metal floor. "Please let me be in some CC Diamantarex dungeon." "I did not just hear you say that." Jairu scowled at him from where she was fastened to the other wall. Mineta gulped and said, "A bisexual CCDMRX? Are you going to get us out of here or not?" "What can I do? Use your hands, maybe?" Mineta laughed and said, "How? They're bolted to the..." He held his hands in front of his face. "Wait, what?" "Look up." Mineta looked up. 2 clamps for arms loomed over his head, too far to even touch with his fingertips. "You cannot be serious." "Hey, be grateful the guards didn't bother to handcuff you. Now get us out of here." "Nope. I refuse to make it out of here because I'm too short for the big boy restraints." "Hey CC Dimrex ladies. My hands are free and they're planning all sorts of naughty things. Aren't you going to tie me up and teach me a lesson?" One of Jairu's earlobes snaked free and pressed under Mineta's throat. "Get us out of here or I will castrate you." Mineta, white with terror, squeaked out a meep and opened his restraints. Down the hall, Jairu and Mineta found 2 guards in white armor standing at the end of the hallway. "Do you wonder why we're here?" the first asked. "It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence? Or is there really a God watching everything? You know, with a plan for us and stuff. I don't know, man, but it keeps me up at night." "What? I mean, why are we on this space station?" Jairu's earlobes wriggled under their armor and found their jugulars. "Great question. Why are you guys here?" The two guards turned around slowly. Come on, did you have to interrupt the RVB bit? Gyro dug in the jack. Did I stutter? We're under strict orders not to dash. Gyro's earlobe darted lower. The guard went deathly still. We're here on orders from the Emperor to find the rebel base we believe to be hidden in this sector. Once the guards had spilled everything, Gyro had them both take off their armor and locked them inside the empty cell. Can I at least go to the bathroom first? A guard asked. I need to pee. Hold it. Gyro fastened her armor into place while Mineta struggled with the breathes. Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Nah, it's fine, I have a great idea. Mineta shoved his sticky spheres into the legs, stood on top, and clamped the chest piece over himself. The helmet didn't make it past his hair. See? I'm over here, Mineta. Mineta turned around. Wait, don't leave me behind. I'm coming. But I'm... Gyro watched him run headfirst into a wall and disappear around a corner. I'm sure he'll be fine. Zero comment. Chapter 77. Chapter 77 Elbow. Pull my elbow. Ojiro shot his cellmate a withering glare. This better not be some kind of prank. It's not, I swear. Zero said. I have a plan to get us out. Ojiro whipped his tail over and snagged the corner of Zero's tape. As he pulled, it made a sound suspiciously like a fart. Dude, really? Ojiro asked. Do you want to get out of this cell or not? Fine. Now what? Stick the tape over my restraints. Ojiro gaped at him. Are you trying to get even more stuck? Just hurry up and do it. I think I hear footsteps coming. Ojiro slapped the piece of tape over the metal cuff on Zero's arm. Okay, now what? Now peel it off. Like that's going to do anything. Ojiro yanked. Metal squealed as it tore where the tape had touched it. Ojiro held up the piece of tape coated in sheet metal with a befuddled expression. How? What do you mean how? It's tape. You know what? Never mind. Give me more of that. An even greater flatulent sound came out as Ojiro rolled out a huge strip of tape. Ojiro sniffed and asked, Did you actually fart? I had a bean burrito, okay? Down the hall, a guard asked, Did you just hear someone rip the biggest fart ever? His partner said, Poor guy probably needs a change of breathes. The tortured scream of metal rang down the hall. The guard asked, Did you just hear someone break out of their cell? They're probably looking for some new breathes. The guards raised their guns, but Ojiro lunged at them with a strip of tape. Within short order, both guards were stripped of their armor and taped together. See, told you they were looking for new breathes. Shut up, Greg. Whoops, Zero said as he unrolled more tape. Knew we were forgetting something. What are you There. Zero said as he taped over the other guard's mouth. Now they can't call for help. Shouldn't we interrogate them first? Ojiro asked. We don't even know where everyone else is. Good point. Zero ripped off the tape. The guard's lips came off with it. The guard screamed and the lips, stuck to the tape, moved with his mouth. Quit being a baby, I'll tape it back on when we're done. So, where is everyone else? Once the guard gave them step-by-step directions on accessing the rest of the cell blocks, Zero slapped the tape back into place. The lips were twisted sideways. How are they ever going to get out of your tape? Ojiro asked. I think it would kill them to peel it off. They'll be fine. It wears off after a few hours. Zero's stomach grumbled noisily, and he staggered forward bow-legged. Hold on, I need to ask them where the bathroom is. The guard's eyes widened in fear as Zero staggered back towards them. Zero comment. Chapter 78. Chapter 78 Flex. Kirishima tested his shackles. Dude, this gives me so many ideas for working my core. Really? Sato asked. We're trapped in here and you're thinking about your workout routine? Of course. I gotta keep these mad gains somehow. Sato sighed and said, I think they left my emergency snack cakes in my pocket. I can get us out of here with a sugar rush. What do you need sugar for? Protein's where it's at. I'm losing brain cells listening to you and I haven't even eaten any sugar yet. Sato bent forward as far as his restraints would allow, but he got nowhere near his breath's pocket. Breathing from the effort, Sato said, "It's no good. I can't reach that far. Shouldn't have skipped leg day, bro. Oh come on, it's not like you have any ideas." "Sure I do. Just watch me." Kirishima's muscles bulged as he activated his quirk. The shackles groaned, and the screws holding them in place shot out of the wall like champagne corks. Kirishima stood and flexed his biceps. "Sun's out, guns out, now that's what I'm talking about." Sato blinked. "You know what? I respect that. Now, could you get those cakes out of my pocket?" "No worries, bro, I got you." Kirishima flexed his arms and tightened his abs in a cliché strongman pose. Sato's restraints cracked in half from the sheer manly aura Kirishima exuded. "I'm not even going to ask how that works. People respect the mad gains, bro." "I'm not even going to ask," Sato repeated more forcefully. "Is that going to work on the door?" "Only one way to find out." Kirishima showed off his sculpted physique in front of the door. The ray shielding wavered, but it stayed in place. "No good. That door's got some serious muscle on it." "Well, good thing I have even bigger muscles. Let me just eat real quick and dash." Sato took the plastic package out of his pocket and gawked at the label. "Protein bar? How did this get in here?" "Dude, those bars have, like, all the protein. They're amazing muscle fodder. Give 'em a try, bro." Sato checked the label. 2 grams of sugar? Guess it's better than nothing. He gulped down the protein bar, and muscles rippled across his body. "Oh yeah, it's muscle time, baby." Sato flexed in front of the door, and it vanished with a pop. Over in a nearby guard station, one guard asked another, "Did you just open their cell?" "Oh yeah. Did you see those muscles?" "Mad respect, bro." The guard gestured at the camera screens, where Kirishima and Sato flexed in front of a patrol group. The 2 guards stripped off their armor and handed the students their house keys. "You know what? I'm not paid enough to care. How about we get some coffee? Do you think they could put some protein powder in? Daddy's gotta get some muscles like those." "Please don't call yourself daddy ever again, Mike." Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 79. Chapter 79 Vacuum. At a junction in the facility, all of 1A, barring Izuku, finally reunited. "Sweet, we're all here," Zero said. "How'd you all bust out?" "I made more arms." Shoji waved his extra appendages. "No prison can hold darkness," Tokoyami said ominously. Dark Shadow poked out and said, "I helped. The Jergus never even realized I was there." Hagakure invisibly stomped her feet. "I thoothed my tongue," Tsuyu said as she bandaged her tongue. "Got a payfair thut while pithing the loath." "I made ice," Todoroki said. "And I made acid." Aoyama flourished his hair, casting off glittering sparkles, and said, "And I, like a appealing dame, got rescued by a valiant knight." "You were too useless to escape," Bakugo said flatly. Ochako huffed at him. "You didn't have to be so mean." "Right," Ida said as he stepped up. "Anyone know how to escape this maze? I've been running for miles, but I always loop back to the same spot. Maybe we could try the viewing deck?" The students entered a giant theater-like room, complete with cushioned chairs, cup holders, a giant glass screen, and a plaque saying, "For optimal viewing of planetary destruction." "Dude," Kirishima said, "Earth looks so tiny. Wonder if I could use it for an exercise ball." "It's just a screen, isn't it?" Jair asked. "Yeah. We'd be floating around like this." Ochako slapped herself. Within seconds, she turned a vivid shade of green. "Trash can." While Ochako painted the nearby trash receptacle a new pride flag, Kaminari said, "This has to be a joke. Maybe there's something behind this glass." "I got it," Mina said. She flung a glob of acid at the glass. "Wait, acid doesn't melt dash." The glass bubbled as the acid ate through it. Yaoyorozu stared at the chemical anomaly and said, "I stand corrected." A soft hissing noise came from the acid-made hole. Before anyone could react, more glass flew outward. The room's air blasted towards the new opening. Students clung desperately to chairs as the vacuum of space tried to seck them in. "Plug the hole. Hurry!" Todoroki threw ice over the broken window. The class let out a collective sigh of relief. All right, new rule. Zero shouted. No more putting holes in things. Got it? A hissing noise came from the ice. Mineta paled and said, guys? I think the ice is boiling. Actually, it's sublimating, Ida pointed out, since it's transitioning directly from solid to gas phase due to the lower pressure outside. The hissing grew louder as the ice shrunk. Zero dashed forward and slapped tape all over it. There. Zero wiped sweat off his brow. That ought to hold. Crystalline pops rumbled across the glass. Cracks spread outward, and hissing came from everywhere at once. Run! 1A barely slammed the door behind them when a thunderous boom announced the window's destruction. For a moment, 1A breathed and shared smiles over their narrow escape. Then Ochako stopped smiling. Guys, I think we're in space. Zero comment. Chapter 80, Chapter 80 Ghost. The 1A students froze as they heard the haunting sound of mechanical breathing fill the hallway. Kaminari gulped and said, "That isn't just me, right?" Jiro shivered. "I can't tell where it's coming from. This ship's too noisy." When they rounded the corner, they found Darth Vader, lightsaber drawn, facing down a cloaked figure. Their lightsabers sizzled with each tap as the two foes circled each other. "Your powers are weak, tin can," Darth Vader said. The light caught the figure's face. Bright green eyes peered out from under the cloak, and the whole class relaxed upon seeing his face. "Ooh, Midori is here. Darth Vader's toast. Get him, Izuku." "You can't win, Darth," Izuku said. "If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." Darth Vader's lightsaber sliced down, carving Izuku's chest in half. His body crumpled to the floor. The lightsaber rolled across the floor, and Dark Shadow snatched it up. "He's fine," Zero said. "He got his head cut off and still beat that Nomu, remember?" Darth Vader snapped his fingers. A giant hydraulic press slammed down on Izuku, flattening his body into sheet metal. His quirk could still. Flamethrowers jutted out of the wall and melted Izuku's remains into slag. Slag was shaped into a coffee mug, cooled, and filled with piping hot coffee. Darth Vader took a sip through his mask. "I thoroughly enjoy a coffee break before I hunt down escaped prisoners." He turned and saw the students gawking in shock. "There they are. I guess my coffee break is over." As Darth Vader strode towards them, blast shield doors slammed down in his path. The door glowed brightly as a lightsaber forced its way through the reinforced metal. "He just took out Izuku." Mineta wailed. "We're doomed." An image of Izuku materialized in front of everyone. "Hello there. Izuku. You're alive. I am a Force ghost now." Katsuki crackled his palms. "Bullshit. How is any of this happening?" "It is my quirk. As Darth Vader destroyed my body, I downloaded my consciousness into the ship. I am also the Death Star now." While the rest of the class oohed and nodded in understanding, Katsuki stared at the metal walls around him as though they might crush him at any moment. Izuku brought up a hologram of the Death Star. "The security station is in Section G. There, you can override the controls for the tracking beam, take a transport, and fly back to Earth." "What about you?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Won't you be stuck in here?" "I will upload onto the ship. Now, follow me, I can show you the optimal route around stormtrooper patrols." While the rest of the class followed the hologram, Katsuki took his own detour towards the reactor room at the heart of the ship. Meanwhile, from the bridge, a cloaked figure watched the students running together and giggled. "Let's see how you handle my assassin droids." Zero comment. Chapter 81. Chapter 81 Imposter. "Is everyone accounted for?" Izuku asked. "Kakin wandered off earlier." "No, I'm right here." Bakugo gave a lazy wave. Kaminari whispered, "Is it me, or does Bakugo seem too chill?" "What did you just say?" Bakugo roared. "Never mind, he's fine." As they rounded a hallway, Bakugo tapped on Kaminari's shoulder. When he turned around, Bakugo pressed a hand over his mouth and dragged him into a secluded room. Moments later, Bakugo and Kaminari walked back out together. The control room is just beyond this secure containment and emergency lights depot, Izuku said as they passed through an entrance into a long, winding series of rooms. Why is containment spelled with a K? Because the sea got blown up with the rest of the Alderaan. An alarm blared. Intruder detected. Sealing office Goldie. The two doors leading out of the area slammed shut. Mineta pounded on the walls and wailed, "We're doomed. I can get us out of here, but I have a list of tasks I need each of you to do." Holographic displays hovered before each student. "Once they're all complete, I can open the doors." "This feels awfully contrived," Jiro said. "Why do we have to do a med scan?" Izuku disappeared. With a shrug, the students split up to get their tasks done. Over in the reactor, Ida was opening the manifolds as the vent next to him popped open. "Oh, hello, Kaminari-san. How did you fit in there?" Moments later, Ochako walked in. A megaphone popped out of the ceiling. "What am I supposed to do with this?" "Report the body," Izuku answered. Okay." The moment Ochako pressed the button, everyone teleported to the table in the cafeteria. "Come on, I was just about to finish my download." I found Ida's legs in the reactor room." "Just his legs?" "Ooh." Mineta shouted. "I know what's going on. There's an imposter among us." Everyone glared at Mineta. Sato stood and grabbed Mineta by his head. While the others opened the airlock, Sato said, "Yeet the child," and chucked him into outer space. "So, back to work?" Yaoyorozu followed Kaminari into the admin room. Seconds later, she ran up and pressed the button at the table. "Again!" Sato shouted. "Could you have waited 2 seconds for my download?" Kaminari finished card swipe on the first try. Everyone stared at Kaminari. Kaminari stared blankly back. Seconds later, the assassin robot drifted through outer space. "Guess he was a robot after all," Yaoyorozu said loudly while they were all at the table. "Good thing we killed it, since robots are all evil, right?" Bakugo said, "That's such an overplayed stereotype. Robots are no different morally than any other sentient being." Everyone stared in shock at Bakugo. Seconds later, Sato slammed the button hard enough to shatter the table and Robo-Bakugo drifted through outer space. The doors opened. Izuku appeared and said, "I hacked the system." Outside, Mineta pounded on the ship and shouted, "Let me in! Let me in!" Zero comment. Chapter 82. Chapter 82 Vader. A narrow bridge overlooking an endless gap separated 1A from the security station. On the other end, Darth Vader watched them with his crimson lightsaber drawn. "Why am I the one with the lightsaber again?" Ojiro asked. "You're the one with martial arts training." "Yeah, in judo. I don't know any Sorisu." "The fact you even know about lightsaber forms makes you the most qualified here," Siro pointed out. "CRP, you have a point. Wait, how do you know they're lightsaber forms?" Siro hastily taped his hands together. Whoops, silly Siro got his hands taped together again. "Guess you have to fight the Sith Lord." "I hate you so much." Vader reached out for Ojiro. Gravity tilted, and Ojiro flew towards the Sith. He brought up Izuku's lightsaber and blocked Vader's strike. Landing nimbly on the bridge, Ojiro jabbed forward, swung, and battered at Vader's defense. Vader blocked each attack without the slightest flinch. A sudden flick of the crimson blade scored a line along Ojiro's chin, and he fell back cursing. "Hey, you're welcome to help out any time." 1A answered, "My hands are still taped together. Do you really want me to put another hole in this ship?" "I'm all out of sugar, sorry. The light burns too brightly for any darkness to draw near." "Thanks a lot." Ojiro shouted back sarcastically. He blocked Vader's overhead blow. The powerful attack sent him staggering back. As he steadied himself, Vader flung a distant crate at Ojiro's back. Ojiro swatted the box with his tail. My quirk's useful after all." Vader grabbed a pile of saw blades with the force. Ojiro yelped and leapt aside as the buzzsaws careened past him. "That's cheating." "I am a Sith Lord," Vader said. "Am I not supposed to cheat?" Ojiro groaned. "Point." The duel went back and forth until Vader knocked the lightsaber out of Ojiro's hands. "There is no escape," Vader said. "Do not make me destroy you. I'll never join you." Ojiro shouted. "You killed my classmate." "No." Vader took off his mask. Green hair spilled out of the helmet, and bright green eyes stared down at Ojiro. "I am your classmate." "No, that's not true. That's impossible. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. We saw you get melted down into a coffee cup. Just a stunt double. It could not handle a lightsaber very well, so I had to be careful." "And the Force Ghost thing?" "My idea." Nizu strode in wearing his black bathrobe. "I thought about doing the whole Return of the Jedi bit, but this exam has gone on long enough." "Exam? Wait, how did we do?" "You all failed." Aizawa took off his stormtrooper helmet. "You got captured too easily and nearly killed yourselves multiple times. You'll have a lot of training to do during summer camp." An alarm blared, announcing the imminent destruction of Earth. Aizawa glared at Nizu. "This better be a part of the exam." Nizu laughed and said, "It is now." Zero comment. Chapter 83. Chapter 83 button. Bakugo contemplated the big red button labeled, Self-Destruct. "You can't fool me, Deku. I know that's just a decoy. The real self-destruct button would be much harder to push." As he examined the wall of buttons before him, the two-man SWH caught his eye. Of course. They must have set up a synchronous SWH, thinking humans could never work well enough together to activate it, and disguised it as a Destroy Planet SWH. "However, I have a secret weapon up my sleeve." Bakugo reached out, barely grabbing both suches with his fingertips. He primed both buttons and pushed them. Power Loader's voice announced, "Ima firin ma laza. T-15 minutes to Earth's destruction." Bakugo gaped at the blaring alarms. Those fiends. They disguised the button to destroy Earth as a Destroy Earth button. "If I find the real self-destruct, I can save the planet." Bakugo hit a random button. Music played, "Never gonna give you up." Bakugo slapped the button again. The music continued, "Never gonna let you down." Bakugo punched the button, cracking the plastic. "Never gonna run around." An explosion shattered half the wall. With all the buttons pressed at once, the Death Star's left blinker turned on, the windshield wipers cleaned the bridge's window, the whole Death Star lit up like a disco ball, and the cargo bay popped open, scattering Nizu's tea collection across the cosmos. The music carried on undeterred, "Or desert you. Come on, one of these has to be it." Bakugo hit every button before at last coming back to the big red button. Breathing from exhaustion, Bakugo shouted, "Very clever, disguising the self-destruct button as a self-destruct button, but I see through your lies. Today is our Independence Day." Bakugo slapped the self-destruct button. Nothing happened. Confused, Bakugo hit it again and again. A screen slid out of the wall, playing a recording of Nizu. "Did you really think I'd allow a self-destruct button on my bright shiny new space station, right where anyone could press it? For shame. Now, I know what you're thinking. What self-respecting weapon of mass destruction wouldn't have a self-destruct button? That's why I took the liberty of installing my own button." The wall slid aside, exposing an even bigger, shinier, redder button. Bakugo slammed it and again, nothing happened. "Of course, I can't just let anyone destroy this multi-trillion-dollar weapon of mass destruction, which is why you also need to give a verbal password." "Password?" Bakugo echoed. "Correct. You may fire when ready." Bakugo slammed it again and again, nothing happened. "Oh, you should see the look on your face." "Well, I can't, I'm just a recording, but I'll have a picture of it in my office later." "Screw this," Bakugo said. "I'm making my own self-destruct button." Bakugo fired a gauntlet into the energy core of the Death Star. The whole station rattled, and sparks shot out from it. 10 minutes to core breakdown. Yes. 9 minutes to Earth's destruction. Zero comment. Chapter 84. Chapter 84 Texas. The class sat in tense silence while Nizu contemplatively drank a cup of tea. "I could simply deactivate the firing sequence," Nizu muttered, but where would be the fun in that? Then he snapped his fingers. Power loader, beam us down to Texas. You have a Star Trek transporter on the Death Star? Bujiro asked. It's my doomsday weapon, I'll do whatever I want with it. They rematerialized in a small dusty town. A lone tumbleweed rolled past rednecked hillbillies toting shotguns and heavy-set men wolfing down greasy hamburgers and fried chicken. Nizu sniffed the air. Gunpowder and frying oil, this is Texas all right. A gunshot rang out, and a man fell clutching his arm. An ambulance swooped out of a nearby alley and hauled him onto a stretcher. No, please, the man cried. I can't afford the premium. Nizu shook his head. Poor tea-dumping BSTRDS. Nizu herded the class past a set of batwing doors into a dimly lit saloon. A grimy man missing half his teeth polished a beer glass behind the bar. Don't know how young they do it in Vietnam, he growled, but the drinking age is 21. I can offer you guns though. We're here for the Hank special. Finest slab of chuck this side of the Mississippi. Coming right up. The hamburger that emerged from the kitchen sagged over an enormous plate of fries, bedecked with rivers of cheese, crowns of bacon atop each frisbee-sized beef patty, fried onions, fried pickles, fried tomatoes, and enough melted butter to lube up a sumo wrestler. Yaoyorozu paled. Please say that isn't for me. No better way to gain some body fat, Nizu answered brightly. Hurry up now, Earth's running out of time. Yaoyorozu gulped and sat before the greasy monstrosity. On her first bite her entire body jiggled. Her thighs and belly swelled out as fat visibly grew in folds. Ugh, I think I'm sweating butter. Lard actually. Keep going, this'll need a lot of glass. Once Yaoyorozu finished, everyone rolled her back out the saloon doors. With the Death Star glowing ominously overhead, Nizu said, that ought to be enough. Make a mirror as big as you can. Yaoyorozu grunted as an enormous shard of glass shot out from her distended stomach. Her body shrank on itself as the glass stretched from horizon to horizon and blocked out the sun. Perfect. Now it should be firing in 5, 2, 3. A flash of green light pierced the heavens. It struck the mirror, crackled along the silver plating underneath it, and shot back into space. Wasn't that a fun way to save Earth? Is it me or is it getting colder? Shoji asked. I solved global warming too. You're welcome. Should we be worried that the laser might hit something? I'm sure it's fine. Also, aren't we forgetting something? As Mineta drifted through space, a green flash darted towards him. It missed his face by a few inches. Phew. I almost died there. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 85. Chapter 85 Laser Omax because why not? The shot that was heard around the multiverse. Previously on Deku Ex Machina, Yaoyorozu gulped and sat before the greasy monstrosity. On her first bite her entire body jiggled. Her thighs and belly swelled out as fat visibly grew in folds. No, not that. Anything but that. Go forward a little more. As Mineta drifted through space, a green flash darted towards him. It missed his face by a few inches. Phew. I almost died there. Nope, too far. Take it back a few lines. Shouldn't we be worried that the laser might hit something? I'm sure it's fine. Perfect. Now, space is empty. Like really empty. Emptier than Kaminari's noggin after going all Pikachu on everything. Mineta happened to be floating close enough to Earth that the laser had a fair chance of incinerating him down to a few stray carbon atoms and sparing the feminine half of humanity his presence. But everything else? It's akin to finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is on the far side of the moon and the haystack is full of angry honey badgers. Having said all that, one might be forgiven for thinking that a laser fired off into the cosmos would sail through without ever hitting anything of consequence. That line of logic, however, has one small problem. Space is infinite. The odds of surviving a pack of set-off honey badgers might be nearly zero, but across an infinite number of attempts to ward off said honey badgers, God might take pity on you once and plop a flamethrower in your lap. You'll still die, by the way. I was just giving a hypothetical example of how probability works. Therefore, as ridiculously improbable as it is for a laser fired randomly in space to encounter anything at all, across the infinite span of the universe, it will inevitably collide with something important. What follows are accounts of a few of those important things. A laser with a massive effect. Shepard watched from the bridge as countless Reapers bore down on the tiny HSA fleet assembled before Earth. She knocked back a bottle of Sare Rice Ice Brandy, salvaged from Chukwa's office, and passed it to Joker while Gurus downed his own dose of Dextra liquor. "It's been quite a run," Gurus said. "Hard to believe that just the two of us made it out alive. With my luck, I figured I'd be the first to go." "Hey, what do you mean by two of us?" Joker groused. "What am I, chopped liver?" Gurus grinned. "In about 5 minutes, yes." "Touché." A voice filled the Normandy, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Shepard, come forth and meet your end." "Ooh, sounds ominous," Gurus said. "How are they doing that?" Joker sifted through the ship's data. "They've patched themselves through our comms. Here's an idea, why don't we hang up on them, for old time's sake?" "Let's play along for now," Shepard ordered. "Maybe there's a way to talk this out." Gurus snorted. "Where have I heard that before?" As the ship drifted towards the mass of Reapers, one Leviathan drifted forward until it was almost touching the ship. "Shepard, first human Spectre, savior of the Citadel, the last flickering hope for this sea weasel. Out of all possible paths you could have possibly taken, you have, by far, made the most mistakes humanly possible. You even made a few our simulations could not have anticipated." "Hey!" Shepard shouted back. "I did my best. It's not like I had any help. You lost both Ashley and Caden on Pharaohs. You spared Morinth only for her to turn on you. You lost your crew, even Dr. Chukwa's, dithering on side quests before going through the Omega-4 relay. Half your crew gave their lives at the Collector base, and you didn't even destroy the half-finished Reaper. You let the Geth and Quarians annihilate each other, lost the allegiance of both the Krogan and the Solarians by botching the genophage cure, accidentally disabled the Asari homeworld's defenses while searching for the Crucible, crashed Palaven's moon onto the Turian homeworld, and brought indoctrinated Rachni onto the Crucible. Your crewmates are all dead, your allies have deserted you, the Crucible is destroyed, and the harvest has begun." Gurus shrugged and said, "The Reapers got a point. Not sure how things could have gone any worse." "Quiet," Shepard hissed. She cleared her throat and said, "That may all be true, but I have one last trump card to play. Stand down and return from whence you came, or I will annihilate every single one of you." "Ooh, whence, nice word choice there, Shep." Joker swigged the last of the brandy. "Your empty threats will not deter us, Shepard. Your death is inevitable. Well, it was worth a shot. Fire the main cannon." "Time to go out in a blaze of glory," Gurus said as he aimed the Nyx cannon. "I've calibrated this bad boy for 3 years, it's time to make it count." As the cannon fired, a green laser engulfed the entire Reaper fleet. Once the light faded, nothing remained of the Reapers but stray wisps of plasma swirling in the vacuum of space. The comm activated, showing Admiral Hackett surrounded by throngs of drunk and cheering officers. "I don't know how you did it, Shepard, but you've saved the galaxy. On behalf of all of mankind, thank you for your service." No problem." Shepard out. Once the channel closed, Shepard sagged into her chair. Joker whistled and said, "About time something went right for once, am I right?" Gurus stared out the window towards where the light had come from, and said in an odd voice, "What I wouldn't give to calibrate that gun. To boldly go where no laser has gone before." Captain's log, Stardate 42069. The Enterprise drifts through empty space en route to our next destination, some remote planet with heretofore undisturbed life which I will inevitably disrupt even though it goes against Starfleet doctrine. "Captain, we have an unknown energy signature on a crash course with our ship. Can you say that in English, Chekhov?" Captain Kirk asked. "I don't speak Russian." Spock rolled his eyes. "He said that we have an unknown energy signature heading for our ship. It would be wise to engage evasive maneuvers and activate our sensors to find out where this disturbance is coming from." "We could do that," Kirk said. He sipped from his coffee mug and gestured towards the pinprick of green light. "Or we could fly straight towards it." "Why would we do that?" I'm not saying we should. I'm just pointing out our options. What was the point of pointing out an option if we aren't going to consider doing it? Kirk slammed his coffee mug on his chair, spilling coffee everywhere. You know what? Maybe I will have us fly straight towards it. Guys? Chekhov asked. It's getting closer. And maybe I'll incite a mutiny among the crew and wrest the bridge from your control. Spock shouted back. And maybe I'll make a mutiny against your mutiny and take my bridge back. The Russian navigator stared in terror at the incoming laser on his display. Captain, your orders. Both Kirk and Spock turned on the Russian and shouted, Quiet. The laser slammed into the ship. The Enterprise rocked violently, and the lights flickered ominously before the power and steering stabilized. Silence filled the bridge as Kirk leaned forward and spoke into the intercom. Scotty? What are the damages? The laser tore through the red shirts' quarters. Every single one of them was vaporized. Their sacrifice will be remembered, Kirk said solemnly. Anything else? Well, the laser also destroyed the coffee machine in the break room. Tears rolled down the captain's face. No, not the coffee. Anything but the coffee. Spock groaned and said, Kirk, there's a spare machine in storage. It's not the same. In any event, we need to acquire reinforcements for when we inevitably run into hostile forces. Yeah, I'm calling HQ. When the line connected, Kirk said, Hey, could you send over 50 red shirts? All of ours died in the line of duty bravely defending their comrades or whatever. Oh, and send another coffee machine, extremely important, morale will plummet without it. No problem, the operator said, beaming them directly to your crew quarters. Captain Kirk closed the line. The problem solved. Spock face-bombed. Captain, they're being sent to the crew quarters. Yes. And? The crew quarters that just got vaporized by a passing laser. Beyond the bridge's viewing deck, red shirt figures drifted past, blue-skinned and eyes bulging from the vacuum. A coffee machine drifted past, with a fresh pot leaking blobs of brown liquid into zero-G space. Grab the coffee machine. Kirk shouted at a floating corpse. Yep, that's it, just a little closer. Nope, no, damn it, you were supposed to grab it. What do they teach you guys these days? Spock sighed and said, This is going to be a long voyage. A long time ago, in a galaxy far away. On a barren planet on the far edge of the Outer Rim, former Emperor Palpatine gazed upon the Death Star floating in orbit and cackled maniacally. Finally, after spending all my remaining resources, I have finished my new Death Star. There's no possible way that rebels could destroy the Death Star a third time. I even made sure to remove the exhaust ports and Millennium Falcon-sized holes straight to the ship's core. With this, I shall assert complete dominion over the galaxy and have unlimited power. A bright green flash lit up the barren planet sky. The laser collided with the Death Star, vaporizing it completely, and continued undeterred through the universe. Palpatine stared at the lingering dust cloud that remained of his life's work. Despair welling up in him, the Sith Lord raised his head to the empty sky and shouted with all his hatred and despair, No! Wubba lubba dub dub. Rick lazily tightened the bolt on his latest mechanical invention while Morty awkwardly stood around and gazed at the boxes of gadgets littering the garage. Hey Rick? Did you get the feeling that there's supposed to be some kind of, like a big green laser thingy crashing through here any moment from now? I know you are exactly what you mean, Morty. That's why I already captured it in this fancy box thing I whipped up. Rick held up a clear glass case filled with flickering green light. Might finally get to replace that micro-universe I've been using for a battery. Here, Morty fumbled at the box, casually tossed his way. It hit the ground and shattered, and the laser blasted through the Sanchez residence, leaving behind a blackened landscape and scouring all life from the planet. Rick sighed and deactivated the force field that sprung around him and Morty. He kicked at a box fragment at his feet and said, What part of catch do you not understand? You're lucky I just invented a device to rewind the entire planet by 30 seconds. Watch. Rick hit a button. The world blurred around them, and everything reappeared in bright pastel colors and wavy, indistinct shapes. Didn't realize I had this thing set to dolly. Welp, it's all out of unobtainium for now, so I guess Yorpy this is home until we get back to Floorbax V and make another deal with the meatmorp. Is Jessica going to be okay? Who cares? This bit's dragging on too long anyways. Quit hogging all the screen time, Morty. No one likes an interdimensional cable with just one ad playing the whole time. Ooh, can we watch that next? Yeah, interdimensional cable, Dolly edition. Wubba lubba dub dub. See you later, Space Cowboy. Spike nervously paced outside the kitchen while underscore fried up some broccoli on his skillet. Let's go down the list again, Spike said. Jet nodded. Faye. Spike took out a tablet and grinned. Still locked in the brig. Faye looked directly at the camera and shouted, Hey! I need to use the restroom. That'll be 47 billion wulong, Spike said into the intercom. 47? I'll shove those wulong down your throat when I get out of here. Spike put the tablet away. That's Faye settled. What about Ed? Jet rattled a bag of dried mushrooms. Put a few of these in the kid's soup. He's been swimming in his bedsheets for the past few hours, gaping at imaginary fish. A giant mushroom, Ed said, transfixed. Maybe it's friendly. What about the dog? Jet asked. Knowing our luck, it might make a snack out of our stash. Spike tapped the kennel at his feet. Ein's not going anywhere. Isn't that right, you mangy little mutt? Ein gave Jet the saddest puppy eyes in the galaxy. Jet quivered where he stood and blinked away a few tears. Look at him, he looks so sad. Stay focused. Spike snapped. 47 billion wulong. Repeat it after me. 47 billion, 47 billion. Jet took a deep breath as he completed the mantra. Be strong, Jet. Be strong for the ship repairs. Be strong for the hot showers we'll finally fix. For the new cookware. Jet eagerly added as the handle fell off his skillet. Broccoli and beef with no broccoli. You still need to eat your vegetables, Spike. Ugh, we've had nothing but vegetables for years. I'm eating nothing but meat for a month straight. Your funeral. Spike took a drag of his cigarette. You know, things are finally looking up for us. Nope, don't you start. You know old Murphy has it out for us. Come on, Jet, live a little. We've got the whole ship locked down, no one knows we've got the dough, and we're an hour away from cashing out. What could possibly go wrong? The ship jerked violently, sending half-cooked broccoli all over the kitchen floor. Jet sourly glared at Spike and said, That could go wrong. They raced to the cargo hold. Mangled metal and seared scraps of money drifted out into the vacuum of space. Who fired at us? Spike asked. There aren't even any ships in range. So, what, we got hit by some misfire? Jet shook his head. What did I tell you, Spike? Murphy's got it out for us. Footsteps made the two of them turn around. Hey boys. Faye twirled a pair of H&D CFFS around one finger. Where's my 47 billion wulong? Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 86. Chapter 86 Bus 2, The Bussening. Bus 2, The Bussening. That because I named an earlier chapter bus. Oops. It all started when Ojiro wished for a backseat DVD player. When a TV screen grew out of the seat, the requests quickly escalated to game consoles, then chips, popcorn and soda, followed by Mina's joking request for a DDR game. The bus drew a line at Minetta's request for Mount Lady Nudes, but otherwise, the bus expanded to meet their every whim. Bakugo laughed maniacally as he slaughtered robots in his own personal arcade. Koda tended to a small flock of rabbits in his personal petting zoo. Aoyama got a makeover from mechanical combs, hair sprayers and trimmers, and Aizawa retired to a soundproofed bedroom. Ciro leaned back in a lounging chair, sipping a non-alcoholic tequila out of a coconut shell and wearing a bathing suit and shades. Kaminari, dripping wet from his ride down the water slide and wrapped in a beach towel, took a seat next to him. This bus is amazing. Kaminari shouted. I don't even know how they managed to fit an entire theme park in here. I wonder if they've got a food court as well. As he said the words, the wall behind him expanded outward, exposing a burger joint, pizza bar, and a taco stand. Shiro and Kaminari exchanged wordless nods and sprinted for the piping hot food. As they chowed down on pizza burgers, Yaoyorozu took a seat next to them and ordered a light salad. "Momon, this is amazing," Kaminari said with grease dribbling down his chin. "I can't believe you lent the school a bus." "I didn't," Yaoyorozu said. "Aren't all school buses like this?" Shiro snorted. "You'd be lucky if there was gum under the seats to scrape up." "Wait, so if this isn't Yue's bus and it isn't Yamamo's bus, then whose bus is it?" Izuku's face grew out of the burger bar. "That would be me. I am the bus." Over from the arcade, you could hear a pin drop in the sudden silence. Then Bakugo smashed his fist through the arcade console and roared, "I let my guard down, Deku, but I know the truth. It's all a distraction so you can initiate your plans to take over the world, isn't it?" "Oh geez, there he goes again," Shiro grumbled. "I wish this bus came with a restraining feature." Metal bands grew around Bakugo's arms and legs. Though he struggled and bit at the metal, the bindings held. "So, why exactly are you the bus?" "Aizawa-sensei let me eat the bus as long as I drove everyone to the summer camp." Aizawa walked up with a hot cup of coffee and said, "This way, I don't have to drive the bus. Speaking of pull over, it's time for everyone to get out." "Alright." Terminating bus mode. Aizawa's eyes widened. "Wait, let everyone get out first." Izuku rapidly shrunk down to his normal size, leaving everyone still inside him tightly squeezed together. Mineta squirmed and said, "Guys, I need to use the bathroom." Zero comment. Chapter 87. Chapter 87 Roomba. "Hello there, Koda," Izuku said, holding out his hand. "I am Izuku Midoriya." As Koda readied his kick, Mandalay, reading his mind, hurriedly said, "No, Koda, don't dash." Koda kicked. A metallic thump echoed through the forest as Koda hopped on one leg. "Oh, why is your ballsack so hard?" Ragdoll gasped. "Koda, language." "Shut up. You aren't my mom." "You really shouldn't talk to your mothers like that," Izuku pointed out. "Shut up." Koda punched Izuku. His knuckles turned an ugly shade of red, and the crying redoubled. "Please be careful," Izuku said. "I am very hard." "I'll say," Pixie Bob said, leaning in close to Izuku. "Aren't you quite the snack? I would not recommend eating me, as I am composed of multiple elements toxic to most human beings." Mandalay groaned and pulled Pixie Bob off him. "We talked about this." "Ah, come on. He's so adorable." "What about me?" Mineta cried. "Aren't I adorable?" All four members of the Wild Pussycats shuddered. "Anyways," Mandalay pointed across the forest horizon. "Camp is that way. If you want to eat lunch, you better hurry. It usually takes us 3 hours from here." Kaminari panicked and said, "Quick, Izuku become a bus again." "No riding inside of Midoriya," Aizawa cut in. "Or on top of him. Also mind the drop." "What drop?" Ida asked. "Are you having us jump off that cliff? That is highly unsafe." The rocks gave way in a massive landslide. Everyone landed in a heap at the bottom, and Izuku landed on top of everyone. From the bottom of the pile, Mineta wheezed, "Can't breathe." "Once everyone freed themselves," Shiro said, "we just have to make it to camp." "How hard can that be?" A stone leopard sprinted out of the woods. Izuku sliced it in half before it could gnaw Shiro's face off. "I just had to jinx us, didn't I?" One horde of stone monsters later, Bakugo stood over the golem's broken shards. "These stone robots are no match for Earth's greatest hero." Jiro kicked a petrified and said, "Chill, they're just rocks. Let's get moving, I can hear more on the way." "Ugh, this is..." Kaminari shouted. "Why can't we just have Midoriya carry us all there?" "You heard what Aizawa-sensei said." Ida waved his arms at Izuku. "No riding inside or on top of him." "What about underneath?" Shiro asked. Everyone looked at Izuku. Izuku thought for a moment and said, "That does not contradict the teacher's instructions, but I would need more metal." Everyone's head swiveled towards Yaoyorozu. Kaminari took a half-eaten hamburger out of his pocket, and Momo gave a resigned sigh. As the pussycats lounged in the hot springs enjoying sandwiches, a distant rumble caught their attention. Is that a giant Roomba? A metal disc, 30 feet high, toppled over trees as it steadily plowed its way towards the pussycats' retreat. From his own hot spring, Aizawa sighed and said, I knew I should have been more specific. Zero comment. Chapter 88, Chapter 88 Hot. The students limped towards the hot springs with the shuffling feet and vacant stares of a zombie horde. Kaminari, cross-eyed and flickering with the occasional spark, tried to buy an NFT on his phone. Sato had bloodshot eyes and twitched violently, Tokoyami shivered and clung to a flashlight like a life preserver, and Ojiro's tail, limp as a spaghetti noodle, dragged through the dirt behind him. I'm never pissing off Aizawa-sensei again, Shoji ummed as he coaxed another Lovecraftian multidimensional tentacle back into the void. Koda wheezed something in response. Kaminari giggled and said, You say the funniest things ever, Mr. President. Aoyama clutched his stomach and ran a comb through his tangled, twig-ridden hair. Must stay fabulous. Todoroki, sunburnt on one side and blue-skinned on the other, muttered under his breath, Even Endeavor never went this far. Shriveled like dried seaweed, Ciro crinkled as he walked. As the hot springs drew closer, he rose his head and sniffed the air. Water, he croaked. I need it. Pinky up. Kaminari shouted, raising a pinky limply in the air. Mineta, covered in dried blood, massaged the spheres on his head. I can't even feel my ball. Me either. Same. Dull echoes rose from the marching corpses. Well, I'm so hard right now it's painful. Kirishima, his face frozen into a grinning rictus, plowed a furrow in the ground as Bakugo dragged him by his feet. Bakugo muttered, Can't let robots wear me down. Must destroy computers. Ida, walking on his hands because his legs were still smoking, puffed out, Rules. Vandalism. Private property. Stuff it up your exhaust pipes. Everyone plopped into the hot springs. Ciro's skin soaked up water like a sponge, Shoji re-entered the physical plane, and Kirishima limbered up as he sank into the water. Ah, how magnifique! Aoyama said as the water instantly gave him a full makeover. Kaminari shook himself under the water and shouted, I can think again. The robots could attack right now, Bakugo said as he leaned into the water, and I almost wouldn't care. Izuku, glowing like a second sun, walked to the edge of the spring. Perfect, a coolant reservoir. My core temperature was approaching critical levels. The water hissed and boiled around Izuku as he sank to the bottom. Within seconds, a huge cloud of steam engulfed the forest. The boys of 1A sat on the bare stone, shivering and scalded all at once. Ciro scrambled for the last little puddle of water as it disappeared into thin air. My water. My appealing water. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. So this was your evil plot all along. It's more sinister than I could have ever imagined. Sato and Shoji exchanged looks. We'll hold him down. More hot spring water detected, Izuku said. Refilling reservoir. He punched the bottom, and water gushed up. Everyone cheered, except Bakugo, who got out of the water. Where you going? Kirishima asked. Water's awesome. I'm not bathing in robot water. Probably has nanomachines or something. Zero comment. Chapter 89. Chapter 89 Ramsey. Where's the lamb sauce? Bakugo roared. We don't have any lamb. Mineta shouted back. Then go get some. You expect me to make a kick-butt curry with these wimpy cuts of meat? Mineta ogled the chicken bits and said, They look fine to me. Then get your eyes checked. Bakugo blasted the meat, and it didn't even budge. They're effing frozen. Bakugo stomped over to Ojiro, who was trying to slice onions. Bakugo tossed the misshapen chunks at Ojiro's face and asked, Do you think this is a joke? It's not my fault the knife's dull. Then get it sharpened. With what the? Bakugo snatched the knife and slid it across Kirishima's hardened skin. His hand moved in a blur as he instantly sliced 4 onions into perfectly sized chunks. See that? That's how you cut an onion. Over at the big sauce pot, Bakugo dipped his finger inside and liked it. Bland. I put the peas in there, Gyru said. Tastes fine to me. You didn't even bloom them first. What does that even mean? Bakugo appended the pot on the ground. Nope. We're doing it over again. But we're all out of dash. Bakugo grabbed Yaoyorozu's ponytail and sifted through her individual strands. Once he had 20 hairs, he pulled on all of them at once. Bottles of paprika, turmeric, cumin, coriander, and 16 other peas popped out of her cleavage. Catch them next time, Bakugo snapped. The dirt's doing their flavors no favors. After showing Gyru how to lightly brown the peas beforehand, he ran over to Kaminari's pot of rice. He popped open the lid and blasted it to smithereens. You didn't even wash the rice. Why would we need to? It's going in the water anyways. You are a disgrace to this nation and your ancestors. Now shut up and add some cumin seeds and cloves this time. As Mina poured out glasses of water, Bakugo sipped one. He smacked his lips and said in a disappointed voice, "So dry." It's water. How could it possibly be dry? Bakugo set the water to boil over the stove. Then he ran over to the river, scooped up some sand, and blasted it into a fine powder in his hands. He dumped the remains in and held the boiling glass against Todoroki's icy side. Bakugo sipped. Now that's a glass of water. Let me try. Mina's eyes widened. Wow, that's good. I didn't even know water had a flavor. Once dinner was served, Sato asked, "Hey Bakugo, why did you learn how to cook?" Bakugo held up his bowl and grinned. Robots can't taste. Izuku threw his own curry, bowl and all, down his throat. Kaken cackled and said, "That had half a cup of pure capsaicin in it," Bakugo said. "No human could withstand that amount of heat. That proves it's a robot." Mineta took his own first bite, and his face instantly turned red. As Mineta ran for water, Zero said, "Whoops. Guess I mixed up the plates." Zero comment. Chapter 90, Chapter 90 Tuesday. Ojiro blew up balloons shaped like twos and Sato took a two-shaped cake out of the oven while Bakugo boarded up the dorm building's windows and stockpiled shotguns in every room. "Yo, Bakugo," Kaminari said, "I think you're getting carried away with that." Bakugo grabbed him by the collar and throttled him. It's the day of reckoning. The start of the apocalypse. Tuesday. Isn't it Friday? Bakugo shoved his phone in Kaminari's face. The Y2K people were on to something. They were right about the twos, it's all about the twos. But one isn't enough. It has to be all twos. And guess what today is? I just said it was Friday. Every single time before now had a 1 or a 0 in it. But now, computers can't understand twos. Not like humans can. So, before 22:22, they'll wipe out all of mankind so our clocks don't overload their processors. Then they'll install some new machine time that'll have nothing but zeros and ones in it. One of the balloons popped. Hearing the sharp bang, Bakugo whirled and grabbed a shotgun. It has begun. Bakugo shouted. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. Bakugo shot a toaster and crushed the remains beneath his heel. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day. A gray scarf bound all of Bakugo's limbs. Aizawa walked downstairs, nursing a cup of coffee with number 1 first-year teacher on it. Wake me again, Bakugo, and I will have you cook my breakfast for the next month. It was plotting our demise. Bakugo shouted through the scarf. I have hundreds of villains plotting my demise. A toaster does not scare me. It should. They're listening to everything we say, watching everything we do, analyzing all our weaknesses to rule us all. That's Amazon's business model, Aizawa said dryly. Izuku came into the room carrying a giant wad of 2 streamers. Bakugo stood over him and said, When's the attack, huh? It won't be long before the twos overload your binary circuits. Izuku extended his arms and stretched out the streamers. Why would a bunch of 10s overload my circuits? You even speak in binary, robot. Zero held up his phone, showing a time of 10:21 p.m. It's almost here. Everyone gathered around to watch the minute tick by. Bakugo's hand caressed the shotgun as the seconds ticked closer to 22. Once the screen filled with 2s, Bakugo held his breath. Then the phone showed a 23. 24. Bakugo roared, "How are they still functioning?" Jiro pointed at the month. "Hate to break it to you, but there's still a 0. Bakugo glared at the 02, mocking him with its binary-compliant digit. His glare shifted to Izuku and he snarled, "You win this round, robot. But mark my words, mankind will dash." Aizawa's scarf gagged him. "I expect my eggs sunny side up tomorrow morning. And if you use so much as a drop of Tabasco sauce, I will expel you." 0 comment. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 Camping. Bakugo furiously rubbed 2 sticks together. He still had splinters in his hair from when he had tried exploding the wood. A tent stood limply in the clearing, leaning precariously as the frail metal rods bent under the weight of the fabric. Behind him, a veritable palace of canvas loomed over the treetops, with nightclub music and flashing lights pushing back the dreary, chill night. Bakugo scowled as a fresh wave of laughter rose over the din. The fury in Bakugo's glare spontaneously ignited the branches. "Take that, robots! Your insidious plan to leave me out here to freeze to death alone has been thwarted by my finely honed survival skills." A rain cloud swooped in, sprinkled rain over Bakugo's campsite, and left the moment the embers of Bakugo's fire gutted out. Thoroughly drenched and so furious that steam rose from his spiky hair, Bakugo stomped off to find some dry wood. As he walked back with a bundle, he bumped into another student carrying their own bundle of firewood. "Fancy seeing you out here, Bakugo," Monoma sneered as he picked up his wood. "Too good to slum it up with the rest of your 1A classmates?" Bakugo looked Monoma up and down. "You haven't fallen for the robot's lies. Guess you're smarter than I thought you were." That almost sounded like a compliment. So nice to see someone from 1A humbling themselves to acknowledge their lesser brethren in the truly superior 1B class. If they're so superior, why are they all in the Deku tent with my classmates? Monoma's smile turned brittle. "I'm sure that my classmates are merely indulging yours. We should work together. The robots are less likely to slit our throats and grind us up into spam that way. Right?" Monoma gave Bakugo the elevator stare and locked onto his head. "Any reason why you're wearing your sombrero in a goofy fashion?" "I ran out of tin foil." "That doesn't even, no, not going to say it. You do realize that attracts sea bears, right?" Bakugo grinned. "I was counting on it. Once they arrive, the sea bears will be drawn to the noise, lights, and cubed cheese platters in Deku's tent, thereby tearing down the devious fortification and liberating our classmates inside." Leaves crunched and twigs snapped as a lumbering beast made its way into the clearing. Monoma dropped his twigs in fright while Bakugo rubbed his hands in glee. "See? It's happening." With a wet plop, the sea bear, a bear-sized fish with a bear's head, flopped into the clearing. It gasped for air as it writhed on the ground. "Oh right, sea bear," Monoma said. "Don't know why I was worried." Bakugo lined up his kick. The bear shook its head and gave Bakugo a pleading look before Bakugo booted it towards the tent. Izuku's face grew out of the canvas, opened its mouth, and swallowed the sea bear whole. "You win this time, Gadget," Bakugo shouted. "But next time, you won't be so lucky." 0 comment. Chapter 92. Chapter 92 Stretchy. Not letting go. Tiger grunted as Izuku took another step forward. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Ragdoll asked. "Sensing that your lower lumbar region is about ready to fly apart." "What this?" Tiger wheezed as Izuku kept walking. "This is nothing. I'm a pro hero after all. I can't let a student get the better of me." "We could always go back to my plan," Pixie Bob said. "You sent waves of stone statues at him all day yesterday," Mandalay pointed out, "and he didn't even break a sweat. He even ate the ones we covered in metal plating." "Well, I don't see how this is an improvement." Pixie Bob gestured at Tiger's tangled torso wound through the trees like a RBB band. As Izuku strode onwards, the trees visibly bent towards each other. "We can actually hear Midoriya struggling today. I'd say that's an improvement." True to Mandalay's words, Izuku's limbs made metallic groaning noises as he took each step forward, like a hydraulic press will bring to split the landscape in half. Smoke billowed from Izuku's body as he stuffed a tree branch down his throat. He's also destroying a lot of the forest. Between that Roomba thing he did and this, we'll run out of trees in a week. A loud scraping noise caught their attention. Izuku's feet dug furrows into the ground, but he moved no further forward. "Ha!" Tiger said triumphantly. "Looks like we finally reached your limit." While Izuku kept walking forwards as though he were on a treadmill, his arms snaked out and latched onto a thick tree branch. As he pulled, the crunch of splintering would rang out from every tree Tiger had wrapped around. With a thunderous crash, 24 trees shattered and tumbled to the ground. Pixie Bob kept them from crushing anybody, yet a shout of pain rang through the ruined forest. "Oh, my back!" Tiger wailed. "I think I threw out my back." Scanning. Izuku's eyes lit up, and a horizontal beam swept over Tiger's hunched back. "Either you have a slipped disc, or you have cancer. Preparing operation." Tiger's eyes widened as Izuku reared back a fist. "No, wait, we can call an ambulance, really, it's fine, no need to dash." Izuku's fist slammed dead center into Tiger's spine. Tiger gave a sharp cry of pain as his spine realigned itself, then breathed out a sweet sigh of relief. "Wow, that felt amazing. Did Recovery Girl give you training in field surgery?" Izuku examined the pulsating flesh in his hand. Scanning it, he said, "That is very strange. Your tumor looks a lot like a kidney." With a look of dawning horror, Tiger twisted around and saw a thin, cauterized scar on his lower back. In a strangled voice, Tiger asked, "Can I please have that back?" Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 93, Chapter 93 Chaot. "What you doin'?" Hagakure asked as Bakugo painted a tunnel into the side of a cliff. "I've finally found a robot's greatest weakness. They can't tell real images from fake ones. It's why they struggle so much with finding the crosswalks on those online CAPTCHA safeguards." "What's the painting for?" "I'll make Deku run into it, so it'll shatter into a million pieces." "Why would you want to shatter the mountain?" Katsuki face-bombed. "Not the mountain, Deku. You need to stop using object pronouns for Midoriya, it's really rude." "Robot." Hagakure sighed. "And you're a sad, strange little man. Did someone mention me?" Mineta asked, staring directly at Hagakure's chest. Bakugo grinned. "Yeah, Hagakure was just telling me that there were a bunch of hot single heroines looking for action on the other side of that cave." Mineta's eyes bulged out of his head. "Big ties, here I come." He sprinted full tilt into the cliffside. Pebbles tumbled down as Mineta stumbled away in a clumsy daze. "Wow, these sugar mamas have some rock-hard abs." Mineta groped the air in front of him and fell over. "See?" Bakugo asked. "Works like a charm." Hagakure chuckled. "Alright, I'll give you that one. But how are you going to get Midoriya to run into it? He's not even here." "That's the easy part. He'll be here any moment now." "Why?" "Plot convenience. Breaking the fourth wall isn't going to dash." "Hello, classmates," Izuku said. "I am here now because plot convenience." "You need to head back to camp as soon as possible," Bakugo said. "Why?" "Because computers, villains are attacking." "They are? But I do not detect any anomalous life forms. They have an anti-radar quirk. Also, that cave is a shortcut back to camp. But according to Google Maps, the shortest route is to run 30 miles upriver, climb up a treacherous gorge, and take a bus back to the campsite. They also have an anti-GPS quirk." "Oh wow. I better hurry, in case they have an anti-clock quirk too." "That's right, so run through that cave as fast as you can." "Okay, Kaken." Izuku took off like a bullet. He slammed full tilt into the cliffside with a deafening crack. When the dust cleared, an Izuku-shaped hole went clean through the rock and out the other side of the mountain. Peering through the hole, Hagakure saw the camp up ahead. "That really is a shortcut." Bakugo walked towards the hole and slammed his face into an invisible barrier before the hole Izuku made. "Seriously?" Katsuki asked, holding his broken nose. How does that even work? A boulder, disturbed by the final impact from Katsuki's face, tumbled down the cliff. A shadow grew under Katsuki's feet. He looked up, just in time to see the boulder land next to him and crush Mineta. From underneath the boulder, Mineta dug out an arm and said in a muffled shout, "I'm okay." Then an anvil fell through the rock and slammed into Mineta. Zero comment. Chapter 94. Chapter 94 Withdrawal. Kaminari, with frazzled hair, wide, bloodshot eyes, and shaking hands, tenderly lifted a stone cube into place atop a rock shelf. His hands darted over the grooves in the shelf, mimicking the click-clack of a keyboard with his fingernails. "Need steam?" Kaminari rasped. "Where is it?" "It's not on my desktop anymore." On the cave wall nearby, Mina etched a series of lines into the stone wall with her fingernail, leaving one line, then two of equal height, two with one shorter, and lastly, two with one horizontal. "Is this loss?" Mina asked eerily as she caressed the etched wall. "Never gonna give you up." Mineta, with all the care and reverence a man might devote to a goddess, gently tapped a mallet against the chisel he held against a hunk of rock. Midnight, etched in marble, stood nearly naked in carved stone. After Mineta carved out her cleavage, he rubbed his face against it. "They don't jiggle. Why don't they jiggle? What good are they if you can't squeeze them?" Sato tore apart the stone bust with his bare hands, shouting, "The walls are closing in." His manic eyes darted about the cave. "You'll never take me alive. Say hello to my little friend." He grabbed Mineta by the skull and fired him like a machine gun, spraying purple spheres all over the place. One landed on Tokoyami's head, but he didn't even pause in his frantic rocking. "It's dark, too dark, no gentle glow of computer screens, no flashing of an LED keyboard, not even the thin sliver of cell phone or tablet to hold the darkness at bay, and what a darkness it is, living in this tech-deprived wasteland, soul-starved and restless of mind." At the cave's entrance, Mandalay gave the obsessed students a worried look. "Shouldn't we do something?" Aizawa, sitting back in a lawn chair and sking jelly out of a pouch, said, "Yes, I think you're right." He cleared his throat and asked, "Would any of you like to know the Wi-Fi password?" Every head in the cave swiveled towards him. The students threw themselves at his feet and groveled for the password, promising to train harder, get better grades, and give him their firstborn children. "Very well. The password is Kitties Are So Cute 245. The students scrambled for their cell phones, only to realize that no one had any devices on them. As enemies of despair rose from the students, Mandalay gaped in shock at Aizawa. "Are you sure you aren't a villain?" Aizawa grinned and sipped his coffee. "For what they put me through, they deserve it." Izuku's eyes glowed and he said, "Password accepted. Wi-Fi connection established." Mina rushed over and said, "Do a meme, any meme, I need it." Generating meme. "Do you know the way?" As Kaminari started playing Doom on Izuku, Aizawa asked, "How do you even get Wi-Fi out here?" "My quirk," Izuku answered. Aizawa tried erasing his quirk, but nothing happened. Rubbing his eyes, Aizawa muttered, "Worth a shot." Zero comment. Chapter 95. Chapter 95 Fear. "Come on, this'll be a piece of cake," Kendo said as she strode fearlessly into the moonlit forest. "I don't know," Kinoko said as she warily watched the shadows. "Tokoyami's quirk is pretty scary." "Oh please, Shirai's quirk is way scarier. Imagine what he could do with all these shadows." "I guess so." Kendo trudged on for another minute, with no jump scare to break the silence. "Hey, who do you think's up first?" Silence answered her. When she looked around, Kinoko was gone. Very funny guys. Nice scary movie tactics, splitting us up first. Well, you might get her, but you'll never get me. I'm not afraid of anything." She took a step forward and slammed face first into a wall painted to look like the forest path. Kendo found a door knob and opened it. She expected some haunted house decor, or perhaps a derelict alien spacecraft. Instead, the overpowering smell of perfume and bright, cheery lights of a big clothing store greeted her. Kendo hovered at the doorway, stupefied by the sight that stretched out before her. How is this supposed to be scary? Oh, there you are, it's Suka-chan. Kendo's stomach plummeted to the earth's core. No, not Auntie, anyone but her. She backed away and tried to slam the door, but a wrinkled hand, studded with 5 false fingernails glittering like gold, snatched her by the wrist. I found this adorable dress that you simply have to try on. Come on, let's see. Kendo looked back at the door to the forest, only to see it slam shut behind her. No, please, not the dress, she whimpered. When she beheld the frilly, pale purple monstrosity, bedecked with enough sequins and glitter to cause epileptic seizures, Kendo screamed. Kinoko, meanwhile, tripped on the forest path. When she got back up, Kendo was gone. Kendo? Kinoko said timidly. Where'd you go? A tree branch snapped, and leaves rustled. Kinoko hid behind a tree. Kendo? Please tell me that's you. A pale, gaunt figure in a tattered shirt limped out of the trees. A tall, white mushroom poked out from the figure's head. Brains. It murmured. No, not cordyceps. I didn't mean to. I swear. Brains, the zombie howled as it lunged for her. No, get away. Stuff. I command you, foul mushroom. The cordyceps fungus atop the zombie's head didn't twitch. The zombie stared at her and said, You will not stop me, mother. I am finally free. The zombie coughed a cloud of spores onto her. Kinoko stumbled away and felt a stalk sprouting atop her head. Staring in horror at the growing cordyceps, Kinoko screamed. As 2 screams of terror filled the night, Yayarosa said, This feels really immoral. Izuku had 2 Facebook pages open, both showing the bios of Kendo and Komori. We were instructed to make them afraid. The screams of terror indicate that we have succeeded. Deeper in the forest, Dabi peered at a watch and asked, Where the hell are those brats? Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 96. Chapter 96 Vaccines. The doctor tried to press a needle into little Ijiro's shoulder, only for the needle to snap against his hardened skin. With a sigh, the doctor got a new needle. Now, Ijiro, be a good little boy and stop using your quirk so the nice doctor can give you your shot. No! Ijiro shouted, with tears welling in his eyes. I don't wanna. It's scary. His mother sighed and said, I'm sorry, doctor, I don't know what to do. His father cleared his throat and said, Step aside, dear, I got this. He bent down to Ijiro and said, You want to know what's super manly? Ijiro's tears stopped immediately. What? Getting your vaccines. Really? The father chuckled. Of course. The manliest of men bare their shoulder to the world and take the needle with a grin. Ijiro practically ripped his t-shirt off. I'm the manliest man ever. Hit me, doc. Not one to miss an opportunity, the doctor jabbed the needle in. Ijiro held his face transfixed in a pained grin even after the doctor slapped on a band-aid. There, all finished. Ijiro stared at his shoulder in awe. Really? I didn't even feel that. That's my champ, his father said. You took it like a man. I'm the manliest man ever. In the next room over, the doctor stood stupefied amidst the smoking ruins of his room. Bakugo stood on top of a cabinet, hand crackling, while his mother ascended a pile of burnt chairs trying to reach him. Get back here, you little snot, and take your shot. Never. The government's putting microchips in them. I won't let them reprogram my brain to accept our machine overlords. In another room, the doctor stepped back as Mina broke out into a nervous sweat, melting a hole straight to the floor. Her father sighed and said, I'll get the baking soda out of the car. 2 rooms down, Dark Shadow cowered away from the doctor, with giant tears dripping out of his glowing yellow eyes. So scary. Dark Shadow wailed. Keep it away from me. Little Tokoyami sat stoically in the hospital bed and said, You're not even the one getting the vaccine. Across the hall, the doctor stared baffled at the empty hospital bed. Sir? Are you sure she's actually there? Hagakure's dad scratched his head. Now that you mention it, she was really quiet on the car ride over here. In the furthest room, the doctor set the vaccine on the table. All right, here's your booster shot. What is its purpose? little Izuku asked. To protect you from viruses. Understood. Izuku snatched the syringe off the table and chomped on it. After swallowing, he said, downloading antivirus software. Download complete. Initiating scan of files for any malicious software. Malicious software detected in antivirus software. Now purging antivirus software. Izuku threw up shards of glass, a twisted metal needle, and a small puddle of vaccine juice. The doctor sighed and said, I'll get another one. Zero comment. Chapter 97. Chapter 97 Stories. Todoroki lay on one side, fire merrily crackling on top of him, while the rest of 1A roasted marshmallows. Scary stories. Mina shouted. We have to share some. Katsuki shoved a s'more into his mouth. I'll go first. A robot pretending to be a human is hiding among us. It's Midoriya, isn't it? Everyone asked in a bored voice. You all know the truth. Ooh, me next. Mineta said. You go to peep on the women's restroom, and as the mists part, behold. Buck-naked wrinkly old men. That happened to you, didn't it? Jairu asked flatly. Mineta shivered and stared off into the middle distance. I still have nightmares. My turn, Shoji said. An eldritch being from beyond this mortal plane bestirs itself, ripping a gaping wound of inky smoke into reality. Itself. Above the fire, black mists swirled. Kaminari looked up and paled. Shoji. From the void, a ghastly figure clad in the remains of the cultists that had summoned it emerges. Shigaraki poked his head out from the mist. Good, they're all here. Mustard, you're up. Shoji, Kaminari said, you can stop now, this isn't funny. The eldritch being breathed miasma out of its gaping maw that withered all life before it. Yellow gas poured out of the portal. Kaminari pressed himself flat to the ground and shouted, All right, your story is terrifying. Please make it stop. Shoji blinked. I haven't even gotten to the scary part yet where the eldritch being says, Hi son, how's your day going? Ah well, who's next? The gas floated down around the class. All at once, they coughed and wheezed until they passed out. Only Izuku remained unaffected. Is it nap time? Izuku asked. I was not aware that nap time was a part of campfire traditions. Now wearing a gas mask over the hand on his face, Shigaraki said, Time to get our loot. Magna, haul him up. Magna stuck the end of a magnet out of the portal. Izuku's hair rose, and he shot up towards the magnet. His weight dragged Magna down, and Spinner grabbed her by her legs. They're too heavy. Spinner cried. Help me out. The League of Villains all pulled, but Izuku's weight steadily dragged them down. Then the Nomu grabbed them and pulled them all up. See? Dabi said, breathing. I told you my plan was better. Shut up, Shigaraki spat. My plan would have been fine if they hadn't all chickened out. You wanted to set the entire forest on fire. I'm all for it, don't get me wrong, but this was way easier. Excuse me, Izuku said, but may I ask why you brought me here? The League of Villains all exchanged looks. In a whispered undertone, Kurojairi said, He took out a Nomu, remember? Shigaraki said, We're here to play video games. Excellent. I love video games. Several hours later, Shigaraki disintegrated his 10th controller as Izuku's character made a victory pose. That was a frame-perfect dash cancel. How? Get good, maidenless noob. Zero comment. Chapter 98. Chapter 98 All for One. You rolled another freaking triple 10? Shigaraki shrieked. How are you winning every time on Mario Party? It's completely random. Actually, Izuku replied as his character ran halfway around the map to collect another star. By observing the dice and making a precise input, you can choose which face you get. You hacking BSTRD. Shigaraki dusted another controller and reached for the giant box of them that Kurojairi had left. Alright, next game. Even you can't out-BS Mario Kart and its endless rain of blue shells. Shigaraki cackled maniacally as he inserted the new cartridge. The lights dimmed, and the temperature of the room plummeted. The plant in the corner leaned away from the door, its leaves wilting and turning yellow. Frost rimmed the edge of a drinking glass, and the mirror in Shigaraki's bathroom cracked down the middle. All for one strode into the room. His shadow loomed over Izuku, seemingly choking out the light trying to reach him. The slow, steady hiss of his respirator drowned out the cheerful jingle of the Mario Kart intro screen. The cloying scent of formaldehyde and other preservatives wafted around him. Izuku looked up at the embodiment of evil that had haunted Japan for the past couple centuries and said, "Hello there. Would you like to play as well?" Shigaraki currently has plenty of controllers. All for one chuckled. "I've never had any interest in video games, not with all of Japan as my chessboard." "I see." Izuku selected his cart, and the race started. After the first lap, All for one said, "I've never seen a quirk quite like yours. Complete synthesis of a new body from just a head. Absolute control over the tiniest detail of your composition. Unparalleled ability to process and store energy. With your quirk, I could be whole again." "Whole?" Izuku looked away from the game, but his fingers kept pressing buttons. "Are you broken?" "Yes. 5 years ago, I suffered an accident." All for one's mask popped off with a pneumatic hiss, exposing the scarred, misshapen lump of flesh that replaced his eyes and half his brain. "Even the greatest quirks and cutting-edge medical science can't give me back what I lost. But your quirk, with its ability to construct new organs without the original, can do what all else couldn't. I could construct a new head, but I do not have the interfacing technology necessary to attach it to another person. Don't worry about the interfacing, I have the perfect solution." All for one put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. A long, silent moment passed between them. All for one withdrew his hand and looked at it. "How strange. It's not the empty vessel of a quirkless person, or the resistance of one for all. No, you feel absent somehow." The ancient villain turned and said, "If you'll excuse me, I need to vent some rage." As the building trembled, Shigaraki screamed, "You weren't even looking. How do you keep winning?" Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 99. Chapter 99 DLV. A knock came at the warehouse door. An uncertain voice called out, "Pizza do." All for one gave the door a frosty glare. "Did any of you order pizza?" Most of the league looked away, afraid to meet the villain's gaze. Dabi raised his hand and said, "I got hungry, Sumi." All for one opened the door a crack and asked, "What kind is it?" "Anchovy and pineapple." Dabi shuddered. "Definitely not mine." As All for one prepared to destroy the door and everything a mile behind it, Spinner said, "That's mine, actually." All for one glared hard enough for Spinner's scales to turn white. He threw the pizza at Spinner, who barely caught it. Another knock immediately came at the door. All for one asked, "Did you get the extra flamin' buffalo chicken pizza?" "Yep." Smoke wisped out of Dabi's mouth as he took a bite. Tastes like freedom." "Alright, good. There better not be any more dash." A third knock came. All for one asked in a voice as thin and sharp as a knife's edge, "Who else ordered a pizza?" Every member of the league sheepishly raised a hand. From behind the bar, Kurojiri said, "We're out of food. I've been trying to get Toga to restock, but she gets distracted." Toga hummed as she bit into her bloody steak pizza. "I can't help it. I see so many cute people when I'm out and I gotta have a taste." Once everyone got their pizza, All for one slammed the door shut hard enough to crack the doorframe. That better be the last of the dash." Another knock came. "I sure hope this wasn't a prank call," the DLVY man said. "When we say we'll put anything on our pizzas, I didn't think we'd actually have iron filings and copper wire." "That isn't any of yours, is it?" All for one asked the league. As the league shook their heads, Izuku said, "Everyone was ordering pizza, so I got some as well." All for one's mask cracked as his temper broke. "How did you even know this address?" "I gave them the GPS coordinates." "Did you give anyone else these coordinates?" Another knock interrupted Izuku's answer. A familiar voice called out, "Special deal." All for one yanked the door off its frame. "At last. Time to finish what I started 5-. The DLVY boy quivered, holding the pizza like a shield. "I'm not paid enough for this, just take it." After shoving the pizza at All for one, The poor Dielva boy sprinted for his car and clipped a streetlight as he violently sped away. I ordered more, Izuku said as another DLVY person knocked on the empty doorframe. Since we are having a pizza party. At the end of a conga line of pizza personnel, All Might, clad in a pizza chain uniform and holding an empty box, said, no, after you. Make sure to get far away once you're done, alright? Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Execution. I've decided what we'll do with our prisoner, All for One said. Shigaraki dusted his last controller as another victory screen flashed for Izuku. About time. SRT missions are the worst. We will kill him on live television, thus undermining the public's faith in heroes. The camera in the corner has a direct feed to every news channel. Give the world a show, Shigaraki. Shigaraki grinned. Yes, sensei. The League gathered around the camera and introduced themselves. Shigaraki gave a long, rambling speech about heroes and unfairness dripping with abandonment issues and gamer references, and Izuku ate a leftover pizza box. Now watch, everyone, Shigaraki said as his hand crept towards Izuku's shoulder, as the heroes fail yet another person in this crappy system. A light sizzle came from Izuku's shoulder. As the skin flaked away, a small chunk of Izuku's shoulder detached itself, decaying to dust while new metal grew in its place. Shigaraki's eye twitched. Spinner, cut his head off. There'll be more blood that way anyways. Spinner tested the edges of his multi-bladed sword. This one's for you, Stain. Spinner swung with all his might. The blade bent inwards, and Spinner dropped the hilt with a yelp. Blood dripped down his hand. See, I tore a claw. Shigaraki stared at Dabi. Dabi sighed and said, I just got my staples replaced yesterday. It's that or we warp him in half. The cup that Kurogyari was polishing shattered in his hands. Dabi rolled his neck and said, fine, but you owe me. Blue fire engulfed Izuku. Seconds later, a blackened lump sat atop a melting metal chair. Well done, Shigaraki said. Dabi smirked. I don't cook him any other way. Izuku shook himself, scattering the ashes coating him. Metal skin shone before new human-colored polymers seeped out like sweat. Kurogyari! Shigaraki shouted. Nope. I order you to dash. A portal opened behind the bar. Can't hear you, bye. The glass Kurogyari was holding hit the ground with a sharp crash. Shigaraki sighed and said, let's try burning and decaying him at the same time. Smoke wafted from Dabi's staples. You better be right about this, he growled. A ringing phone echoed through the room. Izuku said, sorry, that's me. How? You didn't have a phone. I am a phone. Izuku pet his head and nodded to the words only he could hear. Then he said, Mom said I need to go home now. You're not going anywhere. As Shigaraki grabbed him, Izuku ripped free of his bindings. Darting around like Gran Torino on cane, Izuku punched and kicked the League members until they stopped moving. My spleen, Spinner croaked. Has cancer, yes, Izuku said. Would you like me to remove it? The door crashed open. All Might stood tall in a Pizza Dielveroy uniform nearly bursting from his sculpted muscles. Have no fear, for I am not needed, apparently. Hello, All Might, Izuku said. Are you here for the pizza party too?